A young man introduces himself, stating his name is Uil Sin. He is a web novel author, a profession that demands much of his time and energy. Feeling the weight of his work, he decides to take a break for personal reasons, utterly exhausted. His fatigue is so profound that a trickle of blood escapes his nose, staining the desk. Later, looking at his phone, he muses that he should organize the unused applications. But then, a strange icon catches his eye, prompting a confused, "Huh? What's this?" He stares at the unfamiliar app, wondering if he had ever installed such a thing. The app's icon, a monstrous maw with sharp teeth and a long tongue, makes him question if it's some kind of game. The mysterious app reveals its interface, a grotesque chest with sharp teeth and feathered wings, emblazoned with the words, "Godmaker, welcome to Godmaker." A closer look reveals the intricate, unsettling details of the monster's maw. Then, a pixelated ant-like creature appears crawling across a desolate, rocky landscape within the app's world. The screen displays a jumble of incomprehensible characters, making it impossible to decipher the message. Uil Sin stares at his phone, a bewildered expression on his face, utterly perplexed by the bizarre display. His brow furrows in deep thought as he tries to make sense of the strange application. The pixelated ant, however, seems to offer a meta-commentary, suggesting that for readers, the meaning is simply too hard to understand. A sudden, sharp sound effect punctuates the unsettling revelation. As if in response to his thoughts, a monstrous, red-skinned creature with glowing eyes tears through the cosmic void, letting out a guttural roar. More of its kind follow, their sharp claws and teeth flashing as they surge forward, filling the space with their terrifying cries. Facing the sudden onslaught, Uil Sin raises his hand, his index finger extending as lightning crackles around it. A fierce determination hardens his features, and his eye glows with an intense golden light, a power now known as the index finger of the god. With a blinding flash, golden rings of energy erupt, tearing through the monstrous horde, their forms disintegrating into debris. A severed limb falls through the air, a testament to the devastating force unleashed. Moments later, the chaos subsides, leaving Uil Sin standing calmly amidst the fading golden light, his phone still in hand. From the cosmic rift, a colossal horned creature and its grotesque minions emerge, their guttural roars echoing through the void. One of them lashes out, a scaly tail whipping with such force that it cracks the very ground beneath it. A low, menacing growl emanates from the horde, their rough, scaly hides reflecting the dim light of the rift. The massive horned creature and its grotesque followers loom over the cosmic expanse, their presence a silent, condemning judgment. But then, the middle finger of the god manifests, a terrifying, multi-faced entity glowing with fierce energy, ready to unleash its power. With a resounding cry, an immense wave of orange and red fiery energy explodes outward. The inferno engulfs the monstrous figures, their pained cries swallowed by the overwhelming flames as they recoil from the impact. The monsters are consumed, their forms disintegrating into shimmering particles against the cosmic backdrop. The intense fiery light continues its destructive sweep, leaving nothing but a void where the horde once stood. He stands amidst the smoldering aftermath, the colossal, multi-faced entity of his power looming behind him, its presence a deafening roar. Looking up into the cosmic void, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. He ponders the true nature of this immense ability. But then, his eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, a resolute declaration forming in his mind about wielding the finger of the god. Meanwhile, the cosmic rift continues to churn and expand, tendrils of raw energy reaching out into the world. The multi-faced entity, a manifestation of his power, lets out another guttural roar, its glowing eyes burning with primal force. It shifts, transforming into a more skeletal, winged form, towering ominously over the landscape. Standing on a fiery platform, the young man turns to face the monstrous figure, his gaze unwavering. As blue energy crackles around the entity, he declares, "My name is Uil Sin, and I am a web novel author." With that, his hand clenches into a fist, glowing brightly with the same potent blue energy. A monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, its massive maw agape. But before it can strike, Uil Sin moves with blinding speed, his form enveloped in a brilliant blue aura as he unleashes a devastating attack. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of blue energy tearing through the air. The cosmic energies of his power swirl and expand, a vast, starry expanse momentarily replacing the chaos of battle. Moments later, the web novel author finds himself back in his room, sitting before his laptop, a familiar frustration brewing as he addresses his readers, acknowledging the difficulty of understanding his current situation. A notice on his screen confirms his forced hiatus, a break he took against his will, lamenting the wasted time and money, and the audacity of those who question his worth, demanding to know why he thinks he's so good. He scrolls through more messages on his phone, each one a fresh jab, questioning his release schedule and his ability to become a web novel author just because he earned some money. The barrage of criticism continues, accusing him of writing sh*tread and taking long breaks, leaving him to ponder the true nature of the game he's playing. His phone screen lights up, displaying a flurry of comments from his readers, some speculating about his sudden break, others playfully threatening him for ending on a cliffhanger. Among them, a message he himself had posted, confirming a temporary hiatus for personal reasons. Suddenly, a new application appears on his screen, emblazoned with the title Godmaker and a welcoming message. He corrects himself, realizing that this isn't a break at all, but rather the beginning of a new serialization. A voice echoes, introducing himself as Uil Shin. A sentiment that seems to be on the minds of many, as he wonders aloud, can I at least save the world first? Then, one day, the world shifted as gates and dungeons suddenly opened. As the world changed, terrifying monsters began to emerge from the newly opened gates, bringing with them an unprecedented calamity that struck humanity. Yet, amidst the despair, a new breed of individuals, known as hunters, awakened, transforming this very calamity into an unexpected opportunity. Through their relentless hunting, they discovered the existence of God energy and powerful God artifacts, which quickly became humanity's new beacon of hope. These skilled hunters were then classified into ranks, from F to S, based on their abilities. A powerful figure, glowing with ethereal energy, stands poised, embodying the ideal of a hunter. This is the image of the hunters that save the world. And those very heroes are waiting for you. Yet, despite their extraordinary abilities, hunters are not so different from regular people, though the possibility of their ranks changing is nearly zero. A young woman gazes at a poster bearing this heroic image. The words, "Hunters that save the world are waiting for you," emblazoned above it, her expression thoughtful. She holds a document in her hands, her focus now entirely on its contents. A sigh escapes her lips as she mutters, "This is already the 10th time." Her expression remains resolute, a quiet determination etched on her face. The document she holds is a re-examination application for a hunter rank evaluation, clearly showing the name Sung, MRI, and a small portrait of her, along with her address and soul. The details reveal her skill type as lightning and her rank as B+, confirming her persistent efforts to improve. As she walks away, a familiar sense of unease washes over Sung Miri, prompting her to glance back. Spotting a figure lingering nearby, she asks, "Excuse me, haven't I explained this to you before?" Her thoughts race, wondering if he's scouting again, a persistent nuisance she finds incredibly annoying. Approaching him, she reiterates her warning, "Don't take the wrong idea, Uil Shin, looking utterly bewildered by her sudden confrontation, can only stare back, a silent question in his eyes. He thinks to himself, "I'm not usually like this," a hint of annoyance creeping into his expression. His gaze drifts downward, to his simple, comfortable slides. Sung Miri follows his line of sight, her eyes widening slightly as she realizes the casual footwear, then looks up at him, a new question forming. Is he a pervert? Unseen by her, a faint, crackling blue aura of electricity begins to shimmer around Uil Shin's hands, a subtle manifestation of his growing power. Still annoyed by the misunderstanding, Uil Shin watches as the young woman continues to react to his presence. She mutters to herself, convinced that he is trying to pick her up, while he simply thinks about how much he wants to press something to make her go away. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blue crackle of electricity begins to emanate from his hand, causing a subtle static charge to build around her school bag. The young woman, now identified as Ms. Sung Miri, feels the strange sensation, wondering what could possibly be happening with her bag. Later, at a reception desk, a woman calls out her name, informing her that she may now enter the examination room. Outside a towering building, the announcement echoes, "Ms. Sung Miri, the examination results are out." She holds the official document in her hands, her eyes scanning the details. The hunter ID confirms her name, Sung Miri, and reveals her skill as lightning, with a rank of B+. She couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, despite her B+ rank. Her gaze drifted downward, her hands clasped together as if in prayer, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. She wondered if it was truly impossible to overcome her inherent limitations. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with an urgent notification, pulling her attention away from her thoughts. An emergency alert flashed across the screen, detailing the appearance of an A-class monster in Seoul, a thorned rhino, causing chaos and severe injuries to hunters. Her eyes widened in shock and alarm, the previous disappointment instantly forgotten. The monstrous creature, a thorned rhino, stood menacingly amidst the urban landscape. A park in Songdong-gu was in utter turmoil, as the monster outbreak continued to spread. Hunters desperately tried to fight back, but the thorned rhino was too powerful, sending one flying with a brutal strike as others struggled to contain the beast. From the depths of the city, a monstrous entity emerges, identified as a thorned rhino. Its sheer power is devastating, capable of laying waste to an entire city, as hunters and civilians alike recoil from its destructive path. Screams echo through the air as people scatter in every direction, desperate to escape the rampaging beast. A massive foot descends, threatening to crush a man who looks up in horror. But before impact, Uil Sin throws himself forward, shielding a young girl, Sung Yun, and asking if she is all right. The child clings to him, her face a mask of pure terror. The thorned rhino lets out a deafening roar, but Uil Sin meets its gaze with unwavering resolve. He continues to shield Sung Yun, who gasps in fear as the monster looms. Suddenly, a sphere of crackling blue lightning materializes in the air. A sphere of brilliant blue lightning coalesces, crackling with raw energy. Then, with a blinding flash, the lightning strikes the towering thorned rhino, engulfing it completely. Yet, the beast merely roars in defiance, its massive form still wreathed in residual electrical energy. From a distance, Yun looks up, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The thorned rhino continues its guttural roar, its eyes burning with primal fury. A deep, resonant growl emanates from its open maw. Yun's face contorts in dismay, realizing the attack's ineffectiveness. But before despair can set in, Sin descends from above, enveloped in a powerful aura of blue lightning, striking the beast with renewed force. A massive lightning storm erupts around the thorned rhino, engulfing it completely. Still reeling from the previous attack, he unleashes a torrent of crackling blue lightning, landing with a soft thud as smoke billows around his feet. He stares intently at the aftermath, wondering aloud, did that work? The ground beneath them remains scarred, a faint red glow emanating from the dust. His jaw tightens, a determined resolve hardening his features. As the thorned rhino lets out a defiant, guttural roar, seemingly unfazed by the electrical assault. With a powerful, resounding crack, he delivers a physical blow. While in the distance, Sung Miri braces herself, crossing her arms defensively against the shockwave. The impact sends a massive plume of dust and debris skyward, another loud crack echoing through the air. Sin's powerful strike continued to hammer against the thorned rhino, the impact sending shockwaves through the very air, forcing Sung Miri to brace herself against the crumbling ground. Before the sheer force of the collision lifted her off her feet, sending her tumbling backward through the debris. She landed hard, a pained gasp escaping her lips, struggling to regain her breath. Pushing herself up, the student cursed under her breath, realizing the monstrous strength of their opponent. Then, her eyes widened as she noticed the other figures still present, a sudden wave of concern washing over her. The thorned rhino let out a deafening roar, its primal sound echoing through the devastated landscape. Sung Miri's resolve hardened, realizing the imminent danger they all faced. Her face contorted with urgency, a silent cry forming on her lips. Sung Miri, her face etched with urgency, sprints through the crumbling city streets, urging, run. While behind her, Sin, now clad in a protective helmet, steels his resolve, refusing to let her face this threat alone, thinking, I don't know what's going on, but I can't let her go. The thorned rhino continues its rampage, its sheer power tearing through the urban landscape with devastating force. And the young man plants his feet, ready to meet the monstrous beast head-on. He knows he must buy time, channeling his mana into a shimmering blue barrier that crackles with raw energy. But even as the shield forms, a wave of exhaustion washes over him. His power is weakening. The thorned rhino lets out a triumphant roar, sensing its opponent's struggle, leaving Sung Miri to witness the desolate, ruined aftermath of the battle from afar. A monstrous visage fills her mind, its red eyes burning with destructive power, as a desperate cry echoes through the ruins. Overwhelmed by the devastation, she collapses to her knees, the weight of the destruction pressing down on her. Amidst the rubble, her body shakes with uncontrollable sobs. Through her tears, a fierce resolve hardens her expression, a silent vow that she will never forgive what has happened. Utterly broken, she collapses face down onto the cold, hard ground. But even in her despair, a flicker of determination ignites, a desperate thought forming in her mind. She will catch him. Yet, a voice, perhaps a memory or her own conscience, warns her, telling Sung Miri not to even dream about something like revenge. Despite the warning, she slowly rises to her feet, her silhouette stark against the ruined city, a new path seemingly chosen. Her eyes burning with a fierce, almost red glow, Sung Miri's voice cuts through the silence, refusing to be mocked. She repeats her demand, her resolve hardening with each word. As blue energy begins to crackle around her, the ground beneath her feet starts to fracture under the sheer force of her awakening power. This surge of power culminates in a devastating technique, the crushing index finger of the god. Her eyes now glow a brilliant blue, reflecting the immense energy coursing through her. Yet, just as her power reaches its peak, a sudden, disembodied shout echoes within her mind. Unperturbed, she continues to gather her strength, a massive sphere of crackling blue energy forming between her raised hands. The energy around her intensifies, jagged and wild, transforming her silhouette into a beacon of raw, untamed power. As the internal warning faded, Sung Miri's power surged, her body contorting as immense blue energy erupted around her, distorting the very air. A primal scream tore from her throat, her face a mask of raw exertion as the swirling energy intensified, threatening to consume everything. The chaotic blue energy then began to coalesce, forming a dense, crackling orb of pure destructive force. Raising her hands high, she channeled the volatile power upwards, manifesting a colossal, swirling vortex of lightning and storm. With a deafening roar, jagged bolts of lightning erupted from her, tearing through the air with blinding speed. The electrical discharge intensified, forming a chaotic, crackling network that enveloped her entirely. Finally, with a powerful cry of storm, she unleashed the full, devastating force of her skill. Her hair whipped wildly around her, her eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light as the storm raged, a testament to her unleashed might. A concentrated beam of pure lightning energy then struck downwards, impacting the ground with explosive force. The immense blue energy of the crushing index finger of the god skill erupts, a blinding flash of lightning and power. The aftermath is clear. The B-rank hunter, known as the Thunder Empress, has successfully defeated the A-rank monster. Across the city, citizens look up at the lingering smoke and dust, their voices filled with gratitude for the Thunder Empress. Among them, Young-Yun excitedly calls out, wanting her older sister to see her, proclaiming her love and admiration for the hunter. The crowd swells with cheers, many inspired to follow in the footsteps of the powerful hunter, glad they witnessed such a spectacle. But the victory comes at a cost, as Sung Miri feels the immense drain of her power, realizing she used far too much. Her mind races, questioning the true nature of the power she just unleashed. Standing over the massive, defeated thorned rhino, she reflects on the sudden surge of power that turned the tide of battle. A profound realization washes over her. It felt as if she had surpassed her very limits. The crowd erupts in cheers, their gratitude overwhelming as they swarm around the heroes, a young girl clinging tightly to Yu-Il-Sin. He reassures the child that she is safe, while Miri, still in her helmet, humbly dismisses the praise, claiming it was nothing. The young girl, Young-Yun, looks up at Miri with wide, thankful eyes, expressing her heartfelt appreciation. The sheer number of people, all safe because of their efforts, is a powerful sight. As Miri turns away from the adoring crowd, a profound exhaustion washes over her, her body trembling from the immense power she had just unleashed. Inside her helmet, her eyes widen in disbelief, a single thought echoing in her mind. Wait a minute. Yu-Il-Sin stands apart, observing the city, a quiet realization dawning on him about the true nature of the power they had just witnessed. The index finger of the god had been far more potent than she had ever imagined. Her eyes, still glowing faintly within the helmet, reflect the lingering awe and shock of her own capabilities. She recalls the voice that echoed in her mind during the battle, a voice that now resonates with a profound realization. Meanwhile, Yu-Il-Sin embraces Young-Yun, offering comfort as they both express a desire to return home. Yu-Il-Sin stands on a bridge, gazing at the city lights, musing that this particular spot is known for its tragic associations. He passes a public phone booth, quickly dismissing the idea of using it for anything other than its intended, somber purpose. Still lost in thought, he remembers a recent near miss, regretting that he almost met up with his nephew. A distorted, ghostly image of a face looms over him, reflecting the unsettling nature of his current predicament. Back in a room, he glares at his phone, convinced that the device itself is the cause of all his recent troubles. He holds the glowing screen up, examining it with intense scrutiny. His frustration finally boils over, cursing the infernal device. Yu-Il-Sin sits in a bustling cafe, surrounded by other patrons, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. His fingers hover over the laptop keyboard, a sound of hesitation echoing in the quiet space. He leans his head on his hand, unable to shake the feeling of distraction. Frustration etches itself onto his face, a stark contrast to the bloodstain now visible on his shirt, as he finds himself completely unable to focus on his work. Giving up on the laptop, he pulls out his phone, musing about organizing his unused applications. As he scrolls, a peculiar, unfamiliar app icon catches his eye. He stares at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he questions its presence on his device. Suddenly, the phone screen transforms into a grotesque, gaping maw, its sharp teeth and long tongue filling the view. From within the monstrous mouth, a glowing, bird-like entity emerges, welcoming him to Godmaker. As he stares at the Godmaker app, the screen displays a desolate, pixelated landscape, where a small, insect-like creature stands alone. He tries to move his character on the grid-like map, but it remains stubbornly still, prompting him to mutter about the useless game. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he considers simply tapping the screen to see what happens. The moment his finger connects with the screen, a target reticle appears over the pixelated creature, and with a distinct book sound, it is instantly squashed. A soft click emanates from his phone, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a shimmering gold coin materializes in the air above him, descending with a soft jing. It lands with a gentle tongue directly onto his laptop keyboard. His phone screen updates, confirming that number 1 has been squashed to death, and announcing that God Coin, Dark, 1 has been dropped as a reward. Holding the newly acquired coin, he stares in utter disbelief as the app declares, "Congratulations. You have taken your first step as the almighty evil god, who strives for conquest and power." A wave of disbelief washes over Yu-Il-Sin, his mind reeling from the app's declaration. He muses that while such an event would have once led to a psychiatric hospital or a shaman's intervention, the world has undeniably changed. His thoughts drift to the modern landscape, marked by towering structures like the Hunter Association building, a testament to the new era of awakened abilities. He remembers his own past, sitting in a classroom as other students whispered about his E rank, their dismissive words echoing in his memory. A bittersweet memory surfaces of the system message that once brought him joy, announcing his awakening as an E-rank ability user. The initial excitement quickly faded, replaced by the stark reality of his low rank. He recalls a time when he stood alongside other hunters, including Sung Miri and Jung Yun, a vivid, dynamic scene from his past life as an awakened individual. Despite the allure of power, he had never aspired to be a high-ranking hunter, not even an A rank. His hands clench, remembering the firm resolve he once held. Even as an E rank, he would abandon his writing career to pursue this new path. An administrative worker, her expression a mix of pity and professionalism, informs Uil Shin that he has been assessed as a G rank. A heavy sigh escapes him, the reality of his abysmal ranking settling in with a crushing weight. The worker confirms, her voice devoid of any real encouragement. She gestures to a document, explaining that it details his predicted materials and abilities. Though the implication is clear, there isn't much to detail. The paper in his hands declares him a G rank, even weaker than ordinary people. The worker reiterates his uselessness, while he quietly inquires about the cost of this disheartening assessment. She states the fee, a significant sum for such a devastating outcome. When asked if he wishes to register, he firmly refuses, a frustrated sigh escaping him once more. He laments his low position, resigning himself to return home and face the manager's complaints about his web novel. He finds himself once again questioning his choices, his thoughts echoing the frustration of a past failure. Then, one day, suddenly, a resounding crash reverberates, signaling an unexpected shift. His eye glows with an eerie red light as a digital clock displays the early hours, and a faint, almost unheard, question escapes him. He sits at his laptop, endlessly writing and then deleting, trapped in a cycle of creative frustration. A soft chime draws his attention to his phone, where a mysterious map interface now glows. Meanwhile, the news reports on S-rank hunter Baek Yu-hyun, who successfully conquered a disaster-grade dungeon, his achievements broadcast across the world. A hand holds a glowing red potion, a potent artifact from this dangerous new reality. Looking at his phone with renewed determination, he realizes this new path could bring mankind closer to salvation, a stark contrast to his previous despair. The image of S-rank hunter Song Mina, wearing a glowing bracelet before entering a dungeon, represents a seductive yet fatal temptation, a glimpse into the perilous allure of the hunter's life. A serene woman gazes out from a screen, her image promoting a skincare product, declaring it the only choice for protecting one's skin. But Uil Shin, his eyes glowing with a faint red light, is far from serene, his frustration boiling over as he mutters about arrogant hunters being everywhere. Later, lying in bed, he sighs in exasperation, questioning if this entire bizarre experience is nothing more than a dream. He resolves to simply sleep it off, hoping to wake with a clear mind ready to write. But the persistent diaring of his phone, glowing at 2:20 a.m., shatters the silence of his room. 2 minutes later, the device continues its relentless diaring, its screen a stark beacon in the darkness. The incessant sound pierces through his sleep, a constant diaring refusing to be ignored. Finally, with a jolt, he snaps awake, his eyes once again glowing red, the persistent diaring having pushed him past his limit. He glares out the window, utterly exasperated, demanding to know what kind of alarm has no function to turn it off, as the diaring continues its maddening rhythm. A stylized hand icon appears, accompanied by a soft thud. As he interacts with his phone, a surge of energy erupts, causing glowing effects and impact lines to ripple around him. His eyes glow with an eerie light, and a gasp escapes him as the phone's screen illuminates his shocked face. Suddenly, glowing coins scatter across the ground, surrounded by tiny, ant-like creatures, as a voice challenges, "ANTS. Let's see who wins." The ground is quickly covered by a massive pile of shimmering gold coins. Time passes, and the morning sun shines brightly over a modern building. Back in his room, Uil Shin groans in his sleep, a few stray coins visible on the floor beside his bed. He sits up abruptly, his eyes wide with confusion, staring at the empty suitcase where the vast pile of coins had been. "What the? Where did all the coins go?" he mutters. Finding only a small handful remaining on his desk, he questions, "There were hundreds of them." He still holds one small, glowing object, though it doesn't feel like a simple coin. Returning to his bed, a sudden sound draws his attention to the phone in his hand, where the small object now rests. As he looks closer, a system message flashes across the screen, congratulating the nameless god for meeting the conditions to open a god store. The phone now displays a treasure chest, offering a stark choice, yes or no. He hesitates, unsure of what this could mean. But a powerful curiosity overrides his apprehension, compelling him to reach out. With a decisive motion, his finger slides across the screen, confirming his choice. Immediately, a wave of pure shock washes over his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. And the phone itself glows with an intense, crackling energy. He stares at the glowing phone in his hand, a single thought echoing in his mind. Just what kind of game is this? He knows he should try to press something, anything, to understand what's happening. Meanwhile, in a different place, a formal gathering is underway, with a speaker acknowledging the presence of several real estate company heads and guild masters, all of whom have made time in their busy schedules to attend. The air is thick with anticipation as someone announces that finally, a hunter who opened the hunter shop has appeared, prompting a hushed query from the assembled crowd about what exactly has happened. Another voice confirms the shop has indeed opened, and someone else remarks on the rarity of all the guild masters gathering in one place. A man in a dark suit bows deeply towards an empty chair at the head of the table, remarking that there's no one else present, a gesture of respect to the unseen figure who has brought them all together. Two prominent figures stand side by side, ready to be introduced. The first is a man with light brown hair and a serious demeanor. This is Kong Wu, the S-rank hunter who finally opened the hunter shop. Beside him stands Song Mina, an A-rank psychometric hunter, present to assist with the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, in a lavish conference room, a high-stakes meeting unfolds, with several stern-faced individuals gathered around a polished table. At its head, a man with a commanding presence presides, identified by his nameplate as President Jong Hae-hwan of the Republic of South Korea, his gaze sharp and focused. President Jong Hae-hwan addresses a gathering of political and business leaders, expressing his gratitude for their support of the Hunter Association, and hoping for continued peaceful cooperation, as he asserts that no one else in the country could maintain the Hunter Association standing, before posing a question. Is there a hunter shop in Korea too? With a welcoming gesture, he extends his hand, inviting someone forward. Song Mina, her eyes wide with surprise, lets out a soft exclamation. She stands poised, her expression shifting from shock to a more focused determination. Jong Hae-hwan bows slightly, gesturing towards an unseen entrance, and reiterates his invitation to enter the hunter shop. Both Kong Wu and Song Mina, alongside the president, gaze intently at the entrance, the words hunter shop hanging in the air. A look of profound astonishment spreads across Jong Hae-hwan's face. With a surge of golden energy, he unleashes the power of the hunter shop, a command echoing through the room. A deafening sound and blinding light fill the space, causing a chaotic scramble among the assembled leaders. Disoriented, many cough and groan, struggling to regain their composure, as one voice asks if everyone is all right. Kong Wu quickly approaches the president, inquiring about his well-being, to which he responds with a reassuring, if slightly strained, "I'm fine." Yet, the room now appears eerily empty, save for lingering golden particles, leaving a sense of confusion. Kong Wu observes that beyond the initial sound, nothing seems to have changed, a sentiment the president echoes, seeing nothing himself. The president then clarifies, assuring everyone not to worry, explaining that for now, the hunter shop remains unseen by most, visible only to the person who activated it. He then turns to Song Mina, asking if she, as the activator, can perceive the shop through psychometry, as she prepares to respond. President Jong Hae-hwan gestures wildly, his voice filled with an almost childlike wonder as he exclaims. While before them, the mysterious hunter shop interface materializes, displaying items like a high potion and the legendary holy sword Excalibur. The assembled crowd gasps in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe, as the name Excalibur echoes through the room. The shop's display shifts, revealing the exorbitant price of a single high potion. It then showcases the holy sword Excalibur and a blessing of the thunder god's skill, both with staggering price tags. Jong Hae-hwan, his eyes wide with excitement, finally articulates the name of the phenomenon before them. He then confidently explains that while the blessing of the thunder god might seem expensive, its true value makes it a bargain. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of surprise, and he calls out to the room. A serious, almost calculating look settles on his face as he clasps his hands together. The president continues his address, urging everyone to keep the National Federation's stance in mind. He emphasizes the critical need to maintain secrecy until the project is fully underway. With Baek Yu-hyun and Song Mina listening intently, he explains that a leader will need to be assigned for the S-class hunters, specifically mentioning Mr. Kong Wu. Song Mina processes the implications, her expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a system message flashes across Ui-Elsin's phone screen, congratulating an unknown god and announcing the qualification to open a god shop. He stares, bewildered by the unexpected prompt. On his phone, a glowing treasure chest icon appears, offering him a choice, to accept or decline this mysterious new shop. He considers the situation, a familiar saying echoing in his mind. You know what they say. With a comically shocked expression, he acknowledges the potential danger, knowing full well that curiosity can sometimes lead to trouble. He taps the screen, the system responding instantly to his touch. A small shower of gold coins erupts from the display, and a thought crosses his mind. At this rate, he'll be done with this game in no time. A satisfied sigh escapes him, as he reflects on his past luck, or lack thereof, wondering if this new development might finally change things for him. The screen reveals the God's Shop interface, displaying a current balance of 372 gold. He muses on the irony of finding a way to make money through a game, listing various items with their prices. His eyes widen slightly, a soft huh, escaping his lips as he processes the information. The shop's details come into sharper focus, the same 372 gold balance prominently displayed. He scrolls further down the list, a narration box appearing to question the bizarre nature of the items and their descriptions. His gaze fixes on the prices, his mind reeling as he counts the zeros. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. His eyes glow with a sudden, intense light, the sheer magnitude of the numbers leaving him utterly speechless. Still lost in thought, he considers his impending contract expiration, wondering why he endures such difficulties. Suddenly, his attention is drawn back to the phone in his hand, a new interface appearing on the screen, prompting a confused, huh? Before he can react, a notification flashes across the screen. The system has automatically accepted a purchase, despite the item's exorbitant price. A wave of disbelief washes over him as he stares at the device, wondering if it's forcing him into this transaction. A blinding light erupts from the phone, throwing him backward onto the floor, as the words, "You have purchased unique authority," flash before his eyes, eliciting a shocked gasp. The screen then details his new acquisition, the Eye of the Sage, a unique authority from the heavenly god that promises to reveal the true nature of all things, leaving him to wonder if a refund is even possible from such a shop. His eyes, now wide with shock and glowing with an ethereal light, reflect the sudden, overwhelming influx of power. Clutching his head, he lets out a pained cry, the sheer magnitude of the authority proving too much to bear. The force of the awakening power sends him violently backward, his body contorting as glowing particles erupt around him. As the power surged through him, Ul Sin's vision blurred, his eyes burning with an intense, blinding light. Completely disoriented, he stumbled, hands outstretched, desperately trying to comprehend the sudden darkness that enveloped him, wondering if he had gone blind. In his panic, he frantically searched for his phone, needing to call for help, but couldn't locate it on the floor. He knew it couldn't be far, reaching out blindly, hoping to feel its familiar shape. Instead, his foot landed squarely on the device, a sharp, painful thud echoing through the quiet room. A cry of agony escaped him as he collapsed to the floor, clutching his throbbing foot, the pain momentarily eclipsing his fear of blindness. But as he looked up, a wave of surprise washed over him. His sight had suddenly returned. Still sitting on the floor, he picked up his phone, a new realization dawning on him about the moment his vision returned. He stared at the screen, his eyes widening as he noticed something peculiar. He could now see the writing on it with an unprecedented clarity. As his vision cleared, he found himself staring at a bewildering system interface on his phone, displaying categories like Evil God Exclusive Authority Flames of Gehenna and Shared Authority Time Regression, each with an astronomical price tag. He scrolled further, seeing God of Transcendence Exclusive Authority Lord of Heaven and Earth, listed for an unimaginable sum, making him wonder, what kind of game is this? It's like becoming the protagonist of a novel. His mind raced, processing the implications of such power and the sheer cost. And those who are not B-class are fodder, I guess. There are always exceptions. He continued to scrutinize the interface, a new question forming in his mind. Is there anything I can buy? With a determined expression, he decided to explore his options. Let's see. He continues to scrutinize the system interface on his phone, his gaze fixed on a particular entry, Crushing Index Finger of the God, a shared authority of the growth type, listed with a price of 0. Though he can't afford anything else, he knows he must acquire this one. With a decisive tap, he presses the purchase button. Immediately, a system message confirms, you have purchased Crushing Index Finger of the God, shared authority, as his index finger is highlighted. A question forms in his mind. Is this truly a skill? Confused, he wonders, just what exactly is this Crushing Index Finger of the God? As he ponders, a faint glow emanates from his finger. The Crushing Index Finger of the God begins to glow more intensely. The light pulses, confirming the activation of his new authority. His index finger pulsed with a brilliant, white light, the Crushing Index Finger of the God manifesting exactly as the system had described. He stared up at his hand, a mixture of awe and confusion washing over him as the power hummed. A soft, whirring sound accompanied the glow, emphasizing the surreal nature of his new reality. The Crushing Index Finger of the God continued to radiate energy, a constant reminder of the unexpected gift he had received. Curiosity overriding his shock, he tentatively pressed the glowing digit against his smartphone screen, observing as the weather forecast remained unchanged, yet the screen itself seemed to react to the ethereal touch. He muttered to himself, reading the mundane forecast, before the realization hit him. This ability, he exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. Staring intently at the glowing finger, he knew he had to learn to control this newfound power. From a modern home, a new reality begins to unfold, heralded by a system message declaring, Index Finger of the God. The message appears to be linked to a digital interface, now displaying the ominous title, Crushing Index Finger of the God. Ul Shin stares at his phone, a look of utter disbelief on his face as he realizes, this is exactly like something he himself had written. A sudden, jarring ring from his phone pulls him from his thoughts, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. The unexpected call, accompanied by another insistent ring, demands his immediate attention. He answers cautiously, a tentative hello, escaping his lips. But the voice on the other end sends him reeling, as he exclaims in utter astonishment, wait, author, the author sent me it? It's amazing. Overwhelmed, he reflects on the incredible coincidence. He had merely written down his experiences for a few days, and now they were manifesting in reality, leaving him utterly shocked by the sheer magnitude of it all. He stares at his phone, a wave of disbelief washing over him as the voice on the other end confirms the impossible. This isn't just a unique situation, he realizes, but an exceptionally big problem. The next chapter, the very continuation of his story, doesn't exist yet. A deep frown creases his brow as he considers the implications. How will the world progress if the author hasn't written the next part? Suddenly, a system message flashes across his vision, a surprising encouragement from the web novel author. They hadn't expected this, but now they're rooting for him. Back at his computer, staring at a monstrous creature on his screen, he resolves to take action, understanding that defeating these digital threats now means defeating them in reality. With a determined expression, he grips his phone, declaring his lack of sentiment for the creatures he's about to face. His hand descends, crushing a small, ant-like monster, and a system notification confirms the kill, rewarding him with a god coin. As the system confirms his progress, declaring everything ready for the next chapter, he considers his next move, deciding to interact with the interface. Immediately, a new message appears, informing him that he has acquired 100 god coins, specifically of the dark variety. Golden coins, each marked with the number 100, shimmer into existence around him. Holding one of the newly acquired coins, he observes it closely, realizing how they seem to combine with each other. As one coin merges into another in his palm, he firmly declares his intent to keep them. He then considers the value of his new acquisition, noting that even the most basic items seem to cost 100 god coins. A detailed system window appears, outlining the vast potential of the god coin, dark, from purchasing and upgrading items to summoning monsters, heroes, and even gods, leaving him in disbelief. Despite the incredible power these coins represent, he can't help but ponder the significance of their dark designation. Before he can delve deeper into that thought, a new, cryptic system message flashes across his screen, catching him completely by surprise. UIL Shin continues to stomp on the ant-like creature, its health bar stubbornly refusing to deplete, as a cryptic system message flashes below. Even as he presses down, the creature defiantly challenges him, its resilience baffling, while the mysterious system message persists. Observing his phone, UIL Shin notes that this particular creature appears distinctly different from any others he has encountered. He wonders if it could be some kind of system anomaly or bug, his eyes flaring with a fierce, red intensity as he considers the implications. With a sudden surge of resolve, he prepares to press down with even greater force. The ant cries out in surprise and pain as his attack intensifies, a small voice in his mind mocking the creature for expecting a normal game. He unleashes a powerful, glowing stomp, red energy flaring around his foot as he crushes the ant with overwhelming force. His hands move with incredible speed and precision, blue energy tracing their path, as he declares his intention to demonstrate the rhythm game skills he was once famous for. Exhausted, UIL Shin collapses onto the floor, his phone lying beside him, now surrounded by a scattering of newly acquired god coins, dark. UIL Shin stares at his phone, a deep sigh escaping him as he questions the very nature of this bizarre game, wondering if he should simply try pressing something. His frustration mounts, as he can't comprehend why a mere ant-like creature is proving so incredibly difficult to defeat. With a determined grunt, he presses down on the screen, his fingers working with intense focus. On the virtual battlefield, a swarm of menacing ant-like creatures advances relentlessly. His eyes glow with a fierce red light, reflecting his unwavering resolve. A primal scream tears from his throat, as blue energy crackles around his hands, pouring into the phone with every furious press. He vows to eliminate them all. The system confirms his victory, announcing that number 801 has been crushed, as gleaming gold coins materialize. Further notifications appear, revealing that his karma of the nameless god has increased by 800, and he has acquired the new title, the Great Evil God. Completely drained from the intense effort, he collapses onto his bed, surrounded by the glittering gold coins he earned. After his intense battle, he receives a system notification, confirming the acquisition of a new title. Utterly drained, he collapses into bed, his phone lying beside him as he drifts into a deep sleep. But even in slumber, the system continues its work, a message flashing across his phone screen. The karma of the nameless god has been activated. The notification further explains that the nameless god is now tracking down the last sacrifice, its words accompanied by unsettling imagery of monstrous teeth and shadowy figures. A sudden, disorienting shift occurs, plunging him into an oppressive darkness. The void stretches endlessly around him, broken only by faint, distant light sources. He awakens with a jolt, finding himself in an unfamiliar, cavernous space, his voice echoing as he questions his location. Disoriented, he struggles to comprehend his surroundings, a single word escaping his lips as he tries to make sense of the bizarre situation. His eyes suddenly glow with an intense, otherworldly light, a look of profound shock and confusion etched across his face as he utters a bewildered, "Why? What?" His eyes snap open, glowing with an unnatural, vibrant blue light. As he struggles to comprehend his surroundings, the world around him is a blur of dark, unfamiliar shapes. He finds himself in a desolate, rocky desert, the air thick with dust, as a monstrous, hulking figure looms in the distance, identified as the god of the Black Tribe. The sheer scale of the creature causes him to stumble, its voice echoing across the barren land, recounting how it was once betrayed and sacrificed by its own believers, a weakness that transformed it into an evil god. The monstrous deity's face fills his vision, its eyes burning with malevolence, as it declares there is no escape from its presence. A desolate, rocky expanse stretches under a pale, featureless sky, the ground cracked and barren as if scorched by an ancient fire. Amidst this harsh landscape, Uil Sin, now clad in dark, tattered adventurer's gear, cautiously approaches a gaping maw in the earth, a dark cave promising an unknown fate. Deep within, a monstrous, red-eyed face emerges from the shadows, letting out a guttural, rasping sound, a chilling cough that echoes through the cavern. The creature's sudden attack sends Uil Sin sprawling to the ground, its massive shadow falling over him, a moment of vulnerability in the face of overwhelming power. But he quickly recovers, pushing himself up and drawing a gleaming sword, ready to meet the monstrous hand reaching for him with fierce determination. Later, deeper within the cave, the adventurer stands before a small, glowing orb, its soft light illuminating the dark, rough-hewn walls around him. A guttural roar echoes through the cavern, a monstrous maw opening wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The sound reverberates, a chilling declaration of its presence, as the creature's throat stretches, emitting another deafening cry. Its multiple eyes gleam with predatory intent, the roar continuing to tear through the oppressive silence of the deep cave. The creature's head tilts back, its armored plates shifting, a final, drawn-out bellow escaping its massive form. Deep within the cavern, countless similar monsters stand sentinel, their forms scattered across the vast, dark expanse. One of them begins to move, its glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings, a determined stride carrying it deeper into the labyrinthine passages. Its heavy, armored body moves with surprising agility, the creature navigating the uneven terrain with ease. Each step echoes with a heavy thud, as it continues its relentless search. Finally, the monster stops, looking down with a triumphant snarl, declaring, "I found where." As the red-armored monster finally locates its target, a thought echoes through the cavern, reflecting on the need to focus mana and run towards the city, having barely escaped a low-rank monster, while the powerful entity it detected with its ego sword proved too strong to confront directly. With glowing red eyes, the monster declares its discovery, announcing that they must make their move before the other, more powerful monster arrives. Raising a clawed hand, it begins to command, "Estiel." Ince, it roars, silencing the other creatures, warning them that a complete disaster will befall them if they don't act now. It then lays out its strategy, explaining that they will block the incoming monster one at a time, as a head-on fight would mean instant annihilation. Its glowing eyes narrow as it reiterates, "Everyone, listen carefully." Silence. The other monsters shift, their forms tense with anticipation. A blinding light begins to flood the cavern from a distant opening, illuminating the ancient rock formations. The lead monster turns, its glowing eyes fixed on the approaching brilliance, ready for the confrontation. Kneeling before the robed elder, the red-armored monster addresses him with deep respect, calling out to the great shaman. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he barks an order, calling for Sir Bob. The robed figure, Shaman Gabe, hums thoughtfully, his wisdom weighing the words of the monster before him. Yet he cannot sense the presence of a monster truly capable of threatening them, only the monster's own frantic mentions. Despite the shaman's skepticism, the red-armored monster's eyes glow with conviction, insisting that Gabe's words must be true. A pained expression crosses the monster's face as he utters Gabe's name in distress, a moment of vulnerability revealing a deeper history. This was how the monster of the cave, the red-armored creature, once became the great shaman. Shaman Gabe, now with a solemn expression, reveals the true nature of the threat. An ancient deity, an old god, has slumbered for millennia in their sacred place and will soon awaken, demanding their immediate protection. The red-armored monster recoils, his disbelief evident, accusing the shaman of speaking nonsense. His agitation grows, a clear sign of his inner turmoil. Ignoring the monster's outburst, Shaman Gabe raises his staff, surrounded by a brilliant, ethereal glow, and sends forth a blessing, wishing nature's favor upon them. The red-armored monster, still reeling from the shaman's words, feels a sudden surge of power, realizing all its wounds have been healed. Then, a voice echoes in its mind, a plea for guidance from a brave soldier. As if in response to the unseen call, the monster grips a ceremonial staff, its glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen point, while its smaller, red-armored kin begin to gather behind it. A fierce resolve hardens within it, declaring its intent to personally subjugate that demon. Its red eyes blaze with determination, the staff held firmly as it prepares for the coming confrontation. Its rallying cry is met with fervent agreement from its followers, who eagerly pledge their aid. More of its kin step forward, their own voices joining the chorus of support. With a guttural growl, the red-armored monster accepts its fate, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. It questions what could possibly stand against the demon now, implying its own formidable power. A sudden jolt rips through him, leaving him gasping, his eyes wide with a lingering terror. The dream, or whatever it was, felt incredibly vivid, a sensation so real it still clings to him. Sitting up in bed, the confusion deepens. Was he an ant dreaming of being human, or a human dreaming of being an ant? He glances at his phone, a notification flashing across the screen, announcing a god invasion. On the screen, a familiar red ant-like creature appears, and a surge of recognition, then fury, washes over him. A crimson aura flares around him as he clenches his phone, vowing to eliminate the creature this time. With fierce resolve, he declares that nature itself will reject such evil. The phone screen shows the battle unfolding, his allies attacking the red creature, as a voice on the screen echoes his fury, demanding vengeance for the old god. His face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror as a blinding blue light engulfs him. A sharp, explosive sound reverberates, accompanied by a brilliant flash of blue energy. He jolts upright in bed, clutching something that emits a soft blue glow, his expression a mix of confusion and alarm. Lying back down, he stares intently at his phone, the device casting an ethereal blue light across his face. His brow furrows in bewilderment, a question mark hanging in the air as he processes what he sees on the screen. A guttural roar echoes, unseen but palpable. Within the game's vivid display, the monstrous red cave creature is violently struck by a surge of crackling blue energy, sending debris flying. Its multifaceted red eyes glow with primal fury, the blue energy still arcing around its grotesque form. Ul Sin, now resolute, channels a powerful blue aura, his stance firm as the words nature shall reject appear, signifying his defiance. A brilliant blue pillar of energy erupts from the ground, surrounded by shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. As the monstrous face of the cave monster contorts in a pained roar, a voice declaring it evil. Ul Sin's hand clenches tightly, his knuckles white. As the shadowy figures swarm the cave monster, pinning it to the ground, one of them proclaiming their success in subjugating the evil god. As expected of the chief, the system declares that an imperial majesty's feat has been achieved, transforming the victor into a true warlord, hinting that perhaps the world shakes from this monumental event. His grip tightens further, the words echoing in his mind. The heart of the world shakes. The expedition. A red gauntlet hand, belonging to one of the victorious figures, extends in triumph, offering congratulations, great chief. Suddenly, a red-haired woman, staff in hand, turns and desperately cries out, urging everyone to all of you, run. Before anyone can react, a massive, fiery explosion of red and orange energy rips through the landscape, leaving a single, shocked exclamation hanging in the air. From the dark, swirling clouds above, two ominous red orbs of energy descend, signaling a new, overwhelming threat. The cave monster recoils, sensing the immense power, a guttural cry escaping its maw as it realizes more enemies are closing in. Before it can react, a torrent of crimson energy slams into its body, eliciting a pained roar as the assault begins. The monster cries out in agony, its form buckling under the relentless blows, a desperate plea to run echoing from its lips as it faces utter annihilation. Its face contorts in a silent scream, the sheer force of the attack leaving it breathless and broken. With a final, choked gasp, the monster's body explodes into a shower of crimson fragments. A mournful thought escapes its fading consciousness, lamenting the cruel end it has met. As the last vestiges of the monster dissipate, a bare foot descends, crushing the remaining fragments into the ground. The system announces the birth of a new warlord, confirming that the entity once known as God has been utterly crushed to death. With a final, explosive surge of power, Ul Sin brought his fist down, his legs blurring as he descended with crushing force. The impact echoing with a deafening clang as the monster was utterly annihilated. A system message immediately flashed into existence, confirming the brutal end. Number 809 had been crushed to death. A sharp gasp escaped him. Ul Sin recoiled, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and disbelief. As he found himself sitting upright in his bed, the familiar rattle of his phone in his hand, only to discover its display was now a spiderweb of cracks. His voice filled with dismay, he cried out, wondering if his phone was completely broken. Before he could fully process the damage, another ornate system message appeared, bestowing upon him a new, ominous title. Congratulations. You have obtained the title of Evil God. Ul Sin stares intently at his smartphone, the screen displaying a simple game interface with tiny red figures. As he presses his finger down on the screen, a system message flashes, declaring that number 404 has been crushed to death. Another press, and the game confirms, number 809 has been crushed to death. A strange, golden aura begins to emanate from his body, as if the physical act of crushing in the game is demanding real-world exertion from him. With a powerful stomp of his foot, another number 404 is declared crushed to death. His eyes widen in disbelief as the game announces, yet another number 809 has been crushed to death. The system message lingers on the screen, a stark confirmation of the bizarre events unfolding. He recoils, a gasp escaping his lips, the phone still clutched in his hand as the reality of his actions begins to sink in. An unbelievable realization washes over him, the sound of something cracking echoing in his mind as he grapples with the impossible truth. The sheer force of the revelation sends him tumbling backward, landing with a dull thump on the floor, his body still reeling from the shock. Around him, a shower of gold coins clinks onto the ground, a tangible manifestation of his in-game actions now spilling into his reality. Still dazed, he stares at his phone, a single, confused thought forming in his mind. A gasp escapes him as he notices the blood streaking his cheek, a stark reminder that the game's impact isn't just digital. Suddenly, a system message flashes across his screen, announcing a new achievement. He has obtained the title of Evil God. Another message appears, stating that the game is now on hiatus due to personal reasons. Finally, a detailed description of the Cruel Slaughterer title appears, explaining its effects on battle luck once karma reaches a certain threshold. Still reeling from the system messages, UIL Sin considers the implications of the Cruel Slaughterer title, which requires 1,000 or higher karma. He wonders if he is now some kind of god, a new law unto himself, a cruel slaughterer, an evil deity. As he grapples with these thoughts, the scattered gold coins on the floor begin to glow and merge once more, drawing his gaze. The shimmering gold coalesces into a single, intricate ring, which he picks up, his brow furrowed in confusion, wondering what new mystery this object holds. He turns the simple golden band over in his fingers, examining its smooth surface. Suddenly, the familiar confines of his room vanish, replaced by the vibrant, sun-dappled canopy of a lush forest, a soft breeze rustling through the leaves. He finds himself sitting amidst the verdant foliage, taking a deep breath and marveling at the amazing, fresh scent of the wilderness. Back in his room, now sitting up in bed, a profound clarity washes over him, leaving him to wonder if this newfound mental sharpness is a direct effect of the mysterious ring. He stares at his hands, a faint glow emanating from them, wondering why he can't feel the ring he knows is there. Suddenly, a vibrant green aura erupts around him, his eyes widening in shock. As the energy swirls around his hands, a profound sense of rejuvenation washes over him, making him feel brand new. He springs to his feet, every trace of his previous fatigue completely gone. A distinct chime rings out, drawing his attention back to the glowing ring on his finger. He gasps, a familiar sense of bewilderment washing over him as he wonders if this is happening once more. His phone screen illuminates with a system message. The ring has unique authority activated. The ring is being appraised. Confused by the sudden appraisal, he mutters, "Huh? What's happening?" The appraisal completes, revealing the item's true nature, the Ring of the Druid, a relic he used throughout his life, increasing his affinity with the forest and boosting elemental power. UIL Sin considers the unexpected event, wondering if this newfound ability might extend to other objects. He spots a small item on a nearby table and decides to put his theory to the test. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to activate the ring's power once more. With a focused command, his eyes glow crimson as the unique authority of the Ring of the Druid activates, initiating the appraisal process. The first object, a television, reveals its simple properties. A TV, LG brand, used for 5 years, with no special options. Next, his laptop is appraised as UIL Sin's notebook, used for 1 year and 2 months, also lacking any special features. Even his pillow yields a mundane result. UIL Sin's pillow, used for 3 years, with no unique properties. Pondering the results, he wonders what he should appraise next, seeking something more meaningful. Looking out the window, he muses about finding a truly suitable item, one that might reveal more about his new powers. UIL Sin's brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he grapples with a profound realization. He looks up, the weight of this incredible ring and the newly formed ability pressing down on him. How could someone like him, a mere G-rank, possess such power? Even just looking at the ring, he knew there was no way he could still be a G-rank, prompting him to decide to return to the Paranormal Phenomena Research Center. Arriving at the imposing building, he requests a re-examination. A female employee looks at him with concern, reminding him that the probability for re-examination is below 1% and questioning if he's truly planning on trying again. With unwavering resolve, UIL Sin simply states, "Yes." Back at her desk, the employee wonders about his reason, while he internally resolves to be careful not to get caught. Arriving at the Paranormal Phenomena Research Center, UIL Sin approaches the reception desk, where an employee informs him that the waiting list is extensive, urging him to decide quickly, a statement that leaves him wondering if he could possibly be an exception to the rule. Later, seated at a different desk, he reflects on his journey, thinking that he should have simply given up if there truly was no chance for a re-examination. As he walks away, a wave of self-doubt washes over him, convinced he's just wasted his effort for nothing. Slumping onto a bench, he laments his decision, wishing he had simply stayed home. But then, a flicker of resolve ignites within him, realizing he must have been crazy to even consider giving up. Observing the bustling waiting area, he notes the sheer number of people around, all likely here for similar reasons. The room teems with individuals, each awaiting their turn, a silent testament to the demand for reevaluation. Settling back down, he begins to consider his options, wondering what subjects he can discuss to best present his case. Sin finds himself amidst a bustling crowd at the Paranormal Phenomena Research Center, his system displaying a notification about new applicants, and he wonders if his unique ability even works on other people. As he scans a man nearby, his system reveals the name Park Eugene, noting his age as 28, but then adds a perplexing special note. She is currently pregnant. His gaze shifts to a woman holding a baby, her profile appearing as Kim Seo-ah, also 28 years old, with the same special note, prompting him to realize he can't even bring himself to ask about it. Another scan reveals Lee Jin-woo, a man also 28 years old, and once again, the system states, he is currently pregnant. The man himself reacts with disbelief, exclaiming, "Pregnant? I'm a man." Sin can only stare at his phone, a silent question forming in his mind as he processes the bizarre information. His system then highlights a young woman with long dark hair, identifying her as Kang Min-ji, also noting her age as 28, and once more, the special note appears, she is pregnant. Looking up from his device, Sin spots the woman in the crowd, a new question forming in his mind as he wonders, what's this? He realizes he hasn't seen her name before, and the sudden appearance of her profile, coupled with the strange status, makes him ponder, but why? Sin observes the young woman in front of him, his system still processing the unusual status it detected. And he can't help but wonder, she's tingling. What sort of bullshit does that even mean? Meanwhile, Kang Min-ji, sensing his intrusive gaze, internally curses him. You crazy bastard. As she begins to walk away, he instinctively reaches out. A desperate plea escaping his lips. Stop. His face contorts in a mix of shock and intense curiosity, his hand glowing faintly as he thinks. They say curiosity kills an author. But Kang Min-ji continues to walk away, seemingly unfazed by his outburst, leaving him to ponder the strange sensation. But do you feel tingling right now? A new presence manifests, a female human named Song Mirai, who has been active for 19 years and is noted for her love of thrilling experiences. Her long, dark hair swaying gently as she walks away, her footsteps echoing softly. Meanwhile, Shin, engrossed in his phone, muses that he should probably try pressing something on the screen, unaware of the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Mirai turns, her hand outstretched, commanding him to stop. His eyes widen in shock, his own hand instinctively reaching out in surprise. As a thought flashes through his mind, curiosity kills the writer. What did I even ask for? Was it for nothing? She wonders, a hint of frustration in her voice. Then, turning to face him, she calls out, "Excuse me." Her gaze sharpens, locking onto him with an unsettling intensity. Isn't it thrilling right now? She muses, a strange excitement bubbling within her. With a sudden, unexpected move, she shoves him to the ground, declaring triumphantly, "I really did it. Shin, you crazy fucker." He stares up from the floor, utterly bewildered by the sudden assault. A sly smile plays on her lips as she turns away. Blue particles shimmer around her hand as she casually walks off, leaving him sprawled on the ground. "Please," he manages to stammer, "don't take this the wrong way." Still reeling from the unexpected encounter, Shin knew she would undoubtedly misinterpret his reaction, convinced he had lost his mind. But as he slowly pushed himself up, he realized it was not he who was insane, but her. Suddenly, a familiar sound cut through his confusion, his phone ringing loudly. A wave of relief washed over him at the timely distraction. His eyes widened as he saw the caller ID, his demon sister. A startled gasp escaped him at the unexpected call. Without another word, he turned and fled, calling out that he desperately needed to take the call. Song Mina could only stare after him, her expression a mix of shock and utter bewilderment. Having just escaped a tense situation, he answers the call from his demon sister, who immediately asks about meeting her beloved niece, Seo, prompting him to respond with a cheerful click, a wide smile spreading across his face as he confirms his availability. As he walks through the bustling city, the conversation continues, his sister playfully chiding him, accusing him of being unemployed, to which he indignantly defends his recent purchases, questioning if spending his own money truly makes him jobless. He quickly agrees to meet, promising to arrive early, a small chuckle escaping him as he finalizes the plans. A wave of relief washes over him, realizing he's dodged another bullet, having feared being reprimanded for wasting time on the examination. He muses internally that his niece still holds him in high regard, a comforting thought as he continues his journey. The sun shines brightly over a peaceful park, its empty benches awaiting visitors. Suddenly, a young girl with wide, expectant eyes looks up, her gaze fixed on something just out of view. Seo, looking up at him with wide, curious eyes, listens as he begins to speak of an event that rewrites history. The concept of history itself seems to rumble in her young mind, leaving her to ponder its meaning. He watches her reaction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, leaning in conspiratorially, he promises to tell her something that happened to him just today. Her eyes widen again at the mention of rewritten, her curiosity piqued. Unable to resist her adorable expression, he playfully pinches her cheeks, apologizing for not being able to stop himself. He declares her utterly cute, as her cheeks are gently squeezed. A small, annoyed sound escapes her, her patience wearing thin with his teasing. He then notes the time, realizing their meeting is almost over, while she still tries to pull away from his grasp. Saya, still sitting on the park bench, laments that her charming tactics never work, as her uncle always pinches her cheeks before letting go. Uil Shin lets out a surprised sound, a system message appearing before him, indicating that appraisal skills are ineffective on targets with status bugs. Despite the warning, the appraisal process continues, evaluating its target, until a success notification confirms the skill has completed. Immediately, a system window materializes, displaying Sea's profile, identifying her as Chai Sung-yun, Uil Shin's niece, and clarifying her true name is Sea, not Sung-yun, noting her 5 years of existence and a special desire for chocolate ice cream cones. Armed with this new information, Sea, with a hopeful gaze, asks if they can get ice cream, to which her uncle readily agrees, finding it a sweet idea. Moments later, Sea savors her ice cream, her eyes wide with delight. As they enter the store, a cheerful voice greets them, thanking them for their patronage. Behind the counter, a smiling cashier welcomes them warmly, her hands raised in a friendly gesture. Still holding her cone, Sea eagerly requests another, prompting a hesitant, yet agreeable, response from Uil Shin. Uil Shin, still at the ice cream counter with his niece, suddenly remembers the practicalities of the situation, realizing he needs to pay. However, a quick glance at the coins in his hand confirms his fear. He doesn't have enough money for the extra scoop Sea requested. The woman behind the counter, a cheerful employee with light brown hair, maintains a pleasant smile as he fumbles. She politely asks him to wait a moment, leaving him looking slightly flustered. As he waits, his gaze falls upon the ice cream container, only to discover that it's almost entirely empty. There's barely any left. He looks back at the perpetually smiling employee, a silent plea in his eyes. Determined, he extends his index finger, declaring that he's employing his index finger of the god skill. The employee continues to smile, seemingly unfazed. Realizing his unique method isn't quite working on the mundane world, he resigns himself to standing up and handling the situation personally. Sea happily devours her ice cream, a small kaya of delight escaping her lips, while Uil Shin, feeling a pang of guilt over the nearly empty container, offers a quiet apology. Her small mouth still smeared with the sweet treat, she continues to enjoy every last bit. Later, sitting on a park bench, Sea innocently asks if her uncle can have a bite, only for him to firmly refuse. Instead, he tells her to just eat all of it herself, to which she happily agrees. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the city, a sudden, unsettling, what breaks the tranquility. The city lights begin to twinkle, painting a picture of a truly peaceful life. But Uil Shin's expression shifts to one of surprise as multiple warning messages flash across his phone screen, prompting a confused "huh" from him. He stares intently at the device, questioning the nature of this sudden alert, as the light of the world seemed to shift around him. Uil Shin stared at his phone, a new system message flashing across the screen. Title: Cruel Slaughterer F has been activated. The text continued, explaining that this title activation greatly increases the burden of the nameless god. A guttural sound escaped him, a sudden, sharp pain lancing through his being. He stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, the implications of the message sinking in. The system continued its ominous pronouncements, speaking of an mighty power. He looked up, startled, as the message declared him being the walking proof of mighty evil. Turning his head, a new resolve hardened his features as the system promised. You will devour the trials you face and grow into a true evil god. Beneath his feet, the ground began to crack and crumble, a physical manifestation of the ominous warning. As the system's warnings intensify, a hand reaches out in alarm, and Sung Mina looks up, her expression one of utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Uil Shin also registers a new, urgent warning, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The very air crackles with dark energy as a monstrous entity begins to coalesce, its glowing red eyes piercing through the void, accompanied by a chilling, guttural sound. Its grotesque form fully manifests, a nightmarish creature of shadow and raw power, its presence shattering the ground beneath it. Both Uil Shin and Sung Mina sit side by side on a park bench, watching in stunned silence as the warning message now floats ominously in the sky, a tangible sign of the impending catastrophe. A single, expletive thought escapes him, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Sung Mina, already on her feet and running, glances back at him, her voice filled with urgency, imploring him to escape before it's too late. The monstrous entity's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A deafening roar erupts from its throat, signaling its full, terrifying presence. Uil Shin's face is illuminated by a sudden, intense light, his expression one of pure shock. His eye, wide with alarm, reflects a menacing red glow. The source of his terror is revealed, a colossal, multi-eyed beast with jagged horns and a fearsome maw, its form radiating raw, destructive power. As the monstrous entity fully manifests, a system window appears, identifying it as a thorned rhino monster, stating it has been in use for 400 years and is connected to a nameless god that grants divinity. Now outside, Uil Shin sprints away from the building, glancing back over his shoulder. The system window persists, its text echoing in his mind, the phrase nameless god resonating with a chilling familiarity. Leaning over a railing, he realizes the truth, muttering that this creature is his nameless god maker, and that its appearance is no mere coincidence, but a direct consequence of his actions. Song Mina, her face etched with panic, catches up to him, grabbing his arm and urgently shouting for him to run. He continues to flee, the towering, red-eyed silhouette of the monster now visible in the distance, a terrifying beacon of the message he was writing. A system notification confirms the ordeal has been overcome, announcing that the rank of the Cruel Slaughterer title has been raised by 1 level. As a reward, he can now purchase the power of a lesser god in the god shop, without consuming coins, though this power is limited exclusively to evil gods. Uil Shin stares at his phone, the message repeating itself, a new ability now within his grasp. A scoff escapes him, realizing this entire chaotic situation is somehow tied to his device. He holds the smartphone up, a wave of irritation washing over him as he curses the freaking annoying phone for all the trouble it's caused. Still clutching the device, he glances up, his expression a mix of frustration and bewilderment. His phone screen suddenly flashes a new message, displaying the cryptic words, Saintis #, $GOD. As he processes the strange text, he spots a familiar figure in the distance, prompting him to wonder, could this approaching woman be the Saintis? A new chapter begins, revealing a grotesque, organic mass of tendrils and dark matter, pulsating with an eerie, otherworldly energy. Before this unsettling sight, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes stands over a kneeling man, who cries out, Nameless God. The kneeling man is struck with immense force, a pained cry escaping his lips. He collapses further, begging, Please, I beg you. The nameless god's hand hovers, a silent threat. As the victim continues to plead, Please show me mercy. His cries turn to screams of agony. KRGHH. Please, please kill me. A young woman, with animal-like ears and light hair, looks on with apprehension. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot descends, as a voice declares the presence of the Saintess of the Black Tribe. A towering, demonic creature with glowing red eyes looms over her, its voice echoing with a challenge. Did you think you would be able to escape from my infernal army? The monstrous foot presses down, and the creature lets out a guttural roar, causing the young woman to recoil in terror, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, a system message flashes across a phone screen, asking, Nameless God, would you like to help the Saintess who is desperately asking for your help? Meanwhile, the monstrous entity continues to dominate the scene, its imposing form filling the space. Uil Shin stares at his phone, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A small, fluffy white creature, with large blue eyes and delicate antennae, floats near a massive, dark figure, pondering if it once resembled this imposing presence. The towering infernal monster, brandishing its jagged weapon, stands menacingly. Its glowing red eyes narrow, a guttural sound escaping its maw. The small creature, seemingly unfazed, identifies the behemoth as the Lord of the Black Tribe, recalling information it had heard from an elder. The monster pauses, a question mark hanging in the air above its head, clearly bewildered by the creature's words. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden energy erupts, striking the infernal monster with immense force, sending crackling lightning across its form. Meanwhile, a small, ant-like figure on a smartphone screen prompts its user, asking if the answer to their dilemma isn't obvious. Uil Shin, now surrounded by shimmering golden coins, stares at his phone, a look of utter confusion on his face as a soft chime rings out. The screen displays a new message, revealing that the Saintess wishes to know the true name of the nameless god. A small, fluffy white creature, adorned with a pink bow, gazes forward with wide, innocent blue eyes. Meanwhile, Uil Shin, still processing the sudden influx of information, murmurs to himself, wondering if the Saintess is referring to his true name. He then speaks his own name aloud, a realization dawning on him. The small creature, revealed to be the Saintess, confirms this, a system message appearing to declare her service to Uil Shin, prompting a surprise query from her. As if in response, another system message flashes across his phone, announcing he has gained the Good God title, Benevolent Savior. He questions the new title, his screen simultaneously displaying that he now possesses both the Evil God and Good God titles. The system continues, converting the abundant faith directed at him into a staggering 100,000 gold, deposited directly into his account as a reward for his new title, leaving him utterly stunned. A wide smile spreads across his face as he acknowledges the immense sum, trying to downplay his excitement. But the pretense quickly drops as a shower of gold coins begins to materialize around him, and he shouts in pure elation. Still processing the system's latest revelations, Uil Shin examines a new item window, a satisfied murmur escaping him. Suddenly, a new message flashes across his vision, announcing the item's immediate arrival, catching him off guard. As if on cue, a glowing, golden orb materializes, instantly applying itself to him. A detailed description of the lowest-ranked god item appears, revealing it to be the body fluids of the truth seeker of eternity, promising to unleash true potential with repeated consumption. Processing the bizarre information, he can only manage a disbelieving thought. His expression twists in disgust, uttering a choked, "What is this?" As he stares at the empty space where the orb had been, a confused question forms on his lips. His confusion quickly morphs into intense frustration, his fists clenching as a guttural sound of annoyance escapes him. To his utter dismay, the system window reappears, once again displaying the repulsive description of the lowest-ranked god item, mocking his outrage. Sin, still grappling with the system's absurd item description, decides to give it a chance, hoping for some clarity. Suddenly, with a soft chime, several small, glowing bottles materialize around him, shimmering in the air. His expression shifts to one of utter frustration, a sharp exclamation escaping his lips. He looks down at his hands, bewildered. As he glances upward, a colossal, shadowy presence looms in the distance, and a system notification confirms his assimilation rate of Godmaker has increased from 0 to 5%, reinforcing his unique authority. A sudden, sharp sound rings out, and his face contorts in distress, tears welling in his eyes. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he lets out a groan, trying to make sense of the bewildering events. As his vision clears, he finds himself back in his own room, phone in hand, utterly disoriented and questioning how he returned home. Waking in his room, a low groan escapes him as he feels a familiar, unsettling sensation, his bare feet now crawling with a swarm of tiny, red ants. He stares at his phone, a grim realization dawning on him, the infestation beginning again as the creatures swarm across his screen. A wave of discomfort washes over him, the sheer number of ants growing by the second. Soon, the entire floor of his room is a writhing carpet of red, an overwhelming tide of insects. He recoils sharply, a cry of alarm escaping his lips. As the ants continue to swarm, a system message flashes before his eyes, declaring that due to his increased assimilation rate, the Godmaker's battlefield has been upgraded, leaving him to question the sudden swarm. He scrambles off the bed, running across the ant-covered floor, desperate to escape the crawling menace. Reaching the door, he yanks at the handle, cursing as it refuses to budge, trapping him within the escalating nightmare. The room blurs around him, the chaos of the ant swarm intensifying. The monstrous form of a giant ant, its red carapace gleaming, emerges from the shadows. Sin screams, his feet burning with pain as unseen ants swarm him, leaving a bloody trail across the floor. He glances desperately towards the window, a silent plea for escape. Still, he runs, the crimson stains marking his frantic path through the room. A grim determination settles on his face as he considers the impossible, even if it means falling from this height. A wave of fear washes over him, the thought echoing in his mind. I'm not going to die, am I? With a final, desperate leap, he plunges out the window, falling into the unknown. He plunges through the air, a sudden, disorienting drop. The ground rushes up to meet him, his body a blur against the building as he descends. A chilling realization dawns on him, his eyes wide with terror as he questions the reality of his situation. But his fall is not into empty space, but into a realm of ominous whispers and glowing particles, where a deep, guttural growl echoes through the air. From the swirling darkness, a demonic visage emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The monstrous form shifts, revealing a figure whose glowing red eyes command the encroaching darkness. With a hand raised, crackling with dark energy, the nameless god issues a chilling command. Everyone, attack. Responding to the call, a massive infernal monster, armored and grotesque, charges forward with devastating force. Another joins the assault, its guttural cry adding to the terrifying chorus of the advancing horde. As the infernal army surged forward, a desperate warning echoed across the besieged city. Big Town is about to be overrun by monsters. Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice bellowed, ordering the artillery unit to the front. From the monstrous ranks, an infernal creature, its form wreathed in dark armor, began to charge a glowing orange projectile in its hand. With a guttural roar, it unleashed the fiery attack, a voice screaming, "Launch!" Soon, a barrage of similar glowing projectiles rained down from the sky, a deadly shower of destruction. One such blast struck a soldier, who cried out in agony as the impact sent him reeling. Arg! Just as despair threatened to consume the defenders, a lone figure landed with a soft thud, his foot touching down amidst the chaos. The vast infernal army stretched out before him, a sea of monstrous forms, their glowing red eyes fixed on the city. From the depths of the horde, the nameless god's voice boomed, a chilling declaration. Humans will be wiped out for the great infernal war. A monstrous infernal army surges forward, their red forms a terrifying wave across the battlefield. One of the demonic creatures snarls, "Everyone, charge, eat the human's flesh, get his head and offer it to His Majesty the Emperor." But as the chaos erupts, he finds himself gasping, "Ugh, I can't breathe." The sudden, overwhelming pressure forces him to his knees, his body collapsing onto the blood-soaked ground. Sweat beads on his brow as he grimaces, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Still struggling, he manages to force out, "I can't breathe." He remains sprawled on the ground, his body racked with an unseen torment. Yet, even in this state, his mind drifts to a mundane thought, viewing the charging demons as nothing more than pests, like insects to be repelled. A towering infernal commander lets out a guttural roar, its voice echoing across the desolate battlefield as it leads a charging army of demonic soldiers. Its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, the horned general stands firm amidst the chaos. Addressing an unseen superior, it declares its army's readiness to its imperial majesty. Then, with a surge of raw power, a fiery aura begins to erupt from its armored form, its eyes glowing with renewed intensity. The ground cracks and shatters as the commander unleashes a devastating burst of orange-yellow flame, engulfing its surroundings in a blinding inferno. Its fierce expression unwavering, the infernal commander holds the immense power, a living embodiment of destruction. As the flames rage, it utters a single word, "This." The blinding, all-consuming light of its power continues to expand, filling the entire space with its raw, untamed energy. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the display, Ul Sin can only think, is the power of God. The infernal flames continue to rage, consuming everything in their path. Engulfed in the searing heat, Ul Sin could only curse his predicament, the overwhelming power pinning him down. His body refused to obey, leaving him utterly helpless against the relentless assault. A ragged cough escaped him as the thought of his impending demise began to take hold. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a system message materialized before his eyes, announcing a gift from a high-rank evil god. The message warned that accepting this nightmare could increase his evil tendencies, then presented a stark choice: accept the gift or refuse. With no other options in sight, his gaze fixed on the glowing yes prompt. A decisive thump echoed as he made his choice, pressing the button to accept the ominous power. Immediately, his eyes flared with a malevolent red glow, and a dark, swirling aura erupted around him, signaling a profound and unsettling transformation. As the dark gift took hold, a malevolent red energy erupted from Ul Sin's form, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson glow that pulsed with raw power. A sudden, violent lightning storm erupts over the city, bolts of pure energy tearing through the sky and striking the distant mountains. Blue, crackling energy pulses through the urban landscape, a terrifying display of raw power. On the ground, dust and debris are kicked up by an unseen force, as a voice echoes with a surprised, almost disbelieving sound. Amidst the chaos, a young woman in a school uniform clutches a helmet to her chest, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. A powerful, obscured figure, wreathed in glowing blue energy, appears before her, as she hears a voice speak of the power with a contracted being. As the entity's glowing hand reaches out, Han Sujin's thoughts race, a desperate plea forming in her mind. If only I could awaken that man. Tears stream down her face, her resolve hardening as she whispers, "Then revenge won't only be a dream." A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the air, causing Han Sujin to look up with wide, startled eyes. Above the city, a distant figure stands amidst a shimmering distortion, the source of the unsettling phenomenon. While inside, a violent cough escapes someone as fiery energy erupts just beyond a window. Ul Shin struggles, doubled over in a fit of coughing, surrounded by the same volatile flames, cursing the situation as nothing seems to be working. A system message flashes before him, declaring that a portion of the silent crawling nightmare power has permeated his unique authority, but he dismisses it with a frustrated snarl, finding no help in the cryptic words. His hand clenches into a tight fist, his knuckles white as he struggles to crush something unseen, another cough racking his body. The effort causes his clenched fingers to glow with an internal, pulsing energy, as if he's trying to crush the very essence of a god. A low groan escapes Ul Shin as he collapses to the ground, a strange force coursing through him. Fiery energy erupts around him, engulfing his prone form in a brilliant, dangerous glow. His face contorted in agony, he wonders if this is how his life will end. But a flicker of defiance ignites within him, and his hand clenches, attempting to seize control of the overwhelming power. With a surge of will, he pushes himself upright, still wreathed in the intense, flickering flames. A sudden system message flashes before his eyes, informing him that his unique authority has been permeated, and a target is now being appraised. Amidst the swirling fire, a young woman in a school uniform suddenly appears, reaching out to him with a cry. His eyes widen in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unexpected arrival. Another system message appears, identifying her as a female human, 19 years of age, with a special note indicating a tingling sensation. A system message flashes, confirming the presence of the tingling girl, now seen in a school uniform and helmet. The system itself seems to question the anomaly, displaying the words, "tingling, girl." Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he finds himself holding the same girl, now appearing as a small child, while a woman sits beside them, confirming with a gentle smile, "Of course." The child, now awake and crying, declares her affection for the woman. My mom is the best, as the woman comforts her, asking, "Oh, you woke up, honey?" He watches as the woman playfully insists, "Don't be silly, you have to eat with me," adding, "I couldn't just leave her alone. I'm her mother, after all." But the domestic calm shatters as the fiery energy from before erupts within him once more, forcing a pained ACK and GIH from his lips. As he struggles, the woman cries out in alarm, "Patient, are you all right?" and frantically instructs, "Oh my God, he's having a seizure. Call 911. Amidst the chaos and his own internal torment, he can only manage a bewildered, "Huh." A small hand reaches out, gently touching the bandages wrapped around Yu Shin's arm as he lies recovering in a hospital bed. Peeking from behind the doorframe, a young girl watches him with innocent curiosity. A moment later, a voice from the hallway questions, "Huh?" As Shin sits up, the girl, now beside his bed, points to a flower basket, explaining that no one was there when she found it, prompting a confused, guttural sound from him. His bandaged face contorts in surprise, a stuttered sound escaping his lips. The ribbon on the basket reads, "Wishing you a speedy recovery," with an additional, almost sarcastic, "Send it," written below. Outside, the hospital building stands tall, a silent testament to his current predicament. Back in his room, he stares at his hand, a single word forming in his mind, "For sure." He tries to piece together his memories, recalling the moment he was fighting the thorned rhino, the last clear event before his current state. A young woman stands silhouetted against a vibrant sunset, a monstrous, shadowy figure looming in her memory, its form a chilling reminder of past horrors. Even with the intervention of divine powers, she recalls being sent to the hospital, the horror of that moment replaying whenever her eyes close. For 3 days, Han Soo-jin has watched the hospital building, convinced that her own abilities are insufficient to help the man inside. A wave of self-consciousness washes over her, realizing her actions might appear like those of a stalker. Deciding to retreat, she turns to head home before her sister discovers her absence. Her expression remains troubled, a silent testament to the burden she carries. Meanwhile, within the hospital, Shin lies heavily bandaged in his bed, a sudden, sharp sound echoing nearby. Outside, Han Soo-jin reacts with a frustrated growl, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Back in his room, Shin's eye snaps open, a clear sign of his sudden alarm. As if pulled into a memory or a vision, a gnarled tree stands stark against a full moon, its branches reaching like skeletal fingers over a gathering of small, indistinct figures. A desperate voice echoes, pleading with the assembly not to proceed. Closer now, a young woman in flowing white robes faces a silent crowd of dark-clad figures, her voice cracking as she begs them to reconsider their decision. She clutches a glowing, crimson orb, her gaze fixed downward as she declares her unwavering loyalty, proclaiming her belief in Cantus as her true path. Among the dark-robed figures, an elder with a long white beard responds, acknowledging the person in question as one of their own, yet implying a difficult choice must be made. Tears stream down her face, her eyes wide with anguish, as she argues that abandoning him would make them no different from those who had forsaken him before. She cannot forget the profound kindness shown by that individual, the one who saved their entire tribe from the infernal army. The scene pulls back to the gnarled tree, the figures now small once more. But the young woman's resolve hardens, her voice filled with fierce determination as she reiterates her plea. If they can offer their strength, then it is their duty to help him, and this time, she will personally ensure Shin receives the aid he needs. A sudden, guttural roar echoes, as if from a distant memory, as he thinks, "You fucking ants." Waking up, heavily bandaged and disoriented, Shin stares at his phone, a thought forming in his mind. "I should try to press something, I guess." Meanwhile, Han Soo-jin looks on, a surprised expression on her face, uttering a soft, questioning sound. Back in what appears to be a medical facility, the bandaged Shin rests within a transparent chamber, the words, "What's up with," appearing on a nearby screen. His hand, still wrapped, hovers over the phone, which emits a soft chime, drawing his attention. The screen illuminates, displaying a message. Saintess and her 101 followers are praying to Shin. Another system prompt appears, asking, "The believers are trying to make a tribute to you. Do you accept it? Yes/no. A tribute." Shin's eyes widen in disbelief, a cat-like sound escaping him as he processes the implications. Isn't a tribute like offering a sacrifice to a god? So, I am now some kind of godlike person. Beside him, another bandaged figure looks on as Shin, still reeling, wonders aloud. "I wonder what they'd give me," before decisively accepting, "Yes." A small, fluffy creature, resembling a spirit, cradles a segmented red fruit. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, announcing that the tribute transfer was successful, as a small, glowing red orb materializes beside Shin, who stares at his phone. His bandaged hand instinctively reaches out, a gasp escaping him as he realizes it has truly arrived. In his grasp, the glowing red fruit appears, accompanied by a system window identifying it as the fruit of the world tree, one of the 7 fruits from Yggdrasil. He brings it closer, perplexed that it doesn't emit any scent or possess any weight. His phone confirms the arrival, displaying a notification that the tribute has indeed been received. A closer look at the system window reveals a note. may be good for stamina, hinting at its potential benefits. He lets out a soft sigh, sitting up to gaze at the city skyline through the window. Holding the mysterious fruit, he ponders the implications of this new power. He screams, his body racked with an agonizing surge of power, blue lightning crackling around him as if tearing him apart. A sharp gasp escapes someone nearby, while he continues to groan, purple energy now pulsing from his bandaged form. His torment persists, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Ui Shin lets out a small sound, his gaze fixed upwards. A sharp exclamation escapes him, his bandaged arm visible. Han Sujin watches him, her eyes wide with surprise. His face contorts in disgust, a cry of, "So salty," tearing from his throat. He gags, struggling with the overwhelming flavor. What is this taste? It's so bitter. Still reeling from the experience, he looks down at the glowing fruit in his hand, a fruit rumored to be one of the 7 remaining from the world tree, Yggdrasil, and noted for its stamina-boosting properties. The bandages that had tightly bound his hand now lay loose, unraveling as if they were never needed. He stared at his unblemished skin, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he wondered, Are my wounds all healed? Pushing himself away from the wheelchair, he took a tentative step, his voice filled with astonishment as he realized, My wounds are. From the balcony, overlooking the city, he reflected on the impossible speed of his recovery, noting that it hadn't even taken a few hours for his body to fully mend, leaving him with a sensation of having grown stronger. Still processing the changes, he looked down at his phone, a new message appearing on the screen, making him wonder, just what is he? He stretched, feeling the newfound vitality coursing through his muscles, a quiet hum of energy resonating within him as he murmured, A system notification materialized, revealing that an additional function, Grace of God, had been applied to Godmaker, a concept that made him question, Grace of God. He considered the implications, the system suggesting he could bestow his grace as a reward for the tributes offered by believers. A new thought sparked in his mind, making him wonder, then what would ants like? Ui Shin stares at his phone, a sudden realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, far away, a robed figure stands before a massive, glowing tree, lamenting that despite their tribe's tribute, their god has given no response, wondering if something is fundamentally wrong. Outside, a multitude of small figures look up at the sky as snow begins to fall. Suddenly, the robed figures gasp, feeling an unexpected sensation, a taste of healing washing over them. One of them glows brightly, a surge of energy passing through him. The group erupts in cries of joy and disbelief, as some regain their sight, wounds heal, and a severed arm regenerates. An elderly, bearded figure among them sheds tears, questioning if this is truly a miracle. Another figure, eyes closed in reverence, proclaims that God has granted a miracle, praising their wonderful and gracious God, Ui Shin. Back in his room, he smiles faintly, looking at his phone which displays a system message detailing 311 sincere believers, 311 tributes, and 1101 possessed faith. He lets out a soft heh. As the system processed his recent gains, Ui Shin watched the numbers on his phone, 12 million gold, and a conversion rate of 1 faith point to 300 gold. Meanwhile, in a different realm, a group of small, rat-like creatures scurried about, their presence prompting an observer to wonder if they weren't, in fact, rather endearing. Back in the bustling city, a voice cut through the din, demanding to know why the Horn of Gorgon was fetching such a paltry sum at midnight perk. A merchant, eager to draw in customers, loudly proclaimed his stall was always buying at the highest prices, even accepting permits for trade, as Ui Shin observed the vibrant, if aggressive, market. Nearby, a bald man dropped something into the hand of a dark-skinned man, the transaction seemingly complete. The dark-skinned man reacted with a surprised "oh" before the bald man leaned in, initiating a hushed conversation. Suddenly, the market erupted into a violent brawl, with fighters clashing and debris flying as Ui Shin found himself caught in the midst of the chaos, realizing the inherent danger of the place. A crowd gathered, some murmuring about the possibility of an ordinary life, a stark contrast to the violence unfolding. Turning his back on the commotion, Ui Shin sought a quieter place, away from the relentless clamor and danger. As he continued his search for a quieter place, a distant caw of a bird echoed through the air. Ui Shin walked along a narrow, sun-drenched street, the sounds of the bustling market fading behind him. His gaze soon fell upon a peculiar building, its sign proclaiming it to be the Magic Trading House, a potential haven from the previous commotion. He considered the implications, wondering if this could truly be the right place for him. Stepping inside, he called out, hoping to find someone amidst the quiet interior. A woman with purple hair and glasses emerged, her smile warm as she greeted him, welcoming him to the Magic Trading House. He explained his purpose, mentioning his interest in selling some items. The merchant, recognizing his potential, inquired if he was a hunter, to which he confirmed, adding that he had recently awakened and received a hunter license. She then presented him with a form, politely asking him to fill out the document. He took the document, a silent question hanging in the air as he began to examine its contents, the next step in his new life unfolding before him. A purple-haired merchant gestures towards a seat, inviting Ui Shin to take his time with the document she's just handed him. which he accepts with a quiet thank you. He then stares at the form, pondering the source of its title and wondering how to truthfully fill out a section about acquiring his powers, given his unusual circumstances. A wave of frustration washes over him, realizing this wasn't going to be a simple transaction for house repairs. The ornate door of the establishment swings open, revealing a sign that proudly declares, "Welcome. This is the Hyija Trading House." Inside, the purple-haired merchant greets a man in a suit, exclaiming, "Weeda hi. It's been a while." This man, a male human who has been active for 35 years, is noted to have twin brothers. Back at the desk, the merchant offers advice to Uil Shin, suggesting his C-rank hunter license might be helpful for the document. Another man, visually identical to the first but noted to have been active for 31 years, expresses his gratitude while holding a briefcase. Uil Shin's eyes glow faintly as he reads a profound statement about the authority of a blind god, realizing he can no longer make eye contact with the text. A system message flashes, confirming his success in the appraisal, causing a surprised exclamation to escape him. Meanwhile, the younger Dahai brother holds up a piece of armor, wondering aloud if it's a relic. Back with Uil Shin, another system message appears, detailing a matchless piece of scrap armor that has been in use for 20 years, boasting strong reinforcement and a debuff skill, making him pause in his writing. He stares at the item, the system declaring it a total mana 0, an amazing catch, a truly unique piece, and he can't help but question its authenticity. He mutters to himself, realizing the implications, that it's a fake, and wonders how many people have been fooled by it. The purple-haired merchant meticulously examines the item with a magnifying glass, her brow furrowed in concentration. The older Dahai brother, with a sinister grin, declares that he'll have the manager bring it out immediately. He points emphatically at the item, his voice rising in accusation. Uil Shin, holding the item, confirms the suspicion, warning them not to buy it because it's a fake. As Uil Shin observes, Han Sujin screams in frustration, her voice sharp with indignation. Meanwhile, the Dahai brothers stand before the purple-haired merchant, who looks on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The older brother, his face contorted in anger, grabs the merchant by her collar, demanding to know what she was thinking. His words hang in the air, as a hand makes a precise gesture, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The Dahai brothers turn their fury towards Uil Shin, whose eyes glow with an intense blue light, as the older brother challenges him to prove his claims. He stands firm, his gaze fixed on something unseen, ready to demonstrate the truth. A single tear escapes his eye, as he points upwards, his expression a mix of distress and resolve. A brilliant, ornate finger, glowing with divine energy, manifests in the air, revealing itself as the index finger of the god. Uil Shin then clarifies to Han Sujin, who sits on the floor, that he is not intending to purchase the item, but merely to appraise it. A shadowy, hooded figure with glowing red eyes lunges forward, its dark aura radiating menace, as the older Dahai brother recoils in terror, a guttural cry escaping him. His face contorts in pure fear, sweat beading on his brow as he desperately shouts for the attack to stop. The younger brother rushes to his side, holding him protectively while Uil Shin observes the scene with an unreadable expression, the merchant looking on in stunned silence. With the demonstration concluded, Uil Shin offers a calm apology to the still-shaken older brother, who remains slumped on the ground, before suggesting they can now depart. The older brother, still visibly distressed, manages a weak affirmation, and his younger sibling urges him to leave quickly. As the two brothers retreat, Uil Shin watches them go, a curious thought crossing his mind about being mistaken for a high-ranking hunter. Han Sujin then approaches him, her expression filled with gratitude, thanking him for his help before asking, with a hint of surprise, if he is a hermit, a question that clearly catches him off guard. In this world, hermits, also known as recluses, are eccentrics who choose not to work as hunters, instead living lives outside the ordinary. Uil Shin finds himself in a slight predicament, trying to formulate an explanation for Han Sujin, who reminds him of his earlier statement about having an item to dispose of. He quickly affirms her, as Han Sujin, with her back to the viewer, begins to examine the item. With a magnifying glass held close to her eye, she meticulously inspects the object, a soft sound of contemplation escaping her lips. Noticing her intense focus, Uil Shin inquires if anything is amiss. Han Sujin's appraisal reveals the item to be an SSS rank artifact, a ring radiating at least 12 units of mana, its power far exceeding expectations. Uil Shin senses a familiar mana signature, one he associates with Song Mina, and offers a quiet apology, perhaps for his earlier underestimation of the item. Han Sujin confirms the successful appraisal, prompting Uil Shin to wonder if another appraisal is needed. A system window details the Ring of the Druid, imbued with the essence of the forest, and notes its affinity for Song Mina, which Uil Shin corrects to Song Miri. Now clad in a sleek helmet, Han Sujin looks down, her expression unreadable as she prepares for whatever comes next. A look of profound shock washes over Uil Shin's face, blue lightning crackling around his hands and neck as he processes a sudden, startling revelation. He can only utter a single, incredulous question. The Thunder Empress? The bustling streets were alive with the energy of the item trade. As a figure in a cap and mask pondered aloud, getting ready to full health from a potion isn't like that. Is it the effect of a healing potion? She continued to muse. I'm pretty sure I've never seen a healing potion like this before. Could it be he has some kind of special ability? A sudden realization struck her. If he's skilled enough to know my identity and real abilities so quickly. With a determined glint in her eyes, she declared, I shall make a stage. However, her next thought was far less serious. Oh my, don't tell me he's going to sell a duck. Suddenly, a man with dark hair looked up, calling out, huh? Thunder. No. Song Miran. Song Miran then addressed the masked figure directly. You came at the right time. I have something to give you. High above the sprawling city, a building crackles with an intense, blue electrical discharge. Its towering silhouette standing stark against the urban landscape. Inside, a man in glasses intently studies a laptop, while behind him, Han Sujin listens as he remarks on a high-level A rank. Suddenly, a gasp escapes her lips, as she realizes a ring she possesses has dramatically boosted her powers. Just then, Song Mina's voice cuts through the air, telling her she arrived at the right time and has something to give her, prompting Han Sujin to ponder, Thunder God Jason. Confused, she asks for a moment to process the sudden turn of events. Uil Sin extends his hand, offering a small, intricate ring to Han Sujin, assuring her that this gift will undoubtedly prove helpful. As she takes the item, a sudden surge of power washes over her, leaving her momentarily stunned by its intensity. Her eyes begin to glow with an ethereal green light, a clear manifestation of the immense power now coursing through her. The source of this transformation, a simple yet potent ring, rests upon her finger, radiating a subtle energy. Just as the power settles, Song Mina appears, her presence marked by a faint, shimmering aura, and she remarks on the ease with which such a valuable item was given away. She observes the scene, her gaze fixed on the young woman, while a small crowd of onlookers, including Dahai's older and younger brothers, watches with a mix of awe and surprise, the older brother expressing his admiration for the impressive display. Song Mina, with a stern expression, then cautions against overconfidence, reminding everyone that despite the power, they are merely a rank. Her words leave Dahai's older brother looking taken aback, muttering his surprise at her blunt assessment. As the group stands on the overpass, a voice suggests, let's get along, and from now on, we should go on a date sometime, to which Han Sujin offers a polite, if somewhat distracted, yes. But the moment is broken as Song Mina calls out, hey Miri-ai. Her eyes glowing with a fierce purple light, she delivers a chilling warning. If you pointlessly act up for revenge, or whatnot, I'll beat you up till you're half dead. Keep that in mind. Han Sujin's own eyes glow with a similar purple hue as she internally responds, sorry, Yuni, I can't do that. If that person helps me overcome my limits. Song Mina watches her, a silent observer to the young woman's burgeoning resolve. As Han Sujin's conviction solidifies, revenge won't be just a dream anymore. Meanwhile, Uil Sin's eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as he murmurs. HM. A system message flashes, announcing the activation of a new power. Authority of the Eye of the Blind God has been activated. Great General, I command you by my royal decree. Punish the traitors that the savage. The command continues, detailing a massive mobilization. Lead the 6 million soldiers and march upon you. Punish the traitors that the savage. As the vision continues, a commanding voice booms, demanding worship and acceptance of his authority. The Emperor's right hand, commander of the 10 swords, General Kamakiri, questions who annihilated 100,000 of his kings and soldiers. The monstrous entity, General Kamakiri, looms with glowing red eyes, its presence dominating the ethereal space. As the command echoes, a vast army of armored figures with glowing red eyes stands ready, their heavy steps thudding in unison. The cloaked figure, its single red eye burning, issues a singular, powerful order. Then, the vivid vision abruptly fades, dissolving into a soft, ethereal gradient. Uil Sin jolts upright in his bed, gasping for air, his body springing up from the sudden shock. He pants heavily, his mind still reeling from the vivid imagery, questioning if it was all just a dream. A wave of relief washes over him as he sits on the edge of his bed, muttering thanks. His expression turns thoughtful, a dazed realization dawning on him. All the strange occurrences he's experienced until now have been nothing more than dreams. The nightmare continued to unfold, a vast, monstrous general commanding an army so immense that he had almost died facing just a fraction of them. Now, the sheer scale of the threat was amplified, with their numbers 50 times greater than before. Waking abruptly, Uil Sin found himself still reeling from the vision, wondering what he was supposed to do. As he sat up in bed, his phone buzzed, prompting him to question who could possibly be contacting him at such an early hour. Seeing the sender, he scoffed, dismissing the message from silently creeping nightmare as just another prank. But the messages continued, offering a gift for saving mankind, and then a chilling suggestion about offering humans who carry your blood. Realizing this was no joke, a surge of anger washed over him, his grip tightening on the phone. Without hesitation, he blocked the mysterious sender, who frantically tried to retract their last message. But it was too late. A system notification flashed across his screen, confirming that the authority of the Eye of the Blind God had been activated. A jolt of surprise runs through him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. As his vision is consumed by the monstrous maw of a savage beast, a terrifying glimpse into a world overrun by creatures of nightmare. A wave of blue energy pulses outward, and he gasps, recognizing the horrifying scenes from his recent dream. A stark digital countdown appears, revealing that only 4 days remain. His phone vibrates, its screen glowing with an eerie blue light, displaying a message from this silently creeping nightmare that mocks his unease, detailing how even goblins and orcs tremble in fear of the approaching disaster. With a newfound resolve, he determines to prepare thoroughly for what is to come. A large, circular hole gapes in the side of a building, a silent testament to some unseen force. Meanwhile, Uil Sin's eyes glow with a furious red light as he questions why his debuffing skill isn't working on others, recalling that it functioned perfectly before. A system message then flashes before him, declaring that he has succeeded in his own appraisal, confirming the skill's activation. His surprise quickly turns to horror as another message appears, labeling him as very frail and a loser, causing him to recoil in disbelief. The building outside remains scarred, a silent echo of the power he just unleashed. Barefoot in his room, he stands contemplating the bizarre turn of events, his phone displaying the skill's name, Flames of Gehenna, as he curses the damn skill. Frustration etched on his face, he realizes he was fooled, wondering who the bastard was that wrote such a deceptive description. His gaze falls upon a shadowy figure, a memory or a manifestation, as he laments that he should have thrown it away back then. Feeling utterly drained, Uil Sin stares at his phone, a single thought echoing in his mind. Now what? He wonders, as a new system message flashes across the screen, titled Almighty Manager Bastard, detailing a week-long delay on a manuscript and a request for advance work, all while acknowledging his personal situation with a condescending tone. A wave of intense pain and frustration washes over him, his eyes glowing crimson as a dark, oppressive aura flares around his body. He slumps forward, a quiet apology escaping his lips, acknowledging the many troubles that have plagued him recently, before he lets out a pained groan and seemingly collapses further. A moment later, he's seen with a drink in hand, perhaps seeking solace. He stands, still engrossed by his phone, the weight of his circumstances heavy upon him. Later, outside a building, he looks up, muttering about his buttocks shaking in a mix of fear and exasperation. Suddenly, another system notification appears, revealing that his assimilation rate of Godmaker has significantly increased, jumping from 5% to 10%. The system's voice echoes, declaring that the unique authority of Uil Sin has been reinforced, and with it, the title of Benevolent Savior has been applied to him. Meanwhile, a building stands with a gaping, circular hole blasted through its side, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed. Lying on the ground, his clothes torn and body aching, Uil Sin looks up, his face etched with exhaustion. Later, his hand hovers over a laptop keyboard, surrounded by small, glowing fragments, as he works diligently. His eyes are fixed on the screen, a hopeful question escaping his lips. Is it complete? As he emerges from a dark alleyway, glancing back at the shadows, a system message confirms his success. Manuscript complete. Walking down a sunny street, a small cake box in hand, he beams, declaring, "Great. I bought a cake too." Han Soo-jin approaches a building, a pink box clutched in her hands, a wave of uncertainty washing over her as she wonders if he will find it strange that she knows his address. Stealing her resolve, she reminds herself that first impressions are important, and she must ask for a favor. A determined expression crosses her face as she silently urges herself, "Don't be nervous, Sungmina." She knows she just has to go hands-on, pushing past her apprehension. Standing directly before the door, her heart pounds in her chest, the pink box still held tightly. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Uil Sin lies slumped over his desk, fast asleep, muttering about deadlines, beer, and managers in his exhaustion. Outside, Han Soo-jin's expression hardens once more, her resolve unwavering. With a final breath, she presses the doorbell, a clear chime echoing through the quiet building. The intercom speaker waits for a response. Han Soo-jin tries to steel her nerves, telling Sungmina not to be nervous and that they should face this head-on. With a determined stride, she walks away from the camera, her ponytail swaying. A small cough escapes her as she glances back, a finger raised as if making a point. Arriving at the apartment door, she presses the doorbell, its chime echoing in the quiet hallway. The doorbell screen remains blank, showing only a simple X button. Looking around the empty hallway, she wonders if he isn't home. Hesitantly, she reaches for the doorknob, a soft creak accompanying her movement. Stepping into the dimly lit, cluttered apartment, she calls out, Mr. Uil Sin. Through a broken window, a thought echoes, questioning existence and purpose. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Uil Sin is once again behind schedule, a familiar lament from an unseen observer. A voice cuts through his concentration, demanding to know, "Writer Nim, have you?" The sudden inquiry startles him, sending his coffee flying as the voice finishes, "Gone over the deadline again?" His face, etched with exhaustion, betrays his struggle. The caller on the other end lets out a frustrated sound, a clear sign of their displeasure. Ui Shin stares at the daunting stack of documents, muttering, "This much at once." His face contorts in a silent cry of despair, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of his task. A deep flush spreads across Ui Shin's face, his thoughts consumed by a single, exasperated question. Meanwhile, Song Mina walks purposefully down a bustling street alongside a male companion, their conversation focused on an upcoming meeting. Back with Ui Shin, he is found slumped against a wall, backpack still on, lost in a deep, exhausted sleep, leaving one to wonder how he ended up in such an awkward position. His slumber is abruptly broken as he finds himself bound to a chair in a dimly lit room, two figures looming over him, one of them a woman with a cruel smile. Confused and disoriented, he shouts out to the woman, mistaking the situation for some strange family prank, even asking for more food. A moment of dawning realization washes over him as he looks around, the reality of his predicament slowly sinking in. His eyes suddenly glow with an intense red light, and with a surge of unexpected power, he effortlessly shatters his restraints, leaving his captors stunned and questioning if they truly kidnapped a mere child. Now free, he stands amidst the wreckage of his bonds, looking around the unfamiliar, rustic room, still trying to process the bizarre turn of events and wondering if he truly was abducted. His eyes continue to glow, and a small, flickering flame manifests in his palm, a voice in his head expressing amazement at the carelessness of someone carrying such a raw core. He remains bound, a male human, his captors dismissing him as weak and insignificant, having been used for 20 years without his knowledge. The chains bite into his arms, holding him firmly to the chair. A male captor sneers, calling him the scumbag who refused to pay the royalty, before adding, "It seems you still don't know, huh? Glad to meet you, Ui Shin SSI." Ui Shin retorts, his voice laced with defiance, "I'm not glad at all, though. What do you want?" The captor explains their demand for compensation for the loss from the web novel, clarifying that this is simply business, and that he has already done bank transfers. Ui Shin questions the whereabouts of his phone, only for Annie to hold it up, asking, "Are you talking about this?" She confirms, "We brought it here." Suddenly, a system message flashes into existence. "Your appraisal has succeeded." Another message appears below it, detailing a countdown. Time left for Imperial Army, 5,000, to lead the General Kamakiri, to Ui Shin. Both Ui Shin and his captors stare in confusion at the sudden appearance of the timer, wondering, "HM? Why's the timer?" As the system continues its calculating process. The digital timer on the screen finally reaches 0. A woman's frantic screams pierce the silence, demanding to be unchained and for the phone to be thrown away. Before she can finish, one of the kidnappers lunges, a knife flashing as he slashes at the bound man. But a surge of crimson energy erupts from him, throwing the attacker back. His hand glows with an ominous red light, his eyes burning with the same fierce power. A hand, wreathed in the malevolent aura, reaches out. The red energy expands, coalescing into a swarm of grotesque, insect-like creatures that fill the room, leaving the attacker defeated on the floor. Their glowing eyes fixate on their surroundings. The fallen kidnapper can only stare in horror, questioning the nature of these monstrous insects. A vast, shadowy army of armored figures, their eyes glowing crimson, stands poised in a desolate, smoke-filled landscape, a chilling premonition of what is to come. Back in the present, the room is filled with the buzzing swarm of red, insect-like creatures, still overwhelming the kneeling auntie, while the second kidnapper stares in disbelief, exclaiming at their sheer numbers and realizing the protagonist possesses a skill to control insects. Determined, the kidnapper extends a hand, a fiery aura beginning to coalesce around it, wondering if these creatures are merely illusions. He acknowledges their strange appearance, but his resolve hardens. With a surge of power, the flame in his hand intensifies, convinced he can end this by burning them all. He lunges forward, engulfed in a fiery aura, but before his attack can connect, an unseen force slams into him, sending him reeling. The kidnapper lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by the relentless red swarm, while Ui Shin calmly observes from a nearby chair, the battle already decided. Rising from his seat, Ui Shin approaches the fallen man, a chilling question forming on his lips. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he looks down at the now burning figure, asking if they should add the cost of killing his little brother to the tally. Bound and helpless, Ui Shin curses his predicament. As he glances around the room, a flicker of curiosity mixing with his frustration. One of his captors, a burly man, stands menacingly over him, his presence a heavy weight in the confined space. But Ui Shin's gaze drops to his own hand, a strange energy beginning to coalesce within him. With a sharp intake of breath, a crimson orb erupts from his palm, drawing blood as it pulses with an ominous glow. The kidnapper recoils in stunned disbelief, his confident smirk replaced by a look of utter terror. From the glowing orb, a monstrous, red insectoid creature materializes, its sharp claws extended as it lunges at the terrified man. The creature, fully formed, looms with an intimidating presence, its chitinous body glowing with malevolent energy. Soon, a swarm of the crimson beasts descends upon the kidnapper, who screams desperately for help as he is utterly overwhelmed. Uil Shin's hand, now glowing with an ominous red energy, clenches as the summoned creatures begin to manifest. Meanwhile, one of the male kidnappers, attempting to flee, discovers the door is inexplicably sealed, his frantic efforts met with a resounding clang. Uil Shin, observing the unfolding chaos, recognizes the familiar sensation of a sealed space, a place eerily similar to where he himself was once trapped. With a silent command, a monstrous red insectoid creature, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, surges forward, leading the charge. The swarm descends upon the male kidnapper, a flurry of sharp claws and mandibles tearing into his flesh. He lets out a guttural scream, blood erupting from his wounds as the creatures overwhelm him. Auntie, witnessing the brutal efficiency of the summoned army, recoils in horror, realizing even their most powerful attacks couldn't stop this onslaught. Her face contorts in fear as the terrifying question echoes in her mind. Can she possibly escape this place alive? The sickening sound of tearing and crushing echoes through the confined space, a testament to the creature's destructive power. The red insectoid creatures continue their relentless assault, a claw tearing through flesh with a sickening crunch, splattering blood across the dark, metallic floor. The male kidnapper's face contorts in pure terror, his eyes wide with horror as fresh blood spatters across his features. Bound by heavy chains, he can only watch the carnage, a desperate thought forming in his mind. If he had known the creatures were this strong, he would have never dared. His terror turns to rage as he curses the circumstances, blaming the damn game for his impending doom. A swarm of glowing red insectoids descends upon him, their sharp claws and teeth a blur of motion, his body already defeated by their overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, Uil Shin, bound by glowing red chains, looks up with a resigned expression, a sound of bursting energy echoing as he accepts his fate, believing this is how he will die. One of the monstrous insectoids looms over him, its maw open to reveal razor-sharp teeth, promising to kill him soon and offer him to its imperial majesty. Despite the dire threat and his bound state, Uil Shin's expression remains remarkably calm, almost indifferent. He turns his back to the immediate threat, his gaze sweeping across the vast, dark cavern, taking in the countless glowing red insectoid creatures that fill the space. As a small miracle takes effect, a surge of blue lightning crackles around Uil Shin's hand, the energy intensifying and spreading rapidly. Then, with a violent burst, the blue power explodes outward, directly impacting him. He recoils in shock, his face contorted in surprise. A cry of pain escapes his lips as the force continues to buffet him. Before he can recover, an enraged figure with glowing red eyes appears, letting out a furious roar. The attacker unleashes a torrent of blue energy, accusing him of daring to assault the Emperor's army. The powerful blow slams Uil Shin violently into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. As a concerned ally kneels beside the fallen Uil Shin, asking if he is all right, the enraged attacker continues to demand the identity of the evil god's hidden subordinate. A shadowy, beast-like figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, descended from above, enveloped in a maelstrom of crackling blue energy. As the chaos erupted, a system window flickered into existence, displaying a portrait of a young woman named Song Miri, noting her as a female human in use for 19 years, with a special note, hella tingling. Before the relentless assault continued, slamming Uil Shin with a devastating bolt of blue lightning that contorted his body and ripped his clothes, as a concerned voice cried out, "Mr. Uil Shin." The attacker's hand, glowing with raw power, then unleashed another explosive burst of blue energy, accompanied by a fierce declaration, "Krambut, Thunder Empress." A shadowy, monstrous figure suddenly manifests, its form crackling with an ominous blue energy that surges upwards. With glowing blue eyes, it lunges forward, striking with such force that Uil Shin recoils, a cry of indignation escaping him. But before the monster can press its advantage, Uil Shin retaliates with a burst of his own blue energy, striking the creature and eliciting a pained shriek as it curses the Demon King's army. The counter is swift and absolute, cleanly severing the monster's arm as Uil Shin stands over it, remarking on its lack of hands. He continues to muse, still surprised by the creature's unusual anatomy. With a final surge of power, he completely subdues the shadowy subordinate, binding it with shimmering blue energy. Observing the now helpless monster, Uil Shin acknowledges the true nature of the evil god it serves. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes now glowing with an intense, otherworldly purple light. A monstrous entity, the self-proclaimed evil god, looms with a fiery aura, declaring its intent to destroy empires and seize the throne. As the monstrous figure descends, its voice booms, promising death to its opponent. Its glowing red eyes fixate on the target, declaring its intent to at least claim one of his subordinates. He lets out a sharp exclamation, a brilliant blue energy flaring around him in response to the attacker's threat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman struggles against shadowy figures, a blue energy shield barely holding them back as she exclaims about the overwhelming numbers. A voice cuts through the chaos, urgently commanding a great general to step aside. The monstrous evil god, undeterred, prepares its ultimate attack, a heavenly blade capable of consuming all. He pleads desperately, his voice echoing with a desperate plea. Your servant is begging you. His monstrous form contorts as he continues. Please hear your servant's plea. Try to me, you who is. Yet, a powerful figure, clad in gleaming white and gold armor, floats defiantly amidst a vibrant purple aura, her glowing red sword held high as she declares, Sleep on my sacred sword. The pleading abruptly ceases as the evil god's form shifts, his body now covered in countless glowing red eyes, his voice booming with a terrifying demand. Is the tribute ready? He vows to consume all humanity, declaring, I will swallow the souls of all the humans you all worship before my godhood. Very well. His gaze falls upon the armored warrior, and he warns her, Great General, you should already step back. The Great General can only respond with a bewildered. Before she can react, a colossal beam of purple and red energy erupts, tearing through the space between them, a devastating attack unleashed. The devastating energy attack, unleashed by the enraged entity, erupts with blinding force, a maelstrom of purple and blue light consuming everything in its path. As the blast tears through the air, the Great General braces herself, a silent exclamation escaping her lips as the sheer power of the impact washes over her. The force of the attack sends her reeling, her body contorting in agony as she's violently thrown backward, a guttural cry torn from her throat. She crashes heavily into the ground, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, leaving her vulnerable. Moments later, she finds herself bound by glowing chains, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and defiance as the evil god's voice echoes, questioning her loyalty to its subordinates. A system message flashes, identifying her as Kamakiri, the great general of the empire, who has served for nearly a century, and is now targeting Songmiri with the heavenly blade, all while being a subordinate of the evil god. The monstrous form of the evil god looms, its shadowy body writhing with multiple glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, radiating immense, malevolent power. Still bound, the great general looks up, her expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization as she questions the identity of her captor. The great general, Kamakiri, stands resolute, her red armor glowing with fierce energy as she prepares for battle, declaring her unwavering loyalty. Her eyes burning with crimson light, she charges forward, a warning cry echoing as she vows to make her enemies pay the ultimate price. But in a flash of blinding blue, a figure wreathed in lightning moves with impossible speed, a counterattack already forming. Before Kamakiri can even react, the lightning strikes, a concentrated bolt of pure force. A deafening impact reverberates, and the great general is overwhelmed, her armor cracking under the relentless assault of blue lightning as her own red energy dissipates. Watching the sudden turn of events, Uilsen's face contorts in a furious grimace, red energy flaring around him in a surge of frustration. Kamakiri is sent hurtling backward, engulfed in the powerful blue lightning of the Thunder Empress's strike. Her helmet cracks from the force, revealing a face frozen in utter shock and disbelief. The red glowing blade of the great general's weapon slices through the air with a sharp, metallic sound. But before it can connect, Uilsen's face contorts in a silent scream, bathed in a sudden, crimson light. A heavy chain snaps into view, and the great general lets out a desperate, "No." The Thunder Empress, wreathed in crackling red energy, delivers a devastating blow. The impact sends the great general reeling, her body arcing through the air with a pained cry, before crashing down with a resounding quang quang. Uilsen's expression twists in agony, the red energy of the attack still shimmering around him. He clenches his jaw, a guttural urghh escaping his lips. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, and he plunges into a swirling, dark abyss. Below, the great general lies motionless amidst a pool of her own blood, utterly defeated. His vision blurs, a spray of blood across his eye as he lands hard in an unknown, desolate space. A towering, monstrous figure looms over him, its voice echoing with a chilling pronouncement, declaring that the price for defeating an emperor is far higher than he could ever imagine, identifying itself as the evil god of the orc tribe. With glowing red eyes, the entity continues, promising that he will pay the ultimate price with his lowly life. Uilsen remains silent, his face shadowed, processing the dire threat. Suddenly, a colossal, tooth-filled maw appears, a strange, white, glowing object pulsing deep within its throat. The object flares with an intense red light, emitting a powerful, resonating aura. Now clad in a blue martial arts uniform, Uilsen stands ready, facing the monstrous, gaping maw as it lets out a piercing shriek. A system message appears, informing him that the partial authority of an unknown entity has been granted, along with a monster's gate through the gift of creeping nightmare. His face contorts in a furious expression, cursing the situation he finds himself in. A chilling thought crosses his mind, a desperate hope that this entire ordeal is nothing more than a terrible nightmare that has yet to fully manifest. Yet, the monstrous evil god of the orc tribe looms, its voice echoing with a grim certainty, declaring that this fate, however nightmarish, is one that will inevitably come to pass. The entity continues its chilling pronouncement, promising to dispatch him to join his subordinates. But a deeper power stirs, a system message appearing before Uil Sin, acknowledging him as a being capable of defying mortal fate. His thoughts are consumed by a fierce resolve. She is gone, and he will kill for her, for saving him 3 times. With a surge of conviction, he affirms his readiness. The evil god of the orc tribe reacts with a guttural sound, its monstrous form momentarily taken aback by the sheer force of his will. His eyes blaze with an intense, golden light, reflecting an unyielding resolve. Suddenly, a new system message appears, declaring that time itself has been reversed by divine authority, and his fate has been irrevocably altered. A surge of vibrant blue energy erupts, swirling with potent, ethereal power. Still reeling from the divine intervention, he unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, striking the monstrous evil god. An almost manic exhilaration washes over him as his eyes glow with intense blue energy, finding the sensation of this new power utterly fascinating. Elsewhere, the great general, wreathed in crimson energy, activates a powerful skill, a system message confirming the expenditure of 100,000 coins. Her eyes burn red with a desperate resolve, a chilling thought echoing in her mind. She might die. Simultaneously, ancient, heavy chains shatter into countless fragments, dissolving amidst a surge of brilliant blue light. The remnants of the broken shackles cascade downward, their destruction complete. A system notification confirms a profound shift. Sungmiri's fate is beginning to change. The great general grits her teeth, her red eyes blazing with renewed intensity. A powerful crimson aura erupts from her, ready to confront whatever comes next. Uil Sin reaches out, his hand enveloped in a vibrant blue energy, as if grasping at something just beyond sight. He strains, his body tensing against an unseen resistance, the blue aura intensifying around him. Suddenly, a malevolent crimson energy erupts, a shadowy form coalescing within its depths, threatening to overwhelm everything. Sungmiri, caught in the periphery of the blast, recoils in shock, her eyes wide with alarm. But Uil Sin is there, shielding her, his own eyes now blazing with an intense orange glow as she asks, "Are you all right, Empress?" He moves her swiftly, her legs momentarily losing purchase, away from the encroaching red aura. Observing him, Sungmiri's expression shifts from fear to a dawning realization, muttering, "As expected, this person." He glances back, and she quickly affirms, "Ah, why yes." Behind them, the monstrous evil god of the orc tribe fully manifests, its form radiating an ominous crimson glow. Uil Sin unleashes a furious, glowing red strike, condemning the monstrous entity before him. The evil god, its face contorted in a purple-pink glow, scoffs at his audacity, dismissing him as nothing more than a lowly bug. With a guttural roar, the monstrous entity prepares its own devastating counterattack, its maw wide and glowing with malevolent energy. But Uil Sin's orange eyes blaze with unwavering resolve, his expression one of pure condemnation. He raises a glowing hand, extending a single, defiant middle finger towards the evil god. Every muscle in his back strains with the effort, channeling immense power into the audacious gesture. The concentrated energy blasts forth, striking a distant structure with explosive force. The building erupts in a fiery, magical detonation, sending debris flying in every direction. In moments, the entire area is engulfed in a devastating inferno. The immense magical explosion unleashed by Uil Sin rips through the area, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno, as the evil god's final, defiant words echo through the chaos. Amidst the settling dust and smoke, he coughs, the acrid air burning his throat. Fiery debris continues to rain down, each impact sending tremors through the scorched earth. As the smoke clears further, revealing the extent of the devastation, Uil Sin stands beside Sungmiri, observing the smoldering ruins, a grim satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, a small, glowing object catches his eye, and he picks it up, wondering what strange artifact could have survived such an explosion. Sungmiri, her voice barely audible over the crackling flames, questions the object's origin, her concern evident. The lingering heat from the blast is intense, forcing Uil Sin to wipe sweat from his brow as he continues to examine the mysterious item. Standing amidst the rubble of a devastated city, Uil Sin surveys the desolate landscape. Before he begins to dig into the earth with a shovel, his efforts interrupted by a desperate plea from a figure on the ground, who cries out, "Please just introduce me, madam." As he looks down, he finds Sungmiri kneeling beside the pleading individual, who then rises, shovel in hand, to address him directly, "Excuse me." He turns away, a hand pressed to his ear, as if trying to make sense of the situation. A moment of quiet contemplation passing over him. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Uil Sin finds himself interrupted once more, a young woman's voice asking for his attention as he ponders where to use his current item. Another girl, Sungmiri, steps forward, her cheeks flushed as she exclaims, "You're Hyunmi, right? No way." The first girl, however, quickly corrects her, "I think you're mistaking me for someone else." A moment of awkward silence hangs in the air before the unnamed girl, now addressing Uil Sin directly, bows deeply and pleads, "Please accept my humble teacher." She remains on her knees, her voice filled with desperation as she adds, "Please, whatever you want. I'll do whatever." Sung Mi-ri watches the scene unfold, then turns to Uil Shin with her own earnest request. "I know it won't be easy, but please accept my request." Overwhelmed by the sudden attention and conflicting demands, Uil Shin's expression shifts to one of deep concern, realizing, "I have to close it soon. This is a problem." As the unnamed girl is abruptly silenced, Sung Mi-ri steps forward, her voice clear amidst the ruins, addressing him as Uil Shin. With a determined look, she corrects herself from teacher or empress to simply teacher, then adds, "Feel free to call me Mi-ri." He listens as the girl insists she isn't saying it for her teacher, but then asks how long he intends to stay. Smiling brightly, she declares it will be until he teaches her, addressing him directly as teacher. Overwhelmed, Uil Shin clutches his head, protesting that he's just an ordinary person, a mere Jirank. Undeterred, Sung Mi-ri looks down, reminding him that the ring he gave her alone made her incredibly strong. Her gaze lifting, she continues, emphasizing that he is the one who gave her such a powerful item. A slight smile plays on his lips as he looks at his laptop, admitting he's glad it worked out, having just stumbled upon it by chance on the road. With a worried expression, Sung Mi-ri tries again, addressing him as teacher and pleading for just a chance to stay there, at the very least. He can only utter a surprised "what?" As she smiles, placing a finger to her lips, Sung Mi-ri observes that the place now feels like somewhere a human can't live. As the environment around them seemed to shift, a strange phenomenon began to manifest on the floor, drawing his attention, causing Uil Shin to exclaim in surprise at the sight. He gasped, wondering aloud if whatever it was might be transferring to him, a thought that brought a look of concern to his face. Sung Mi-ri, observing his reaction, questioned if it was going to grow, but he quickly dismissed her concern, clutching his stomach and admitting it was merely his hunger. Acknowledging her hard work, he offered to buy her lunch to prepare for the next day, to which she enthusiastically agreed, already craving jjajangmyeon. Later, as he checked his phone, an unknown call came through, which he decided to answer later. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Suddenly, his attention snapped back to his device, a new notification catching him off guard. The screen displayed a message, "You have purchased the blessing of the god of growth," leaving him utterly dumbfounded. As Uil Shin stood, still reeling from the system message, Sung Mi-ri looked up at him, questioning his unusual shirt, wondering if it was a hunter gang's uniform. He denied any knowledge, but she insisted, having seen something on his hand, before realizing her mistake. Bowing deeply in gratitude, she thanked him for the meal, promising to savor it. He mused to himself about the blessing of the god of growth, a one-shot item that didn't seem to contain much, before accepting its presence. With a cheerful wave, Sung Mi-ri called out her farewell, promising to see him again. Uil Shin watched her go, offering a quiet, resigned response. Later, as a car drove through the city, a phone screen flashed with breaking news. A monster had appeared in the city center, and the hunter known as the Thunder Empress was already on the scene. In a cafe, Sung Mi-ri stared at her phone, the news detailing a squad of hunters dispatched to the capital due to a rift in a monster's appearance. Her eyes widened, realizing the location. Nearby, two older men discussed the unfolding events, one expressing hope that the situation would be handled for the sake of the affected children. The news continued to report, announcing that another hunter was en route, but before they could arrive, the monster had already been subdued by the Thunder Empress. Uil Shin recoils, a sudden nosebleed staining his face, as the news reports confirm a B-rank hunter named Thunder Empress is on the scene. Yet, worries ripple through the city, as many question if a B-rank hunter is truly enough to face an S-rank monster. The creature itself, a hulking mass of dark scales and glowing red eyes, looms over the young woman, its presence radiating pure menace. With backup from the Hunter Association still far away, the broadcast switches to a relay camera on site, showing a news anchor reporting live, while Uil Shin watches, his face etched with concern, wondering aloud if it's truly safe to send someone against an S-rank threat. The monster's eyes glow with an ominous red light, and a guttural growl rips from its throat, its massive claws flexing, before it unleashes a terrifying roar. A devastating impact rips through the air, a crimson burst of energy tearing into the surroundings. Shadowy figures, born from the chaos, surge forward, their forms indistinct yet menacing, overwhelming the area with their relentless assault. Caught in the onslaught, Sung Mi-ri cries out, collapsing to the ground as debris scatters around her, the force of the attack momentarily shattering her defenses. The shadowy horde continues its advance, a guttural roar echoing through the destruction, their numbers seemingly endless. Despite her injuries, the Thunder Empress pushes forward, extending a hand to shield others, her voice firm as she commands them to flee while she holds the line. A scoff escapes her lips, dismissing any gratitude, as she internally questions her own capacity, wondering if she can truly face this alone. Her eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, a silent threat forming on her lips as she vows retribution, her resolve hardening against the encroaching darkness. With a surge of purple energy, she unleashes her power, striking back at the shadowy figures, their forms recoiling from the sudden, potent counterattack. Song Miri channels her focus, her glowing eyes fixed on the threat, refusing to let any stray thoughts distract her from the battle at hand. She lets out a fierce cry, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning that crackles around her, arcing towards the shadowy forms. The electrical energy intensifies, engulfing her as she channels more power into the assault. Her entire being becomes a conduit, a living storm of overwhelming blue lightning that radiates outwards. With a strained breath, she pushes the attack forward, the shadowy figures recoiling under the relentless electrical assault. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive explosion of blue lightning erupts, tearing through the area and obliterating everything in its path. Standing amidst the devastation, the hunter known as the Thunder Empress is a force to be reckoned with, a name bestowed upon her by those who witnessed her unwavering determination in battle. Two onlookers stare in awe, exclaiming their admiration for the Thunder Empress and her undeniable power. In a moment of personal triumph, perhaps from an earlier victory that cemented her reputation, she raises a fist in celebration, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The last of the shadowy figures cry out in agony, as a final, devastating wave of red and purple energy washes over them, ensuring their complete annihilation. The evil god of the orc tribe is engulfed in a maelstrom of chaotic red and purple energy, reeling from a devastating blow. A powerful surge of red energy then explodes outward from the impact point. The evil god looks down, surprised, wondering if its power truly wasn't enough to withstand such an assault. From a distance, Uil Sin and a female companion watch the unfolding chaos, both looking utterly shocked by the display of power. Kneeling on the ground, helmet still on, Sung Miri struggles, cursing under her breath as she feels the lingering effects of the battle. A determined blue aura flares around her as she commands herself not to rush, focusing on bringing something closer to her. Still on one knee, she looks up, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. The ground around her glows with residual red energy, strewn with debris from the intense confrontation. The evil god continues its internal monologue, pondering the fate of the Drake and the Thunder Empress, wondering if she is still alive. As the ground trembles, Uil Sin watches with concern, wondering what new threat is emerging from the rift, while another observer expresses hope that the monster will be safely contained. Meanwhile, the evil god of the orc tribe recoils, a clear sign of surprise etched across its monstrous features. With a powerful impact, Sung Miri lands, the force of her descent cracking the very platform beneath her feet. Blue lightning crackles violently around her, her form becoming a beacon of raw, surging power. The Empress has risen once more, her determination unwavering as she prepares for the next confrontation. Her feet, now glowing with an intense blue aura, stand firm, ready to unleash devastating force. Her eyes blaze with a fierce, electric blue light, her focus absolute as she contemplates her next move. A monstrous growl echoes through the air, as the evil god of the orc tribe looms menacingly over a terrified crowd, its presence alone enough to send shivers down their spines. Among them, Uil Sin and Sung Miri look up in stunned horror, the sudden appearance of such a formidable foe leaving them speechless. A pained groan escapes Uil Sin, his face contorted in distress at the overwhelming power before them. But then, the monstrous figure pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing its features as something unexpected begins to unfold. Sung Miri, standing firm, begins to glow with an intense, crackling blue lightning, her form becoming a beacon of raw energy. The surging power courses around her, a visible aura of pure electricity radiating from her very being. Her eyes blaze with the same electric blue. As the lightning intensifies, a powerful surge of energy building within her. And with a final, explosive burst, the lightning erupts into a full, raging storm around her, ready to unleash its fury. As the news broadcast blares, a man watches intently, the screen displaying a monstrous roar. Elsewhere, a woman gasps in awe, exclaiming how incredible the Thunder Empress is. Two other men concur, one noting that she still appears to be just a student. Back with Uil Sin, a look of disbelief crosses his face as he wonders who could possibly be teaching such power. The broadcast then cuts to a live interview with the Hunter Thunder Empress, a reporter asking her how she feels about her rapid ascent to S rank after defeating an S rank monster, to which she responds with a surprised, "Oh, is this live?" With a bright smile and crackling lightning around her, Sung Miri looks directly into the camera, her message clear. "Teacher, are you watching? I did it." Chapter 15 begins with a thought echoing the public's disbelief, wondering why a celebrity of Sung Miri's stature would be involved in something so dangerous, especially with her already 2 million views. Meanwhile, Uil Sin, still processing the broadcast, lets out a soft, surprised sound, his gaze fixed on his phone. His mind drifts to a memory of Sung Miri, younger, offering him a gift with a bright smile, telling him it was from her first paycheck, and asking why he wasn't home, alone and scared. The memory shifts to her as a child, a confident smile on her face, assuring him there's no need to worry about her. Back in the present, Uil Sin shakes his head, a pang of concern in his chest, muttering to himself how a person couldn't possibly not worry about such a beautiful daughter. His thoughts then turn somber, recalling that both her parents had passed away. Another memory surfaces, Sung Miri as a child, her expression grim and haunted, a stark contrast to her earlier smile during the devastating Nell Dragon incident. The realization hits Ul Sin with a jolt, a sharp gasp escaping him, as he understands that if the incident had reached its full potential, his entire world would have been destroyed. He pictures the horrific scene, a colossal monster towering over a ruined city, a terror that claimed millions of lives. Ul Sin grumbles to himself, his mouth full, as he continues to eat. He hears a familiar voice, urging him to gather strength, asking if he won't eat some more. The memory shifts, focusing on the gentle gaze of Sung Mi-ri, who smiles warmly as she offers him a bowl, confirming her care with a simple, affirmative word. Back in the present, Ul Sin glances at his phone, a notification catching his attention with a questioning sound. The system informs him that he has satisfied the likability and trust level for a subject and can now activate faith if the key phrase from the one and only God is used. He reads the message, wondering why the system is so stingy with its information, before a sudden realization hits him. A soft glow emanates from him as he processes the implications, connecting faith activation to gaining a skill, just like his past encounter with the orcs. Overwhelmed, he collapses to his knees, a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looming behind him, his mind grappling with a past he can't fully grasp, whispering, "I don't know when." He continues to ponder the implications of another trust and likability system, wondering what might happen next, but regardless, he resolves to go ahead and raise those trust and likability levels. Turning to the young woman beside him, he hesitantly calls out, Miri. She looks up, simply replying, "Yes?" With a determined expression, she declares, "You can ask for anything. I'll do whatever it is." She kneels before him, awaiting his request with unwavering loyalty. Taken aback, he stammers, "Can you repeat what you just said?" She looks down, beginning, "Well, it's..." Her gaze lifts, and she confesses, "I trust the one and only God." A moment of silence hangs in the air before she quickly adds, "It's a bit much, right? I'm sorry for saying weird." Overwhelmed by her words, he drops to his knees, clutching his phone, and cries out, "I trust." His face contorted in a mix of shock and desperation, he repeats the phrase, "I trust the one and only God." Sung Mi-ri's unwavering smile fills the space, a direct consequence of her profound declaration. While Ul Sin remains lost in thought, the weight of her words still settling upon him. Suddenly, a system message flashes before his eyes, confirming the successful activation of faith, drawing a surprised gasp from him. The notification continues, proudly announcing Sung Mi-ri as his very first follower on Earth, and revealing a current faith level of 1,102. His initial shock quickly gives way to a familiar frustration, however, as he questions why this momentous event hasn't yielded any coins. But then, another system window materializes, presenting a new, unexpected option, Skillshare. Causing his eyes to widen in disbelief as he reads the astonishing implication that he can now borrow the powers of his believers. The system elaborates, confirming Sung Mi-ri as the current target available for this unique ability. Yet even with this incredible revelation, his mind still fixates on the game's perceived stinginess, lamenting the absence of usable coins. Ul Sin, still processing the system's unexpected features, reaffirms his earlier conviction, believing his words were precisely what was needed. Meanwhile, Sung Mi-ri kneels, enveloped in a dark, shadowy aura with faint blue particles swirling around her, as Ul Sin questions the system's peculiar behavior, wondering if it's truly bothering the entity. A sharp crack echoes through the air, and Sung Mi-ri looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension. Behind her, a colossal, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes begins to materialize, and Ul Sin instantly recognizes the monstrous form as the evil god of the orc tribe. Despite its seemingly low rank, the evil god exudes an undeniable aura of arrogance, its multi-eyed, tentacled form crowned with a menacing presence. The system dismisses the entity as mere trash, despite its immense size and numerous minions, a relic of a time when sheer scale equated to greatness. Now, with his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, Ul Sin sees a new option on his system interface, the ability to use a likeness or skill from a believer. Raising a hand that pulses with blue energy, he activates the new power, initiating Skillshare with Sung Mi-ri. Outside the building, a powerful surge of blue light erupts from a window, signaling the activation of a formidable new ability. As the Skillshare activates, a powerful blue energy surges from Ul Sin, lifting Sung Mi-ri into the air, her body still enveloped in the dark aura of the evil god, causing him to exclaim in shock. The blue energy intensifies, crackling like lightning, erupting violently upwards into the sky with a deafening roar. Even as the raw power manifests, the silhouette of the evil god remains behind her, its presence a stark reminder of the immense, unholy forces at play. Suddenly, the dark aura around Sung Mi-ri vanishes, replaced by the same vibrant blue energy, and she looks up in wide-eyed astonishment. The massive energy discharge continues to ripple across the sky, drawing the attention of countless citizens below, who complain loudly about the disruption. A bead of sweat trickles down Ui Sin's temple as he struggles to articulate the situation, his expression a mix of exhaustion and bewilderment. But the public's complaints are secondary to the true implications of what has just occurred, a realization that hardens his gaze. As tears well in his eyes from the strain, Sungmiri's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if he is all right. His attention is then violently pulled into a terrifying vision, a crimson void filled with countless shadowy figures and a looming armored entity, leaving him utterly aghast. Within the crimson void of his vision, a towering figure in ornate red robes, the Emperor, stands over the defeated evil god of the Orc tribe, accusing him of attempting to kill his empress. His voice echoing through the desolate space, the Emperor recounts how the evil god had suddenly unleashed a powerful thunder, leaving no room for negotiation. Battered and desperate, the evil god retorts, questioning if it was the Emperor's own imperial majesty who had suppressed his gas gangrene, implying a betrayal or interference, and blaming the Emperor for the mistake. Before the evil god can utter another word, the Emperor's blade descends with brutal force, striking the green-skinned deity with a sickening crunch. The grim outcome is confirmed. The evil god of the Orc tribe, a ruler for 2 centuries, was utterly vanquished by the Emperor's hand in the span of a single night. Holding the severed head of his foe, the Emperor declares his victory and asserts his absolute unity with the Empire. As a grand, red imperial palace stands under an ominous sky, a voice muses that perhaps the Empire's own fall is now imminent. The vision abruptly ends, leaving a moment of silence before the scene shifts to a different reality, as a young woman sprints with desperate speed, her breath coming in ragged huffs. The rhythmic thud of footsteps echoes through the urban landscape, a persistent beat against the backdrop of the city. Meanwhile, Ui Sin, engrossed in his phone, muses on the implications of what he's reading, wondering if people can truly purchase abilities, yet observing that even with her powers, she remains remarkably weak, a fact he finds astonishing. He continues to process the information, questioning if she's already ranked among the top players, to which the answer seems to be an affirmative yeah. As he ponders, Sungmiri approaches him, offering a polite greeting and thanks, her presence a direct answer to his recent thoughts. A sudden realization dawns on Ui Sin, a quiet clack-clack sound accompanying his internal thought that it was rather rash of him not to have checked her effect on her. Despite already knowing her general abilities, he concludes that he must now check her status as an individual. Sungmiri, having done her best, looks to her teacher for guidance, asking what she should do next, to which Ui Sin, still focused on his phone, simply replies, okay. A new thought sparks in his mind, a sudden wait, as he considers using the eye of the blind god to appraise her ability, hoping it will reveal the optimal way for her to train. With a plan forming, Sungmiri departs, looking back over her shoulder as she promises to see him soon, while he remains absorbed in his device. As the unique authority of the eye of the blind god activates, he finds himself reaching the inner mind of his target. A sudden jolt of surprise runs through him, as the world around him distorts into a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Standing amidst the unsettling darkness, he questions the nature of this strange, new place. The sheer intensity of the vision causes him to recoil, a gasp escaping his lips as overwhelming sensations flood his mind. Within this terrifying inner world, Sungmiri screams, surrounded by shadowy, monstrous figures and crackling, destructive energy. One of the grotesque entities looms closer, its multiple red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A guttural roar echoes as the evil god of the Orc tribe strains against his magical bonds, the powerful enchantments visibly cracking and shattering under his immense, surging strength. A system message flashes, confirming the SSS rank chain of restraint that once bound him, attributed to Sungmiri, is now breaking. The sheer power of the breaking chains sends a shockwave through the area. The magical energy of the restraints flares and dissipates, revealing the shocking truth. Sungmiri was an SS rank from the very beginning. Emperor Vision watches the unfolding chaos, a grim realization dawning upon him. He laments that the girl was released for personal reasons, wishing he had kept her back then, as the implications of her power become terrifyingly clear. With a final, triumphant roar, the evil god declares that breaking these chains will fully restore his power, his form radiating raw, untamed energy. Ui Sin can only watch, a look of profound shock and concern etched across his face, as the true scale of the threat becomes apparent. Under the warm glow of the afternoon sun, students disperse from a school building, their day concluding. Among them, Sungmiri waves goodbye to Ui Sin, thanking him for the lesson and wishing him a safe journey home, as he reminds her, before you drink that potion. Before he can finish, a sudden, blinding white energy blast erupts, striking him squarely and eliciting a shocked cry from a nearby student. Yua? Act. Drink it. Ugh. The impact leaves Ui Sin stunned, his mind racing with the implications of Sungmiri's power, even as he wonders, even now, I don't know what will happen if she is completely released. As his body begins to glow with a fierce, yellow-white aura, he mutters, by the way. He channels the surging energy into his index finger, preparing his signature move, the crushing index finger technique. With a swift, precise strike, Uil Sin retaliates, sending the aggressor flying. He observes the outcome, noting, only release this much and he's hit. Who could have known that she couldn't have done it herself? Leaving the defeated student on the ground, Uil Sin walks away with Song Miri, remarking, well, I'll drink it out gradually. The two continue their departure, leaving the scene of the brief, one-sided confrontation behind them. He walks away from the school building, his red backpack slung over his shoulder, when a sudden, unseen force causes him to cry out in pain, a wave of distress washing over him. Clutching his head, his eyes wide with fear, he struggles to comprehend what just happened. Inside his home, the panic intensifies as he realizes that the issue isn't just about someone else anymore. His own house is now in danger, and he has no idea what to do. Looking out his window, a massive, green, tank-like vehicle sits ominously outside, confirming his worst fears. A soft ding from his phone draws his attention, leaving him to wonder what new challenge awaits. The screen displays a game-like interface, showing the date and time, along with a message about an overlord creating a nightmare at the northern gate, and a suggestion to avoid that area. Holding a cup, he stares at the phone, a new notification about an all-slaying heavenly blade appearing, but he feels too weak to even consider it. The description continues, claiming it's not just a simple knife, but a powerful weapon capable of slashing and stabbing, a claim he dismisses with a scoff. Still reeling from the sudden events, Uil Sin wonders if his very thoughts are being read, then quickly dismisses the notion, telling himself he shouldn't have to hit any buy button. One nightmare wasn't enough, and now there's another, driving him to the brink of madness. The system suggests he unite with this silently creeping nightmare on KakaoTalk, while the all-slashing heavenly blade prompts him to return the god blade. He firmly tells himself again that he shouldn't have to engage with any purchase. The all-slashing heavenly blade offers a deal for 50 million, clarifying it's a unique item from the northern gate, leaving him to question when he ever trained with his phone. Then, the silently creeping nightmare proposes a deal for 10 million K coins, a sum that leaves him utterly stunned. He muses on what 50 million could buy, a decent car, or even a house, as the all-slashing heavenly blade is described as nervous, attempting to offer its master a gift. Confused, he questions the mention of authority, which the all-slashing heavenly blade promises to grant him in return. The blade then proposes its unique authority, the God Blade, boasting of its sophistication and claiming no expert could rival him if he wielded it. Uil Sin stares at his phone, a system message flashing across the screen, as he mutters to himself, wondering why this game-like system feels so far beyond his understanding. The system continues its appeal, offering the night-blooming rose authority, promising that with it, he wouldn't need to work hard to smelt items or defeat opponents. His eyes glow with an ethereal blue light as he considers the implications, a dark aura swirling around him. Standing amidst a desolate, ruined landscape, he challenges the unseen entity, asking if anyone else has more to offer. The phone screen remains blank for a moment, before two new system messages confirm the acquisition of the all-slashing heavenly blade from the northern gate for 50 million K coins, and the silently creeping nightmare with the night-blooming rose authority for 10 million K coins. Another message appears, informing him that since the night-blooming rose authority has been granted, he can now use the corresponding skill. He gasps in surprise, a system notification confirming the authority, night-blooming rose. Sitting on his bed, he tries to activate the skill, but nothing happens, leaving him to wonder, why isn't it working? Uil Sin stares at the system message, his brow furrowed in disbelief, as it informs him that the night-blooming rose skill is only usable while he's asleep. His frustration mounts, wondering how he's supposed to even know if it activates, let alone what a skill truly entails. Suddenly, a low rumble echoes through the city, shaking the very foundations of a nearby apartment building. Falling to his knees in shock, Uil Sin screams at the unseen system, accusing it of being a parasitic scam artist. Reflected in his phone, a monstrous, red-eyed face snarls back, as a desperate thought echoes in his mind. Nothing he tries seems to work. Just as despair threatens to consume him, a new system message flashes, announcing the activation of Zenith of the Sword, leaving him utterly bewildered. A powerful thrumming sensation emanates from his chest, which begins to glow with an ominous red light, as he feels an unsettling change within himself. His eyes blaze crimson, and a dark, menacing aura erupts around him, twisting his features into a sinister expression. A chilling laugh escapes his lips, as a primal, violent urge to slash and destroy takes hold. The power surges through him, red lightning crackling around his hand as the transformation takes hold. His face contorts in a snarl, eyes burning crimson, a dark aura swirling around him as he struggles to comprehend the violent urges now consuming his mind, a primal desire to slash everything echoing through his thoughts. Fangs extend from his mouth, his eyes glowing with an unholy light, the monstrous impulse to destroy now a deafening roar within him, a single, terrifying command: I will slash everything. Driven by this uncontrollable fury, he races through the city streets, a dark blur of destructive intent, even as a faint, desperate voice within him cries out, "No, stop. The owner is such a nice person." Meanwhile, in a quiet residential area, A house stands under the afternoon sun, where a conversation about hard work concludes, with one voice remarking, "You worked hard," and another agreeing, "Yeah, you worked hard today as well." Inside an office, Sung Miri prepares to leave, telling her male colleague she'll head out first, to which he acknowledges her departure with a simple, "Okay." Later, in a cozy home, the man suggests to her that they should also head out and finish up their tasks. Back in the office, he finds himself still contemplating his remaining chores, specifically the vegetables he needs to chop. Suddenly, in the kitchen, a look of surprise crosses his face as he realizes someone unexpected has arrived. Uil-sin sits before his computer, a sudden realization dawning on him. He's always been a book-smart person, a shut-in for so long that he can't help with the world gate. Yet he wonders if he should look for a new web novel, pondering the next digital adventure. But then, a chilling thought takes hold, his eyes widening with a manic glint as he grips a kitchen knife, a dark urge surfacing. His form distorts into a monstrous shadow, glowing red eyes burning with a singular, destructive desire to slash and destroy everything in his path. The intense surge of power leaves him gasping, hunched over and utterly spent, feeling as though he is dying. Back at his screen, he reads about the zenith of the evil god of Orc tribe, a dangerous entity even in the dark, acknowledging that controlling it is a willful struggle, a battle of wills. Lying on the floor, utterly exhausted, he wonders why something bad happened, vowing never to repeat the experience. His body aches, feeling as though it's falling apart from the ordeal, a testament to the power he wielded. Meanwhile, in a dark, ethereal realm, a towering armored figure asks if the evil god has fallen asleep, to which a smaller, cloaked figure confirms, the killing lord is indeed sleeping. In a realm of shadow and arcane energy, a monstrous, horned figure with glowing red eyes addresses its kin, declaring that the winds of the killing master have been stirred by their blood clan. A smaller, equally grotesque subordinate affirms this, adding that from this day forward, he will lead the 10 swords. The leader, however, dismisses the notion of a gloomy and arrogant-looking spider, his words dripping with disdain. His declaration is met with a unified roar of yes from the assembled monstrous figures, their glowing red eyes fixed on their leader. Meanwhile, back in his own world, Uil-sin stirs in his bed, slowly waking from his slumber. As if summoned by his awakening, a vibrant red rose, emanating a soft, ethereal glow, begins to bloom in the empty space before him. Back in the shadowy realm, the monstrous figures recoil in surprise, their collective echoing through the cavern as the rose's light briefly illuminates their faces. The mysterious night-blooming rose now rests on Uil-sin's bed, its petals unfurling perfectly beside him. A system message confirms his achievement, announcing that he has fulfilled the conditions for silently creeping nightmare's unique authority, night-blooming rose. Suddenly, a monstrous, thorny plant entity lashes out, its tendrils striking Uil-sin with brutal force. The grotesque entity writhes and expands, its thorny form spreading with an unsettling rustle. Again, the plant's tendrils crash into him, sending him recoiling from the impact. Overwhelmed, he collapses to the ground as the monstrous plant entity looms menacingly above him. From the earth, thorny vines rapidly sprout and extend, glowing with an eerie light. Far away, the evil god of the Orc tribe watches, his glowing red eyes widening in utter disbelief. "Is that possible?" he mutters. A swirling purple aura envelopes him as he continues to observe the unfolding events. For amidst the purple energy, a radiant red rose, the nightmare flower, blooms, its voice echoing, "Oh ho ho, pathetic creatures, nightmare flower." A system message confirms the terrifying manifestation. "Make it real. Your nightmares have just bloomed. Nightmare flower." From the depths of a dark, ethereal void, a thorny, glowing rose begins to unfurl. Its petals spreading as a malevolent voice echoes through the emptiness, declaring, "Oh ho ho ho, you insignificant creatures, tremble in fear. Your nightmare shall bloom this instant." The desolate landscape below is consumed by its power, as the narration confirms this is indeed the dreaded nightmare flower. A smaller, armored figure recoils in terror before the towering evil god of Orc tribe, pleading, "Leader, we shouldn't have gone through with this." The evil god simply dismisses the concern, stating, "It's one of the evil god of Orc tribe's documents." The subordinate lies defeated on the ground, as the narration confirms the flower belongs to the evil god of Orc tribe. Standing triumphant over the fallen, the evil god of Orc tribe declares, "There's nothing to fear. Today will be recorded as our king's history." A cacophony of battle erupts as a group of dark-armored figures clashes with a massive, white-armored creature. Ignoring the initial skirmish, the main force of dark-armored figures pushes forward, following a stern command to advance. Their objective clear, they are instructed to bypass the dangerous tendrils and approach the nightmare flower's core. But the flower itself pulses with a malevolent, purple glow, its petals unfurling with destructive intent. Before they can reach it, one of the advancing figures is engulfed in a sudden burst of purple energy, their scream cut short. The destructive aura tears through them, leaving nothing but dissipating particles in its wake. Another warrior cries out in desperation, caught in the same inescapable, crushing force. From above, The evil god of Orc tribe watches the carnage, his massive form casting a long shadow over the battlefield. A green and purple aura swirls around him as he acknowledges the flower's might, muttering that while it may not end the nightmare entirely, its power is undeniable. Having been pushed to its limits, the evil god of Orc tribe transforms into a more terrifying, demonic form, its red tendrils flaring with power as it declares, "I'll take that as a compliment, then. You're the first one to ever make me use this form." With a thunderous crash, it unleashes its ultimate technique, the Nightmare Blade, a spear of pure destructive energy. The attack manifests as a colossal, swirling vortex of purple and red energy, engulfing everything in its path. A monstrous creature, caught in the maelstrom, screams in agony as it is violently torn apart, its form disintegrating under the overwhelming force. Reduced to a mangled husk, the monster continues to be consumed by the relentless red energy. Its eye, wide with terror, reflects the horrifying end as it utters a final, desperate cry. What absurd! As the monster's terrified face fades, Uil Shin suddenly jolts awake in his bed, sweating and disoriented, his mind reeling from the vivid experience. A phantom grip seems to squeeze his hand, leaving him staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly confused by what he has just witnessed, muttering, what? Waking with a start, Uil Shin finds himself on the floor, his hands feeling strangely swollen and unfamiliar. As he sits up, a system message appears on his phone, revealing that a saintess and her 101 believers are earnestly requesting his salvation. He stares at the screen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The phone's display shows a game-like interface, depicting small, dark, bug-like creatures surrounding a skull-faced boss, prompting him to wonder what could possibly be wrong. He scrutinizes the bizarre image, trying to make sense of the digital chaos. A wave of concern washes over him as he considers the possibility that the believers might be suffering from some unknown ailment. He mutters to himself, his brow furrowed in thought. Suddenly, another urgent system message flashes across the screen, this time from the apostles of the evil god of the Orc tribe, also requesting his salvation. The sheer absurdity of the situation makes him cry out in disbelief. The game interface updates, declaring his success in a quest to save the world from the Killer Bee King, yet the mention of poison only deepens his confusion. He stares at the new information, utterly perplexed. Now seated at his desk, the young man can only express his exasperation at the bizarre situation. He wonders aloud how anyone could possibly get poisoned by bees in such a fantastical scenario. Still holding his phone, he throws his hands up in defeat, questioning what he's even supposed to do about any of this, especially since he feels he hasn't done anything at all. The entire ordeal leaves him utterly bewildered and frustrated. Uil Shin's earnest heart towards his believers had apparently activated a new miracle menu, a development that left him utterly bewildered. He stared at his phone, a question forming on his lips. As the system explained that miracles were a reason for a god's presence, and that believers would offer faith in return. Then, a new prompt appeared, asking to use a fruit of the world tree he was certain he had never absorbed, leaving him to wonder what exactly was going on. The system, however, proceeded to show a pile of dark, fruit-like objects, confirming the miracle would be directed to his believers. Lying back in his bed, he groaned, questioning why he was receiving all these bizarre messages, especially after just waking up. His frustration only grew, as his phone then announced an upgrade to his great god title, Benevolent Savior, from E to D. As the system continues its relentless updates, it announces a significant shift in Uil Shin's status. His alignment now neutral, and several benevolent deities, including endlessly granting abundance, have begun to observe him. Elsewhere, a pale hand clutches at a cracked, barren ground, as a dark, viscous liquid splatters from its owner. A figure in a white hooded robe hunches over, racked with pain, continuing to expel the black substance. With eyes closed in fervent prayer, the figure pleads for mercy, begging for a miracle to be granted to their kin. As they look up, a golden, ethereal symbol materializes above them. Their expression shifts from agony to a stunned realization. Suddenly, a blinding burst of golden light erupts. The robed figure is completely enveloped in its radiant glow. A chorus of voices rises in fervent prayer, their robed forms bathed in a brilliant golden light as they celebrate a miracle bestowed by Lord Uil Shin, believing their sins are being washed away. Tears stream down one worshipper's face, their gratitude overflowing. The collective devotion intensifies as they vow to repay their God for his immense grace. A golden script appears, echoing their sentiment, urging them to offer their belief as tribute. Another golden inscription confirms their unified resolve as the worshippers commit to the task. Meanwhile, back in his own reality, Uil Shin stirs, groggy and confused, muttering to himself as he stares at his phone. He pushes himself up from the floor, complaining about the early hour and his overwhelming exhaustion. A young woman enters the room, her voice laced with concern, asking if her brother is finally awake and wishing him a good morning. She then quickly apologizes, her expression shifting to one of slight exasperation. He stares at his phone, a strange message appearing on the screen, his mind still reeling from the morning's confusion. The system displays an image of a glowing statue, identifying it as the statue of Yu Il Shin, built from the soil of gratitude and faith from those who received a miracle. A crystalline structure pulses with an ethereal light, a gruesome sight that makes him question its very existence. His sister leans over his shoulder, her voice filled with curiosity, asking what it is that captivates his attention. She finds the image cool and asks if she can keep it, planning to use it as a profile picture for her game, and he, still somewhat dazed, agrees. Looking at the desolate image on the screen, she remarks that it's a bit sad, but she can't help it. Later, back at his desk, Yu Il Shin tries to focus on his script, but another system message flashes across his screen, pulling him back into the mystery. It shows a small, glowing sprout surrounded by skulls, labeled as the sprout of the world tree. The message explains that this world tree has germinated due to the influence of the miracle he granted, but it is diseased and will wither soon, with only a day and a half remaining. He questions the revelation, bewildered by the idea of a diseased world tree. Still reeling from the bizarre system messages, Yu Il Shin stares at his phone, a new notification flashing across the screen about the sprout of the world tree and goodwill. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he processes the information, muttering to himself that this must be some kind of in-game shop. The screen displays his current balance, revealing a new currency, Tears of the Endlessly Expanding World. A full system window then appears, detailing a Good God exclusive item, called Trails of the Endlessly Expanding World, Lesser God, available for a staggering 20,000 goodwill, with a warning that a quest will appear upon purchase. The phone in his hand glows faintly, reflecting the ethereal energy of the system. Later, amidst the bustling city streets, Yu Il Shin continues to ponder the implications of these messages, his attention still fixed on the device. Suddenly, another system notification appears, informing him that he has contributed to nurturing the world, and his goodwill has increased by 1 point. He stares at the message, utterly bewildered, a simple huh escaping his lips. A golden aura briefly flares around him, as the implications of his unwitting actions begin to sink in. A disheveled, older man cries out in distress, accusing someone of heartlessly taking something from him. Yu Il Shin, recalling the scene, tries to place the man's face, a vague memory stirring within him. He struggles to remember where he might have encountered this person before dismissing it as a misunderstanding. He remembers discussing the incident with 2 other men, noting how sensitive some individuals could be about their territory. As he holds a small bag, a system message flashes before his eyes, accusing him of gaining goodwill by bullying someone. The realization hits him with a jolt, as the image of the angry, older man, his face contorted in rage, flashes in his mind. A wave of distress washes over him as the truth dawns. The F-rank homeless man was, in fact, a street cleaner. The man, now appearing composed and wearing a tracksuit, is revealed to be Choi Gang-san. Choi Gang-san acknowledges Yu Il Shin's sincerity before walking away, leaving him to wonder when the man had even noticed him. Yu Il Shin, still grappling with the system's peculiar definition of goodwill, wonders what kind of twisted game he has stumbled into. He considers his options, deciding he should try to interact with something, anything, to understand its mechanics. A memory flashes back to him, of an earlier encounter where he had called out to an older man, addressing him as Grandpa. Holding up a flyer, he had asked the man if completing the task would earn him goodwill, a question that now held a different weight. The older man, Choi Gang-san, had burst into laughter, praising Yu Il Shin's keen eye for a deal, and asking where he had come from. Still chuckling, Choi Gang-san had declared the situation much better than before, his joy evident. With a series of echoing laughs, the older man began to walk away, leaving Yu Il Shin to ponder the strange interaction. As he disappeared into the distance, his laughter still carried on the wind, accompanied by a chilling thought. A monster has appeared. Choi Gang-san stands in a quiet room, his back to the viewer, as if contemplating something unseen. Later, he takes a long swig from a bottle, a faint gulp sound echoing in the stillness, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, he turns a surprised "What?" Grandpa, escaping his lips as Yu Il Shin approaches him with a bag in hand. Meanwhile, Yu Il Shin himself is engrossed in a newspaper, his eyes wide with shock as he reads a headline. Later, he walks through a bustling street with his sister, a casual conversation flowing between them, unaware of the impending chaos. Back with Choi Gang-san, a sudden, loud "oh-oh-oh-oh" sound rips through the air, causing him to flinch and look around in alarm. His eyes widen further as he processes the terrifying implication: a monster has appeared. Yu Il Shin's sister and a friend discuss the sudden onset of heavy rain, while Yu Il Shin stands nearby, seemingly preoccupied. Choi Gang-san, holding a newspaper, approaches Yu Il Shin, remarking on the miracle of floor as he bumps into him. He enthusiastically grabs Yu Il Shin, pulling him along and inviting him to the guild. Choi Gang-san laughs heartily, dragging a protesting Yu Il Shin, declaring his fondness for the younger man. Abruptly, Yu Il Shin is sent tumbling, a faint blue energy flaring around him as he tries to explain a misunderstanding. His expression shifts to one of profound shock and fear. Choi Gang-san lets out a terrified scream, plummeting through the air, a colossal, monstrous hand visible in the background. The monstrous entity, its massive hand casting a shadow over the city, taunts Choi Gang-san as he falls. Uil-sen's hand clenches tightly, a look of grim resolve hardening his features. Choi Gang-san, having fallen from the sky, slowly turns his head, revealing the monstrous entity before him as he explains his solo presence at the S-rank gate, mentioning that all other hunters were occupied with the weekly guild war. The creature, towering over the fallen man, taunts him for attempting to fight it by himself. It questions the situation, its heavy footsteps echoing with each word. Identifying Choi Gang-san as a Beelzebub, the monster dismisses him as merely a good warm-up. Despite his predicament, Choi Gang-san's resolve hardens, declaring his intention to turn the monster into frog legs for dinner. Meanwhile, Uil-sen, still on the ground, wonders if this chaotic event is the miracle of floor and expresses surprise at encountering the monster again so soon. The monster, now glowing with a malevolent red aura, proclaims that capturing Choi Gang-san will be its greatest triumph, ordering anyone else to get out of its way. Choi Gang-san responds with a determined, almost annoyed expression, accompanied by a series of croaking sounds. Even as the monstrous entity loomed over him, its voice echoing with a mocking challenge, Choi Gang-san could only manage a defiant croak in response. Lying on the shattered ground, the monster's voice continued to press down on him, demanding his surrender after his relentless, foolish struggle. Its eyes glowing with malevolent power, it asserted that his defeat was inevitable, his powers insufficient. A guttural cry of agony or defiance escaped him, his hand clenching into a desperate fist. Even in his fallen state, a system notification registered a threatening bloodlust emanating from him, directed squarely at the entity now identified as the proprietor of authority. Responding to this defiance, the monster let out a terrifying roar, its form erupting in a massive, vibrant pink and purple aura that pulsed with raw power. The aura intensified, swirling around its head, a clear display of its overwhelming might. Another system message confirmed the activation of a formidable ability, the authority, Night Blooming Rose, received from the silently creeping nightmare. As the monster's power surged, a pained grunt escaped Choi Gang-san, his face contorted in a desperate struggle against the immense pressure. Uil-sen finds himself in a desperate struggle, his face contorted in surprise as a monstrous, green-skinned creature lunges forward. The impact sends him reeling, his vision blurring into a fleshy, yellow mass. Then, a serene, star-filled sky replaces the chaos, a stark contrast to the battle he just endured. He groans, slowly regaining consciousness on hard ground, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings. Where am I? He wonders, the question echoing in the unfamiliar silence. Pushing himself up onto his hands and knees, he surveys the cavernous space around him, a sense of unease settling in. Torches flicker on ancient stone walls, casting long, dancing shadows across what appears to be an old, forgotten structure. Standing fully, he rubs his temple, the confusion still clouding his thoughts as he tries to make sense of his sudden displacement. As he turns, a robed figure emerges from the shadows, prompting him to cautiously ask, "Excuse me." The elderly man, with a long white beard, looks at him with knowing eyes, a quiet welcome in his voice as he states, "And you've returned." He stares at his phone, a map-like interface displayed, and a bewildered expression crosses his face. "My almighty, merciful God," he mutters, then a soft "oh" escapes him, followed by a quiet, almost childlike, "Mama." A series of echoing "ohs" reverberates through the space, amplifying his shock. His eyes widen in disbelief, the phone slipping from his grasp as he gasps, "Huh. This is..." He looks around, utterly lost, a simple huh, his only response to the bizarre situation. Kneeling, he stares down at a gruesome sight, a bloodied, lifeless body, and exclaims, "Huh? Hyungnim," recognizing the deceased. A sudden, vibrant purple aura erupts from the body, accompanied by a sharp, electronic chime, and a voice warns him, "Help me. I'll kill you if you keep screaming." He quickly checks his phone, a system message now displayed. "I have contributed to the peace of the world by the extermination of the almighty evil god." He blinks, utterly confused. "Huh, what is this?" The system screen updates, displaying a quest completion message. "You have exceeded the quest requirements. 1012/100. A triumphant, "oh" sound effect accompanies the notification. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face as he reads the final rewards. "You've gained a reward that was never found in a quest reward. Obtain scroll of world tree and effects of tears of the endlessly granting mana." He clutches his phone, exclaiming, "Great. Now I'm rich. I can rest easy." He receives another system message, congratulating him on reviving the world tree and laying the foundation for the Black Tribe's revival. While the injured figure before him lets out a pained whimper. A new notification explains that his divine power will grow with his believers, prompting him to dismiss his earlier concern. Soon after, an ambulance arrives, its lights flashing. Another system message details a tribute from the Black Tribe, a statue of the nameless god, too, in his honor. Elsewhere, Choi Gang-san, true to his reputation, has brought in the monster despite his long-standing animosity towards such beings. He inquires about the condition of someone admitted to the hospital. only to learn that the patient had no physical wounds. Choi Gangsin chuckles, remarking on the patient's resilience, but the elderly man hesitates, a however hanging in the air. He then asks, with a tone of deep concern, what exactly transpired. As the previous conversation about the mysterious hospital admission concludes, Choi Gangsin turns, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a single thought forming in his mind. He confides in a man in a dark suit, admitting that while he's dealt with many monsters before, this particular one is unlike anything he's ever encountered, to which the man calmly corrects him, stating that the entity in question is not a monster, but a human, confirming that the hospital admission has been successfully completed. The man in the suit then reports that the preparations for the statue of the nameless god, too, are now complete, and if Choi Gangsan is involved, he's content to leave the matter in his capable hands. Over a sprawling cityscape bathed in the glow of night, a voice expresses high expectations for the collaboration between the greatest mentor and a talented disciple. A moment later, a frustrated sigh escapes, muttering about how irritating the situation has become. The thought lingers as the view shifts to a building with a massive, jagged hole torn through its side, revealing the destruction left in the wake of recent events. Elsewhere, two imposing, muscular statues stand in a room, one draped with a towel, their powerful forms radiating an almost tangible presence. Uil Sin stands before them, his back to the viewer, a sudden jolt of realization passing through him as he takes in the sight. His eyes widen in disbelief, phone in hand, as a system message appears on the screen, proclaiming him as our great and merciful God, Uil Shin. In a quiet room, Choi Gangsan stands before an associate, confirming that preparations for the statue of the nameless god, too, are now complete. Meanwhile, Uil Sin stares at a system interface on his phone, a prompt asking if he wants to save, and then inquiring, how many do you want to make like that? Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a new scene, where trembling members of the Black Tribe, who worship Yao Il Shin, have been attacked by demon beasts, prompting a shocked exclamation, demon beasts. A surge of divine fury courses through him as he clenches his fist, his voice booming with righteous indignation. How dare they? Who dares harm my worshippers? Manifesting in a brilliant, glowing form, he appears before his terrified followers, who cry out in shock, EK. His divine presence radiates power as he commands them. Guide me to the demon beasts immediately. I'll crush them with my own hands. Overwhelmed with awe and relief, his worshippers bow deeply, their voices rising in a chorus of adoration. Praise be to our Lord Uil Sin's benevolence. Returning to his normal appearance, Uil Sin scratches his head sheepishly, admitting, all right, I got overexcited there. The forest around him stands silent, a testament to the sudden, powerful display. The forest floor crunches softly as Uil Sin lies sprawled, seemingly exhausted, the lingering echoes of his divine manifestation fading around him. Yet, in another moment, he stands tall, a towering figure radiating a brilliant golden light, his form shimmering with raw power as two figures below him tremble, looking up in awe. A low rumble emanates from his divine presence, a sound that seems to shake the very air around them, causing the two onlookers to recoil slightly from the sheer force of his aura. Later, back in his room, Uil Sin sits at his desk, phone in hand, a puzzled expression on his face as he wonders why things are acting so strangely. A sudden system notification flashes across his screen, causing him to exclaim in surprise as it announces that a target is currently being appraised. The appraisal reveals a horrifying, multi-limbed creature with glowing red eyes, a sight that makes him realize what these things truly are. He cries out in shock, his hand instinctively rising in disbelief at the revelation. The monstrous creatures appear to be swarming, their dark forms filling the visual display. A system chime confirms the details, summon demon beasts of the cockroach demon realm, noting they will double in number every hour, with 3 hours remaining. He screams, his hands instinctively rising in a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching horror, as the terrifying reality of the situation dawns on him. It's cockroaches. A piercing scream rips through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. From the depths, grotesque, fleshy entities with glowing red eyes begin to swarm, their forms writhing and multiplying with horrifying speed. A man with purple hair stares in disbelief, his face contorted in fear, uttering a choked cry that they are nothing but cockroaches. Uil Sin watches the horrifying spectacle unfold, the realization dawning on him that their numbers are indeed multiplying by the minute. The creatures surge forward, their claws and teeth tearing through anything in their path, a cacophony of ripping flesh and guttural roars filling the air. A group of robed figures, some with horns, scatter in utter panic, their desperate cries echoing that it's all over and they must run. But a figure in gleaming white armor, wielding a staff, stands firm, admonishing them to stop making excuses and remember their purpose. Uil Sin, now clad in the robes of a solar priest, looks up in alarm as a voice proclaims him their protector. Meanwhile, a warrior with glowing yellow eyes lets out a desperate cry, his face contorted in terror as chaos erupts around him. Il Sin recoils from the unseen horror, his expression shifting to one of profound shock and disbelief, as the situation rapidly deteriorates. Surrounded by shadowy, monstrous figures, he hears a voice declare their victory, proclaiming, "Our God has blessed us. We're done for." A desperate scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of his overwhelming fear. The scene shifts to a grand, ancient temple, as a voice questions, "Surely there's no mistake?" A shadowy figure emerges before the temple, confirming with a chilling tone, "Yes, your majesty, of course." The evil god of Orc tribe, with glowing red eyes, then makes a bold declaration, asking if they've forgotten the last war, and promising to present the evil god's corpse to their majesty within 4 days. The evil god of the Orc tribe, a monstrous, winged entity, looms, declaring that he expects great things, but the price of failure is death. Meanwhile, in a vast throne room, a lone messenger kneels before the seated evil god, bearing urgent news. The evil god's single red eye glows ominously, demanding to know the nature of this fuss, warning of consequences if it is of no importance. Grand Mage Colonel flinches, his green face contorted in fear, as he begins to explain the dire situation, revealing that while he had summoned demon beasts and evil spirits worth hundreds of millions, the cruel and brutal evil god had reacted with a silent, terrifying intensity. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure moves with purpose, their robes rustling softly. The figure picks up speed, their steps thudding against the ground. They traverse a sprawling city of floating structures, heading towards an unknown destination. The world around him lay in ruins, a desolate landscape of shattered earth and swirling dust, the air thick with the lingering scent of destruction. Gasping for breath, Uil Sin found himself in this new, terrifying reality, a single word echoing in his mind: enemy. His chest heaved with the effort, the shock of his surroundings still settling in. Back in what appeared to be a makeshift shelter, he stared at his phone, a message confirming his worst fears. There's still one alive here, and a grim reminder of emergency supply packages he'd acquired. The overhead view revealed a swarm of smaller creatures, all converging on a single, larger monstrosity, a chilling confirmation of the threat he now faced. Desperate to escape, he sped away on a makeshift vehicle, only to be confronted by a snarling beast, its guttural cry echoing his own urgent thought: "I've got to get out of here." Amidst the chaos, his gaze fell upon a small, cloaked figure, standing silently, observing him. The figure's eyes glowed with an ethereal blue light as it spoke, its words fragmented but profound, hinting at a deeper truth. Because he is, powerful beasts have. A wave of realization washed over Uil Sin, his phone still clutched in his hand as he let out a cry of utter shock and disbelief. The small cloaked figure observes the monstrous presence that briefly manifested in Uil Sin's perception, a terrifying roar echoing from the creature. Insisting on their honesty, the cloaked figure reaches out, a sudden realization dawning on them. Back in his apartment, Uil Sin tries to compose himself, his phone glowing with an unexpected system message. He has met the requirements to generate a new unique authority. The system presents him with a choice: accept the rejuvenating flame of the body as this new power, leaving him to wonder if this is another skill uniquely tailored to him. His phone then displays a definition of a god author, a being born from luck, fear, and achievements, followed by a chilling, almost predatory query about consumption. The description feels misplaced, yet strangely familiar. He shakes his head, debating whether to investigate the nature of this new ability, then turns away from the glowing screen. A sigh of frustration escapes him as he picks up his phone once more, unsure of his next move. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping him as he stares at the screen. A chat message from someone named Almighty Manager Bastard demands an immediate meeting, sending a jolt of shock through him. Overwhelmed by the recent revelations, he buries his face in his hands, wishing for a moment of peace. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present moment. He looks up, startled, as the man across from him leans forward. The manager's words hit him with a jolt, realizing the man is addressing him directly as Mr. Author. Choi Gang-san, growing impatient, demands to know why his face is reacting so slowly, while Uil Sin stammers a response. Standing abruptly, the manager raises his voice, scolding him for his lack of effort and reminding him of the trouble he causes. Choi Gang-san continues his tirade, exclaiming about the overtime he works because of his almighty author bastard, a title that makes Uil Sin gasp in recognition. Just then, a new system message flashes on Uil Sin's phone, detailing an urgent need to attack the Black Tribe and asking if he wants to meet now or postpone the demon beasts, while his manager continues to complain about writers' rights. Seeing him distracted by his phone, Choi Gang-san angrily accuses him of playing games. Uil Sin grimaces, his phone displaying an urgent system message demanding an attack on the Black Tribe and a meeting, while also noting that demon beasts would be postponed. Just as he considers pressing something on the screen, his manager, Choi Gang-san, looms over him, demanding to know if he's playing games again. Meanwhile, under a vast, dark sky illuminated by a glowing full moon, an ominous energy swirls across an ethereal landscape. A monstrous, spiky silhouette with piercing red eyes lets out a guttural roar, its form radiating dark power. Before this terrifying entity, shadowy, robed figures kneel in reverence, one proclaiming praise for the miracle their lord has granted, announcing his return to his brethren. The demon beast of disaster stands tall, its demonic form now clearer, bathed in the eerie glow of a massive, blood-red moon, pink energy swirling around it. Its glowing red eyes fixate with a menacing grin as it declares its intent to exterminate all evil humans soon. Suddenly, a system message flashes, confirming the successful elimination of the god of destruction's familiar, demon beast of disaster, and awarding a staggering 300 million gold coins. The quiet, empty streets of a city settle into the twilight, a stark contrast to the chaos that just unfolded. He stares at his phone, a system message filling the screen, and a frustrated sigh escapes him. Considering his options, he decides to interact with the mysterious interface. A new notification chimes, revealing that endlessly granting abundance has taken a favorable impression of him, offering a special reward. Another message confirms his privilege to receive this reward, which will be paid by endlessly granting abundance directly. He ponders the implications, wondering if this means he can acquire an artifact for free. The system then announces that UIL Sin has selected an authority, revealing the endlessly granting abundance authority at level 1, which allows him to purchase items from its store, but the purchase cost is an astronomical 1 quintillion gold. Immediately following this, another system message appears, stating that his current status is hopelessly insufficient to fully utilize creation of heaven and earth. As the city lights twinkle below, a final notification arrives. God of Hunters, at level 999, has offered a special reward to his status, having partially affirmed one of his actions. The world is being partially reformed. A stark warning flashing across the digital landscape. A barefoot steps onto a tiled floor. Illuminated by an ominous, warm glow as Song Miri, wrapped in a towel, stares up in disbelief, her sister questioning her late-night activity. Miri can only stammer about the sky. Her sister looking on with concern as a cracked smartphone lies on the floor, emitting a faint light, and a voice cries out in confusion. A crowd gathers, their faces etched with worry. While elsewhere, a man in a suit grimly acknowledges that it has happened. Another man, with striking red hair, pauses on the street, his gaze drawn upwards in curiosity. As the world continued its strange reformation, UIL Sin could only stare, a silent question hanging in the air. Above, a colossal, glowing moon dominated the night sky, its brilliance casting an ethereal glow over everything below. The light bathed the towering cityscapes, transforming familiar urban landscapes into something alien and grand. From a hidden vantage point, a mysterious figure with long, dark hair observed the celestial phenomenon, his sharp, glowing eyes reflecting the moon's eerie light. Elsewhere, an authoritative man with slicked-back hair pondered the implications, muttering about the Thunder Empress and how even the weakest monsters could now be defeated by unranked hunters. He stood before a group, receiving confirmation, his posture rigid and commanding. In another remote location, a muscular, long-haired warrior declared the timing perfect, proclaiming that it was finally his turn to act. Across the world, hands reached out towards the celestial body, a silent plea or perhaps a desperate grasp for power. The mysterious long-haired observer, his eyes now glowing purple, suggested increasing the number of lambs to around 2,000, receiving a quiet affirmation in response. The mysterious observer, now radiating with potent purple energy, lets out a desperate plea, urging for just a little more time. He vows that this lowly servant will fulfill the divine desire, ushering in this new world without fail, as the two celestial bodies hang in the cosmic expanse, a silent testament to the unfolding salvation. A frantic transmission from Houston, designated Experimental MTS-2, reports a critical situation, unable to enter a mysterious green zone. Meanwhile, a glowing green orb, the source of the zone, descends from the cosmos, approaching the planet with an ominous glow. Its surface swirls with raw, untamed energy, a spectacle of cosmic power. As the orb plunges rapidly, the desperate voices from MTS-2 question the unfolding catastrophe, their words cut short by the sheer scale of the event. With a deafening roar, the green orb impacts the surface, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sends shockwaves across the land. 20 days later, news reports confirm the appearance of what is now called the second moon, a phenomenon that has left most in shock, its green glow visible over cityscapes. Little is known about this gate that appeared overnight, emitting golden light at night and green light during the day, with experts predicting its potential to explode at any moment. In response to this second moon situation, the Korean Hunter Association has announced an upcoming press conference, where they will meet with governments and hunter associations from around the world. UIL Sin collapses, clutching his throbbing head, his body screaming in protest as he declares himself completely finished with the grueling training. Nearby, Sung Mi-ri, having just completed an astonishing 500 laps, stands ready for more, while UIL Sin acknowledges her impressive endurance. He then asks if she's ready to begin kicking practice, also inquiring about Biko's team's recent victory, to which she cheerfully confirms. But his thoughts quickly shift, glowing red chains appearing around him as he resolves to find a way to grow stronger, faster. Back in the training yard, he instructs Sung Mi-ri to hold still, preparing for their next exercise, and she eagerly responds, ready to begin. Suddenly, an unseen system activates, announcing the unique authority of the Eye of the Blind God has been triggered. This is immediately followed by a message indicating an evaluation of the target's state of mind. UIL Sin, now crackling with yellow electricity, finds a strange amusement in the unfolding events, thinking it's a bit cute. The red chains and blue energies surge around him once more, as he utters a chilling, "Thanks for the meal." Even as the system activated, a deep-seated desire for strength still burned within him, a need to become more powerful. As the energy surged around him, a strange sense of peace washed over him, a feeling of happy sleep. Meanwhile, a distant building was struck by a powerful, crackling force, causing someone to exclaim, "Whoa." Later, walking with Sung Miri, he mused that as a novel writer, he found the system's activation to be a good idea, believing it was working, though she quickly countered, "I don't think so. Just to let you know, those are a bit much." He then remembered his other identity, realizing he was also a web novel teacher, and wondered if he could manage everything, feeling overwhelmed by his busy schedule. Suddenly, a glowing blue interface materialized before him, announcing that a quest has arrived. Later, looking at his phone, he considered the name for a character, thinking it would be better if she had a proper name instead of just Saintess. He pondered further, wondering if Windong was a good name, or perhaps Beksuk. His frustration mounted as he realized his own shortcomings, lamenting, "You're terrible at naming characters." A frustrated groan escapes him as the system continues to plague his thoughts. But a moment later, a mischievous grin spreads across his face as he settles on a name for his new character. "Yeah, since she's an anti, I'll go with Anti. How's that?" Unbeknownst to him, his decision sends a ripple through the system, causing a blue-skinned creature to recoil in terror, letting out a small, terrified squeak. As countless other shadowy figures plead for mercy, begging for salvation from their unseen tormentor. Back in his own reality, UIL Sin stares at his phone, a small blue creature now visible on the screen, wondering aloud, "Wait, how do I get rid of this? Oh my goodness, it's a quest." Later, having returned to the familiar comfort of his neighborhood, he muses that home truly is the best place. Stepping into his impeccably clean kitchen, he feels a sense of peace, believing the repairs are finally complete, only for another system notification to abruptly shatter his tranquility. A new quest appears on his phone, detailing a calamity involving the demon beast of disaster and its monsters in an abandoned mine, demanding their defeat or facing death, prompting him to exclaim, "Keep your mouth shut. I thought I suppressed one." The system confirms the evolution of the Gyami race, with the experience value of the summoned demon beast, cockroach, converted, and Lord Uil Sin's level increasing by 2. Simultaneously, a new message flashes across his vision, announcing that his increased level has activated civilization revival. Out in a distant forest, the very ground begins to churn and shift, causing a lone figure to flee in terror, shouting that the forest itself is changing. From the newly disturbed earth, a small, goat-like humanoid emerges, its eyes wide with wonder, exclaiming with relief that they have finally arrived. From a distant observation room, Choi Gang-sen watches the unfolding events with a look of utter disbelief, muttering about having built this place himself. Below, the forest floor rapidly transforms into a grid-like pattern, as more of the small Gyami creatures begin to appear, their numbers swelling. The ground continues to ripple with blue energy, and rudimentary structures begin to rise from the earth, forming a nascent settlement for the burgeoning Gyami population. The settlement quickly takes shape, complete with small buildings and a central plaza, as Choi Gang-san continues to marvel at the rapid development, noting that the Gyami can now train and defend themselves. Beside him, Sung Miri looks on in awe, as Choi Gang-sen proudly declares, "Do you see all of this? Lord Uil Shin has performed it. He is truly amazing, isn't he?" Uil Sin watches the newly formed Gyami settlement, hearing their chants of praise for the one who grants them sleep and protection. He notes their rapid evolution, becoming more and more like the Gyami of legend, a testament to the power of his skill. A sudden realization dawns on him, as he recalls that Gyami in archaic words means ants. He chuckles at the thought, finding their growth fascinating before deciding to check on the next phase of his skill. Pulling out his phone, he wonders about the various functions of his new skill, only for a system window to pop up, revealing a demon beast of disaster, known as the Flower of Wrath, a creature whose challenge survival rate is less than 0.00001%. Suddenly, a monstrous, skeletal figure with glowing red eyes erupts from the ground, its terrifying presence heralded by a cacophony of unsettling sounds. Staring at the grotesque creature, he exclaims in disbelief, wondering what on earth it could be. His phone provides the chilling answer. The Gyami race was created with the Flower of Wrath as its core, and it now spawns blood-sucking beasts, surviving rats, and wild dogs. A system prompt appears, asking if he will bring down the wall, offering a choice to block the entrance instead. As the decision is made, a group of figures violently assaults a massive wall, sending debris flying with each impact. Uil Sin observes the scene on his phone, muttering to himself that he won't interfere with his own curiosity. The perspective shifts to a different group, where a long-haired warrior and his followers gaze upward, one exclaiming that their lord must be certain this is an amazing skill, while another adds that only the strongest can challenge the throne. The warrior stands resolute before his group, a low growl echoing through the air. Then, a monstrous demon beast of disaster with glowing red eyes lunges into view, its terrifying presence causing the warrior and his followers to scream in panic, urging each other to run away and cry for help. The warrior's face contorts in desperation, his hands outstretched as he wishes for just a bit more strength. But it is too late, as he is sent plummeting downward, his body crashing with a heavy impact. His scream echoes, a final, desperate cry as the vision fades. As the terrifying vision unfolds before him, Sin clenches his fist, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. He vows to himself that he can protect his friends, even as the scene shifts back to the ornate pagoda, where the muscular long-haired man cries out in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer power of the imperial majesty. Desperate, the warrior pleads for another chance, offering his indispensable service to the imperial majesty's group. But the shadowy demon beast of disaster, its red eyes glowing ominously, declares that death is the only solution for his sins, leaving the warrior to scream for mercy, his pleas echoing unanswered. A massive, shadowy form looms over the pagoda, and the warrior is sent plummeting from the structure, his resistance utterly broken. Purple energy erupts, tearing through the pagoda's roof, shattering its ancient architecture. The entire structure groans and collapses under the relentless assault, a cacophony of destruction filling the air. Amidst the chaos, the warrior's hand reaches out one last time, a final, desperate plea for his life escaping his lips before he is silenced. Then, a blinding, overwhelming blast of purple energy erupts from the demon beast, engulfing everything in its path and leaving only annihilation. The vision continues, a monstrous, shadowy form with glowing red eyes and a dark purple aura lets out a guttural roar. Its voice echoing with fury as it demands to know why its rage is usually present, questioning what is being done correctly. Meanwhile, an unseen voice pleads for haste, declaring loyalty even while being tortured by the demon beast of disaster, with thoughts still fixed on their imperial majesty. The demon beast then turns its wrath upon its armored subordinates, questioning how long it must trust and wait for such useless beings who cannot even handle mere ants. Another unseen voice cautiously advises the enraged creature to rein in its anger, as the vision shifts to a grand, imposing hall, where the title of Your Imperial Majesty is proclaimed, revealing a long-haired figure seated on a throne, their purple eyes glowing faintly as they inquire, "Are you back? Oh, my precious." The figure's eyes intensify with a vibrant purple glow, a look of surprise crossing their face as they exclaim, "Oh, priestess." An unseen servant confirms their return, stating, "Yes, Your Majesty. Your servant has returned after completing the task you gave me." With a powerful purple aura flaring around them, the long-haired figure proclaims, "Your Imperial Majesty, your servant has been reborn into a true god." The towering, shadowy form of the demon beast of disaster, now known as Arachne, wreathed in a pulsating purple aura, dominates the view as a voice, seemingly from a subordinate, addresses an unseen imperial majesty, pleading for the world and its realms to be left to their humble servants, so they might ascend to a new plane. Then, a regal female figure, with sharp features and long dark hair, her skin or armor a deep purple, speaks with cold authority, stating that the bugs of the Black Tribe and the Evil Gods Tribe will soon be exterminated, as the image shifts to a monstrous, insectoid creature with multiple glowing red eyes, its form crackling with dark energy. The demon beast of disaster, Arachne, its red eyes burning with malevolent light, finishes the declaration, asserting its power. A dark, abstract symbol flickers into view, marking a transition. Suddenly, a monstrous figure, its form armored and spiked, erupts into the scene, letting out a guttural roar that echoes with raw power. It lunges with incredible speed, a blur of dark energy and sharp edges. Its glowing red eyes fixate on its target as it declares itself the Count of Vampirism, Mastu. Mastu's assault is relentless, battering a long-haired observer who struggles to withstand the onslaught, barely able to voice his disbelief at the brutal beating. The observer, despite his injuries, curses a needle, suggesting a hidden struggle or a specific weakness. Mastu pauses, his gaze intense, before continuing his pronouncement with a chilling, however. Later, amidst the quiet of a dense forest, the observer, having survived the encounter, makes a solemn request. A frustrated cry escapes Shin as he slams his hands down on the desk before him. A chilling memory or vision flashing through his mind of a shadowy figure looming over the mysterious long-haired observer, threatening to sever his contract and cancel his serialization. The thought sends a jolt of fear through him, and he can't help but vocalize his terror at the prospect of his work being cancelled. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to calm down, knowing he simply has to keep writing until the situation resolves itself. Later, a moment of curiosity overtakes him as he glances at his phone, wondering what the characters in his game are currently doing. The screen displays a group of armored figures, poised for adventure. As he continues to observe the game, a powerful figure within the virtual world flexes an arm, an unseen voice exclaiming, "Muscle." The scene shifts to a massive, dark rock, a formidable obstacle in the warrior's path. With a guttural cry, the muscular man strains against it, his body taut with effort. Another observer within the game reacts with wide eyes, muttering, "Whoa, that rock's harder than him." Ul Shin, watching the action unfold on his phone, notices something seems different with this guy. Suddenly, a cascade of glowing notifications fills the screen. Level up. Skill acquired. New quest. The muscular man is bathed in a golden light. Back in his room, Ul Shin sighs, pondering, "Don't I have to raise my level to get stronger? Well, what can I do now?" Within the game, the muscular man stands, surrounded by a vibrant golden aura, a look of surprise on his face as he murmurs, "HMM?" His hands now hold a magnificent, glowing golden goblet, and he exclaims in disbelief, Just what is this?" As the muscular warrior kneels, a profound sensation washes over him, a surge of strength filling his very being. He rises, clutching a glowing orb, a realization dawning upon him. Someone powerful is watching over him. Meanwhile, in his own world, Ul Shin watches the game's progression, the warrior's gratitude echoing in his mind as God Il Shin is praised. He continues typing, a new thought forming about the mysterious entity now influencing the game. This must be the so-called evil god. Far away, in a realm of shadows, the mysterious observer contemplates the warrior's success, musing on the one who eliminated the third target. He considers the warrior's fighting style, noting his familiarity with swordsmen like himself. A monstrous, dragon-like head with glowing red eyes appears, and the observer's voice cuts through the darkness, demanding to know its relationship with vampirism. With a chilling curiosity, he then asks for a taste of the evil god's blood. His eyes glow with an ominous purple light, reflecting the dark intentions behind his words. The mysterious long-haired observer, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly purple light, regards the struggling demon beast, musing, "Of course, the evil god's blood is a valuable flesh, isn't it?" He continues to observe the creature, a title appearing in the ethereal space around them, identifying it as the Count of Vampirism Mosto. The demon beast, engulfed in a furious red aura, lets out a guttural roar, challenging the observer. "You have no idea, do you?" It continues its defiant declaration, "I will surpass the gods and take their throne." Unfazed, the observer extends a hand, purple energy surging from his palm, declaring, "And then you will become mine as well." The demon beast struggles against the encroaching power, a sudden realization dawning on it as it cries out, "Ha! How slow-witted. This one is not the evil god." Meanwhile, the muscular long-haired man, his brow furrowed in confusion, mutters to himself, "Make it to the end so you can sleep just a bit more." Back in the ethereal void, the observer's purple energy intensifies, pulling the demon beast closer, as he announces, "And now." A satisfied smile spreads across his face, his purple eyes gleaming, as he savors the moment. "Excellent. What a delicacy." As the mysterious observer continued his absorption, the demon beast's form pulsed with raw energy, its strength surging. A deep, resonant sound echoed as its power increased by leaps and bounds. Veins bulged on the observer's arm, channeling the immense power. His eyes glowing with a fierce purple light, he declared his intent to wield this new strength. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Ul Sin jolted awake, rubbing his head in confusion. He noticed a fresh mosquito bite on his arm, wondering why they were still active so late in the year. A sudden, inexplicable chill ran through him, leaving him shivering. Unable to control it, he let out a loud sneeze. Still feeling the intense cold, he rubbed his arms vigorously, trying to generate some warmth. A sudden, inexplicable chill racks Ul Sin's body, leaving him shivering uncontrollably as he wonders what could possibly be happening to him. The sensation intensifies, making him question the very nature of this bizarre affliction. He glances around, hoping to find a source for the sudden onset of symptoms, but there's nothing visible to explain his rapidly deteriorating condition. As a sharp pain shoots through him, a system message flashes, revealing a mark from the abominable plague bringer has been placed upon him. Another message confirms a chill's curse is activated, leaving him to ponder the meaning of such a term. Still shivering violently, he wonders if he simply caught a terrible cold, despite the ominous system alerts. A pained groan escapes him as yet another system message appears, this time announcing that a fever curse is activated. Overwhelmed, he sneezes forcefully as two more curses activate, muscle pain and anemia, compounding his misery. Crouching in distress, he realizes the severity of his situation, deciding he must immediately check the shop for a way to cure himself. Ul Sin finds himself thrust into a perilous quest, a system window demanding he save 100 people to survive, with only 10 currently accounted for. The sheer impossibility of the task weighs heavily on him, a frustrated groan escaping his lips as he grapples with the system's cruel demands. Elsewhere, two terrified civilians cling to each other, one pleading for help, overwhelmed by the chaos and pain surrounding them. Suddenly, a figure in a sleek helmet and goggles bursts onto the scene, blue lightning crackling around her as she prepares for battle amidst the wreckage. With a powerful surge, she unleashes a devastating electrical attack, the air around her shimmering with raw energy. Standing victorious over a defeated monster, the lightning-wielding hero is observed by the stunned civilians, who question how such a powerful force arrived. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across the face of another individual, his red eyes glowing as he reveals his own connection to his system, while Uil Sin, in a separate moment of despair, wonders if he's facing a psychopath. The lightning girl remains focused, her blue energy still radiating, ready for whatever comes next. A sudden realization washes over her, her eyes widening in surprise as she senses something unexpected. A young man with wavy brown hair, clad in a purple hoodie, looks on in utter disbelief as a civilian cries out for help, calling him brother, while another voice questions his presence, asking, "Teacher, what are you doing here?" He glances down at the glowing lines on the ground, a silent question hanging in the air as he mutters, "Me?" High above the city, a desperate cry echoes, pleading for help. Below, a sinister system user, his red eyes glowing with malevolent amusement, watches as a distressed man and woman look up in terror, the man shouting, "What the hell is happening?" Meanwhile, the lightning girl, her own blue eyes glowing with fierce determination, stares upward, her expression grim as she wonders, "What the hell is happening? You terrorists!" The distressed civilians below her echo her confusion, the man exclaiming, "What the hell is happening?" In another part of the city, Uil Sin, Choi Gang-san, and Sung Miri stand amidst a crowd of onlookers, all gazing skyward, as Sung Miri asks, "You want to die?" Choi Gang-san, his face etched with concern, questions the situation. "Why don't you try to figure out what'll happen to this world then?" The sinister system user, still observing from above, dismisses their concerns with a chilling declaration, "You fools! How dare you stop us from making games? The awakening of the one who will purify this world. You do not understand that this is for your own good." A system message flashes, confirming the retrieval of a target's memory. The mysterious observer's voice echoes, inviting the target to join his great cause, as he begins to read their memories through their own perspective. A surge of ethereal energy ripples through the space. His eyes glowing with a sinister yellow light, the observer muses that the target will now perceive events in a way that instills profound fear, anticipating the descent of ultimate destruction. He extends a hand, his expression one of dark satisfaction, revealing his intention to set up numerous sacrifices. Meanwhile, a powerful, long-haired man stands shirtless, his brow furrowed in confusion, as the observer's voice reaches him, asking if he can accomplish the task, addressing him as Kim Taebyum. The observer, now revealed as Sir Apostle, proclaims Kim Taebyum his warrior, receiving an immediate, affirmative response. A smirk plays on Sir Apostle's lips, a sound of dark amusement escaping him. As the ethereal energy swirls once more, he ponders the intriguing prospect of gradually altering Kim Taebyum's memories. A look of confusion and distress crosses Uil Sin's face, as he wonders why everyone seems to be staring at him. Meanwhile, Sir Apostle's eyes glow with a sinister purple light, as he declares his intent for the god of destruction. His hand begins to glow with the same ominous energy, a dark power gathering in his palm. Uil Sin, witnessing the escalating threat, realizes he must act quickly to stop whatever is coming. Suddenly, Kim Taebyum unleashes a blinding golden energy from his index finger, a powerful attack erupting forth. The force of the ability is immense, generating a crushing impact. Golden lightning crackles around his extended finger, the energy discharge sustained and potent. This devastating technique is known as the index finger. Watching the display of power, Sir Apostle lets out a maniacal laugh, his triumph echoing through the void. Uil Sin watches in horror as a monstrous Gyeami member seizes Sung Miri, while Choi Gang-san calls out to her. But before the creature can react, a blinding flash of blue lightning erupts, striking the beast and sending crackling energy through its form. Uil Sin's eyes widen, startled by the sudden, powerful intervention. The Gyeami roars in agony, its body convulsing as the intense electrical current courses through it. It lets out a guttural scream, violently thrashing under the relentless assault of the blue energy. A figure emerges, channeling a concentrated bolt of pure lightning, causing the creature to seize up once more, a pained grunt escaping its lips. Finally, the monstrous Gyeami collapses, defeated, as the lightning dissipates, leaving the new arrival standing victorious. Turning to Uil Sin, the young woman announces the threat has been neutralized, then questions his presence. As the immediate threat recedes, a wave of relief washes over him, but a sinister purple energy begins to coalesce around Uil Sin. From the shadows, a grotesque, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes emerges, its voice echoing with a chilling pronouncement. "It's time for you to die." The male figure clutches his head, a green, sickly glow now emanating from his forehead, his face contorted in agony. A system alert flashes, confirming the grim reality. A necrosis curse has been activated. Uil Sin lies unconscious on the ground, his body racked by the curse, while Choi Gang-san desperately tries to rouse him, his voice filled with panic. Teacher, are you all right? Please wake up." The green glow persists around his head, as his companions continue to call out to him in distress. Far away, in a realm of dark, jagged rock formations, a sinister sorceress with glowing yellow eyes bows reverently, addressing an unseen figure. "Oh, beautiful mistress." She then turns to a long-haired man, her voice filled with dark zeal. "Just give me the word, and I'll wipe out all God's creation." He calmly replies, "There is no need to rush. The plague god hasn't moved yet." The sorceress presses on, her tone urgent. "But if this is the plague emperor?" A green-skinned sorceress, her yellow eyes glowing with malevolent intent, observes a shadowy entity, remarking on the abominable plague bringer's vile and tenacious nature. The monstrous plague bringer, its form indistinct but its purple eyes burning, seems to confirm her words, asserting that it will never release its prey once caught. Meanwhile, Uil Sin plummets through an endless, ethereal sky, disoriented and questioning his strange new surroundings. He lands gently on a cloud-like surface, recalling strange voices and his sudden unconsciousness, utterly confused about his location and how he arrived. As he processes his predicament, a system window materializes before him, announcing the acquisition of a new skill and a new title. The sorceress's voice echoes once more, revealing that despite her curse, the plague bringer, now seen as a monstrous insectoid creature with glowing red eyes, retains its powers. She scoffs at the creature's resilience, declaring that a curse is still a curse, and its full effect is merely a matter of time. The sorceress continues, stating that the plague bringer will have forfeited its chance to become a god, while Uil Sin, still processing the system messages, reacts with a confused, soft exclamation. A monstrous, spiky red entity writhes, its form contorting as if in agony, a guttural cry escaping its maw. Its struggle is observed by an unseen force, declaring, "Preventing the plague bringer from becoming a god, we will be the ones to take that power for ourselves." Suddenly, a system notification rings out, presenting a new quest: save others if you want to live. Sick 1. If you want to live, use that desperation to save 100 people. The counter shows an astonishing 1,238 people saved, far exceeding the requirement. As the notification confirms his success, Uil Sin slowly stirs, his eyes fluttering open to the concerned face of Sung Miri, who asks if he is all right, while he can only manage a confused sound. He questions if he was dreaming, as another system message appears, stating that Honey is very pleased with your good deeds and confirming a healing potion is now taking effect, with his goodness skill leveling up to 2. Sung Miri calls out to him again, and he responds with a dazed yes, before noticing foam at his mouth, utterly confused. A moment later, he exclaims in surprise, realizing his body has fully recovered, wondering if it's the effect of the medicine. A final system message appears, revealing that as an additional reward, some of his divine power has seeped into him, while Sung Miri, the Thunder Empress, is asked by others to sign something, with someone calling her Yuni and praising her coolness. Turning to him, Sung Miri remarks, "Seriously, how could a teacher like you have so much courage?" Elsewhere, a man with long, wavy hair holds a phone to his ear, concluding a call with a terse, "Call you later." He stands among a small group of individuals in a grand hall, his attention already shifting to the unfolding situation. A subordinate nearby mutters, observing the man's grim expression, "The boss is in a bad mood. He's definitely not in a good mood." The long-haired man's gaze is sharp, his thoughts clear. Tabium must have failed. He's definitely defeated. Turning to a woman with striking yellow eyes, he declares, as an apologetic gesture, "I will definitely make sure to get you next time." The woman, an apostle, responds with a hint of challenge. "I will give you 3 days, guild leader." The guild leader, now shirtless and displaying his formidable physique, scoffs. "You think within 3 days, you can defeat that man to me? Apostle, it seems you don't know that man." He sighs in exasperation. "Huh. This is why you insects are not getting favor from our god." Looking down with a mixture of disdain and awe, he questions, "Do you really not see how valuable that man can be, when he is shining like a dazzling sun among such insignificant bugs?" The guild leader, his body radiating a potent purple aura, reached out with a massive hand, his grip firm on the apostle, as he declared with chilling certainty, I can see it. Our god's favor within his body." The sorceress, clearly in pain, could only manage a pained whisper. Meanwhile, the city slept under the fading light of dawn. Unaware of the dark machinations, Uil Sin lay in bed, contentedly observing his phone, muttering to himself about the effectiveness of a certain skill. Suddenly, a system message flashed across his screen, announcing that number 1 was earnestly asking for his help, currently in a state of helplessness. The message continued, a desperate plea for cooperation, claiming only he could be more powerful than the Plague Emperor and begging for his aid. He reacted with utter disbelief. The sudden, overwhelming information sent him reeling, collapsing to the floor as he grappled with the incomprehensible turn of events. Still clutching his phone, he slowly pushed himself up, his mind racing to process the impossible request. Far away, the apostle lay trembling on the ground, her eyes glowing with a desperate, fearful light. The world around him blurs into an indistinct haze. As the warrior steels his resolve, knowing that to protect his tribe, he must gain the power of Warkor by attempting the trial. He approaches a shimmering gateway, his face etched with fierce determination. Stepping forward, the challenger number 1 declares his intent to attempt the warrior's trial, a challenge bestowed by the goddess. He passes through the glowing archway, entering the first floor of the trial. which now reveals itself as a grand staircase leading to the second floor. His trial begins now, and he starts his ascent. Having cleared the first round of the warrior's trial, Uil Shin feels a surge of power as he levels up, his thoughts racing. Don't be anxious. No, I. The system confirms his new occupation as a warrior and grants him magnificent armor. Clenching his fist, he stands with a determined expression, believing, I can do this. Suddenly, a blinding, explosive force erupts around him, tearing through the very fabric of the trial space. A harsh impact sends him reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He is violently thrown backward, his body tumbling through the air amidst glowing particles. His face contorts in distress, a desperate plea escaping him. Lord Uil Shin, please. Meanwhile, a system message confirms a new, unsettling development. The target's memories are being read. An ornate, closed door stands before him, a silent, imposing barrier. Uil Shin lies on the ground, surrounded by tiny, ant-like creatures, his mind reeling as he recognizes them. These were the very ants he used to casually squish to death, a chilling realization dawning on him. A system message flashes, announcing a new quest, but he can only groan, questioning if this is all some terrible illusion. His eyes widen in horror at the message on his phone. 10 seconds until number 1 dies. He cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what it means. The screen prompts him to use the protection of the growth god, offering a choice to feed it to number 1, with the no option highlighted. With only 8 seconds remaining, he frantically questions why his actions are having no effect, desperately wondering what he should do. With only 7 seconds remaining until number 1's demise, Uil Shin's face contorts in distress, a sudden thought striking him. As the countdown drops to 5 seconds, he manages a small, hopeful smile, recalling a past achievement. He wonders aloud if completing the Book of Medicine quest had granted him a reward. A system message immediately confirms his suspicion, offering him the unique ability, Healing Hand, Finger of the God, which he eagerly accepts without hesitation. As the countdown reaches 3 seconds, a vibrant green energy begins to emanate from his hand, swirling with power. The green light intensifies, concentrating around his fingers. Intricate, glowing patterns appear on his skin, marking the activation of his new ability. His eyes widen in shock as he stares at his phone, uttering the name of the one in danger. Meanwhile, a muscular man with long, flowing hair, clad in warrior's attire, looks back over his shoulder, seemingly reacting to an unseen threat in a desolate, icy cavern. Trapped within a cavern, surrounded by crackling blue energy, he cries out in desperation, calling for Lord Uil Shin. Meanwhile, Uil Shin, staring at his phone, hears the distant plea, a voice apologizing for only wanting to protect his tribe and asking for forgiveness. His eyes fixed on a rapidly dwindling countdown, Uil Shin urges the unseen entity to leave, his hand reaching out as if to grasp the digital display. Back in the cavern, the muscular man, still engulfed in blue energy, struggles against an invisible barrier, questioning why it isn't opening. Uil Shin's phone then displays a stark system message. The Tower of Warriors has been closed for 19,321 years. You are unable to exit until the waiting room is cleared. He reacts with disbelief, realizing the implications of the message. The countdown continues to tick down, and the voice from the cavern echoes once more, calling out to Lord Uil Shin. As if the situation weren't dire enough, another system message appears. You've received an offer from the Eternal Truth Seeker. Uil Shin sighs, recognizing the sender, muttering about being scammed again, yet acknowledging his helplessness. A small, amused sound escapes him as he questions if someone is truly there, wondering who could be contacting him now. With a sudden surge of determination, Uil Shin sends a message to the trapped warrior, promising to return quickly after telling number 1 to drink something for now. The muscular man, still bandaged and trapped, acknowledges the message he received, understanding the gravity of his situation. Meanwhile, Uil Shin hurries along a city street, his thoughts preoccupied with the system message on his phone, which indicates that the person he's looking for isn't the muscular man, but someone connected to his predicament, as he confirms his arrival to an unseen caller. Suddenly, a voice from off-panel catches him off guard, inquiring if he is indeed Hunter Uil Shin. Standing before him is a stern-faced man with glowing eyes, who introduces himself as Kim Tae-min, the formidable head of the Golden Dragon Guild, expressing his honor at their meeting. Uil Shin, still processing the unexpected encounter, attempts to clarify that he is not, in fact, a hunter. Kim Tae-min, however, remains unfazed, his gaze unwavering, insisting that Uil Shin is about to become one and asking if he has time for a brief discussion. Confused but with little choice, Uil Shin finds himself agreeing, his expression a mix of surprise and reluctant acceptance. Far away, in the depths of the cavern, the muscular man's bandaged leg thuds heavily against the ground, the sound echoing his relentless training. Now enveloped in a vibrant golden aura, he stands ready for more, challenging the unseen forces to continue their arduous trial. Deep within the cavern, the muscular man descends a long, winding staircase. His brow furrowed in concentration as a golden aura begins to emanate from his form. He prepares to strike a colossal, dark boulder, his body coiled with raw power. And with a guttural cry, he drives his glowing golden fist forward. The impact is immense, shattering the massive stone into countless fragments. As golden energy explodes outwards, he stands amidst the debris, his fist still glowing, a silent testament to his strength. A system message then confirms his success. Challenger number 1 has cleared the trial of the boulder. Having just received a system message confirming his reward for clearing the first floor of the Tower of Warriors, Uil Sin stands before Kim Tae-min, who holds a document and announces that Challenger number 1 is now eligible to attempt the second floor, the Trial of the Wind. Tae-min, looking slightly confused, tries to persuade him, suggesting he give up, as it's been too long and he won't be able to do it, before asking if there's a problem. The sheer weight of the number, 300 million, sends Uil Sin to his knees, his mind reeling from the thought of having spent so long writing manuscripts in his small room, enduring the scorn of a manager, only to be offered such a fortune. He rises, his eyes wide with a newfound dream, imagining all the food he could eat: fried rice, beef, noodles, even premium Korean beef, anything he desires. His thoughts drift further, to buying countless presents for his beloved niece, Sung-yeon, and the promise of monster byproducts and bounties being distributed at a favorable 7-to-3 ratio. A knowing smile spreads across Kim Tae-min's face as he continues to entice him, assuring him that the rest of the money will be generously invested, conveniently allowing him to wed a beautiful wife. But his expression quickly hardens, and he calls out, "Il Shin, are you listening to me?" Snapping back to reality, Uil Sin shakes his head, realizing he had been completely lost in a daydream about the money. As Kim Tae-min's gaze intensifies, a system message appears, appraising the guild leader, who then looks up in surprise, his eyes widening slightly. The appraisal reveals Kim Tae-min to be a human male, 34 years old, and more disturbingly, an acolyte of the god of destruction. A faint purple aura emanates from Kim Tae-min as he calmly explains the contract's binding nature, while Uil Sin's mind reels at the mention of a subordinate of the god of destruction. A blue glow briefly surrounds Uil Sin as the terrifying implication dawns on him. The 300 million won was meant to be his exit fee from this world. Kim Tae-min simply watches him, a silent question hanging in the air. A panicked red aura flares around Uil Sin as he desperately tries to backtrack, claiming he's suddenly too busy to continue the discussion. Kim Tae-min's expression remains stern, his question cutting through the flimsy excuse. He wants to know if Uil Sin dislikes their offer. With a flustered denial, Uil Sin turns and bolts, his thoughts consumed by the realization that he's not just writing for money anymore, but for his very survival. Trying to backtrack, Uil Sin quickly apologizes for his earlier outburst, attempting to smooth things over with the imposing man. However, Kim Tae-min simply reiterates his terms, stating that as an employee serving the god of destruction, a death fee is a minor concern. Swallowing hard, Uil Sin forces himself to agree, though his unease is palpable. A sudden thought strikes him, a desperate plea for an escape route, as he clutches his stomach and asks if he might use the washroom first. Kim Tae-min, with an unnerving calm, assures him he will wait right there. Alone in the restroom stall, Uil Sin's mind races, trying to comprehend the true nature of the man he just met, recalling the appraisal from earlier. His face is etched with worry and confusion. Summoning a system screen, he sees Kim Tae-min's profile, acolyte of the god of destruction, a title held for 34 years, with his special ability, death fee. The chilling details confirm his worst fears: he is truly screwed. The narration clarifies the grim reality. The death fee isn't a ransom, but a payment to the very god of destruction itself, a payment exacted by a monstrous, decaying hand. He considers his options, wondering if he should call the police or perhaps the Hunter Association. Before he can even dial, a sudden, devastating impact sends him flying, shattering the wall behind him. Standing amidst the dust and glowing with an ominous blue light, Kim Tae-min emerges, his voice cutting through the chaos, demanding to know who he was trying to call. He stands over the fallen man, his presence overwhelming as he addresses him directly. Lying on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, Uil Sin can only register the horrifying truth of his situation. Kim Tae-min presses him, demanding to know who he's trying to contact. Uil Sin stammers, claiming he needs to reach his publisher about an urgent matter. His face contorts in a desperate plea. But the interrogator's patience snaps, and a sudden, unseen force slams into the ground beside him. Red energy crackling violently around him. Dark, ethereal chains erupt from the ground, binding his limbs. A sharp cry of pain escapes him, as he's violently thrown back by an explosive burst of orange energy. Still reeling from the previous assault, Uil Sin lay crumpled on the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips as the dust settled around him. Standing over him, Kim Tae-min's hand began to glow with ominous power, his voice cutting through the air with a chilling declaration. He would simply knock him out first, then take him away. Before Uil Sin could even react, an unseen force seized him, lifting his body into the air and contorting it violently amidst crackling purple energy. Then, with a sickening crunch, he was slammed back down onto the hard floor, the impact echoing with his desperate cries. His face contorted in agony, the purple energy still clinging to him, as Kim Tae-min's voice, devoid of sympathy, asked if it hurt, wondering why he hadn't simply agreed. With a cold, calculating gaze, Kim Taemin assured him that if he were able to sleep, he would do so for some time without feeling any pain. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, a single tear welled in Ul Sin's eye, a silent testament to his suffering. As a system notification rings out, announcing an urgent quest to save the next believer, Ul Sin stares at his phone, questioning the nature of this unexpected task. Another notification details the mission: save Song Miri, the Earth Branch's first believer, from death, with a reward of Song Miri's faith plus 100, leaving him aghast at the sudden revelation that someone is in mortal danger. From above, Kim Taemin's voice cuts through the air, acknowledging his resilience, but adding a chilling caveat. If the believers were to perish, he would lose his own source of strength. A pained gasp escapes Ul Sin as he processes the implications, realizing he must act quickly to prevent the loss of his own power. For the Almighty One, there is only one God. With a fierce determination etched across his face, the muscular man known as Number One prepares to make an offering. A vibrant blue aura flares around him as he declares, "I offer my muscles to you." His plea intensifies, the blue energy swirling more vigorously as he asks, "Please, may I prove my loyalty?" Ul Sin watches, a look of utter surprise on his face as a system message appears before him, announcing the addition of a shared skill, Gyeami Clan's Number One. The muscular man's torso glows with the power of his ability, a steel body manifesting. His face reflects the immense power now coursing through him, a body truly made of steel. The realization of what has just occurred washes over Ul Sin, leaving him in stunned silence at Number One's shared skill. An older man with glasses, observing the scene, lets out a confused sound, wondering what just transpired. Suddenly, a burst of dark and blue energy erupts, signifying the full activation of the powerful skill. Kim Taemin, the guild leader, lets out a frustrated grunt, as he considers the implications of the body reinforcement skill now interlocked with Ul Sin. Meanwhile, the muscular long-haired man flexes, a confident hyop, escaping his lips, certain that Taemin is interested in the skill, but unsure of his true intentions. The system confirms the steel body skill, a Class AJ invincible build-up from the Gyeami clan, granting resistance to boulder, wind, steel, and fire. Despite its power, the muscular long-haired man admits his disappointment, having hoped for an S-class skill. With a determined expression, he prepares himself, declaring his intent to fight Taemin and prevent him from escaping. Taemin adjusts his glasses, a subtle click echoing as he adopts a defensive stance, and the muscular long-haired man unleashes a powerful, red-glowing punch. But Taemin intercepts the heavy-duty blow with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Kim Taemin endures the barrage, observing his opponent's wild, unguarded strikes. As a powerful blow connects squarely with his face, sending a jolt through him, the muscular man presses his assault, convinced of his dominance. He dismisses Taemin as a mere novice, his attacks relentless. A sneer crosses his face as he continues to land hits, expressing his disappointment in the perceived weakness. Taemin's head snaps back from another impact, the force rippling through his body. But in a sudden, explosive counter, Taemin's own fist erupts forward, connecting with brutal precision. The muscular man's face contorts in shock and pain, as blood bursts from his nose. He stumbles backward, reeling from the unexpected, devastating blow. The muscular long-haired man, his body glowing with furious red energy, charges forward with a powerful roar. A blur of raw power and speed. But before his attack can land, a devastating counterblow connects, erupting in a blinding flash of red energy. The force of the impact sends his body violently recoiling, shattering the ground beneath him. His eyes, still glowing with power, widen in shock and disbelief as the pain registers. Meanwhile, in a different place, Ul Sin holds his phone, a worried expression on his face as he tries to make a call. He mutters to himself, realizing he should have contacted his wife, Nuri, first, but the call fails to connect. Frustration building, he exclaims that this game is making him search for Nuri immediately, as a system notification appears, announcing the implementation of the one and only believer system. The believer management system interface materializes before him, presenting options for Antinia and Earth. It quickly locates a believer, displaying coordinates, and he readily accepts, declaring that he has plenty of coins to spend anyway. The system confirms Song Nuri's location and the dire situation she is in, as a surge of purple energy ripples through the interface. Meanwhile, Nuri herself appears, her expression etched with deep distress. A desperate hand reaching out, reflected in a cold, unyielding surface. She stands alone in a desolate, echoing space, her feet planted on a blood-stained ground, a chilling blade nearby. Suddenly, an imposing figure emerges, cloaked in dark armor with glowing blue eyes, offering a chilling reassurance. "Don't worry, this won't hurt." Nuri's eyes widen in terror as a system window identifies her tormentor as the Sword Demon, a male human who has lived for 32 years, known for his obsession with blades. She can only whisper, "Teach, Blood splatters across her cheek, a stark testament to her desperate situation. The Sword Demon's blade, glowing with an ominous blue light, is poised to strike. It descends in a flurry of rapid blows, blood erupting from the impacts. The brutal assault continues, each strike tearing through flesh and bone. Nearby, an official document lies stained with fresh blood. It's an achievement award from the South Korean Hunter Association, recognizing the Thunder Empress for her contributions to law and order. The award, signed by the Korean National Chief of Police, is now marred by the crimson evidence of a desperate struggle. A voice cries out in horror, witnessing the brutal attack. Miss Nuri's getting killed by a strange guy? What kind of sword demon, or something? Far away, a notification rings on Yu Il-sun's phone, displaying a cryptic message. You have foreseen Sung Miri's tragic fate. He stares at the screen, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the unsettling words. A system message appears, stark and ominous, declaring that while an event hasn't occurred yet, it is irrevocably fated to be. Yu Il-sun stares at his phone, a grim realization dawning on him, wondering what kind of twisted game this could possibly be. The system then presents a direct question, asking if he would like to change a mortal's fate using his god authority. Without a moment's hesitation, a determined smile spreads across his face, as he emphatically confirms his choice with a resounding, "Of course, yes." A profile for this sword demon appears on his screen, detailing his status as a rank 1 evil god, and his use of swords for 30 years, prompting Yu Il-sun to wonder if this guy is truly crazy about swords. Back at his desk, the system clarifies that god authority is not yet activated, and requires a blood sacrifice to proceed. Without hesitation, he picks up a small knife, preparing to make the required offering. A sharp sting as the blade slices into his finger, drawing a bead of crimson. As his blood drips onto the surface, the system confirms the activation. A golden light erupts around him, and Yu Il-sun gasps, overwhelmed by a sudden, vivid vision. Within this ethereal sight, swirling energies coalesce, painting a scene of chaos and power. Intense orange streaks flash across the void. Before the vision solidifies, revealing Sung Miri falling to the ground amidst dust and debris, a lone figure standing over her. Injured and bleeding, she struggles to speak, her voice strained as she explains that she bears no ill will, merely fulfilling a given task. Her words hang heavy in the air, a desperate plea or explanation in the face of defeat. Then, the vision shifts to a close-up of a katana, its blade stained crimson, the unmistakable weapon of the sword demon. Yu Il-sun's eyes widen in horror, the full gravity of the fated event crashing down on him. The vision culminates in a devastating impact, shattering the very ground beneath it. He senses a presence, a stealthy skill so profound he cannot even perceive its source, as a dark, cloaked figure emerges from the shadows. A profound unease settles over him, leaving him to wonder just what kind of entity this could be. Then, a crimson glow ignites in the darkness, as the sword demon's eyes burn with a singular, terrifying desire. His muscular form radiates with dark energy, the unspoken word hanging heavy in the air. Elsewhere, Kim Taemin shields Sung Nuri, both of them caught in a moment of desperate fear, their faces etched with confusion and alarm. The vision shifts back to Sung Miri, her hair now glowing pink, her face bloodied, as she cries out in disbelief and recognition. The sword demon's hand, wreathed in the same malevolent red energy, grips a knife, poised to fulfill his chilling desire. The sword demon reflects on his journey, acknowledging the arduous path he has walked, ever since he first embraced the way of the blade. He muses on the countless talented individuals he has overcome to reach his current standing, while Yu Il-sun, observing the scene, wonders if the voice he hears belongs to a subordinate of the Thunder Empress. The sword demon stands ready, his formidable blade gleaming with a cold, deadly light. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, his sword arcing towards Yu Il-sun, who barely has time to react, thinking only of his desire to fight. The sword demon's eyes glow with a furious red, his mind consumed by the urge to cut everything down. He continues his relentless assault, mocking Yu Il-sun for daring to face him with nothing more than a small fruit knife. The sword demon's blade slices through the air, but Yu Il-sun moves with unexpected agility, a smirk playing on his lips as he challenges his opponent, asking if he truly wishes to fight. Before the sword demon can react, Yu Il-sun closes the distance, delivering a devastating punch that sends his foe reeling, declaring that such tricks are useless against him. The sword demon unleashes a powerful, aura-infused sword strike, its pink energy flaring around him. But before the blade can connect, Yu Il-sun intercepts, his own pink energy flaring to meet the attack. The sword demon, confident in his prowess, boasts that even S-class hunters couldn't withstand his sword. He acknowledges that merely avoiding it would already be worthy of praise. Yet, as he speaks, Yu Il-sun delivers a chilling smirk, landing a precise cut with a small knife. The blow connects, slicing cleanly into the sword demon. The sword demon recoils in utter shock, unable to comprehend how his formidable attack was not only blocked but countered by such a trivial weapon. He stares in disbelief, exclaiming that such a feat is impossible. He takes a deep breath, mentally urging himself to remain calm and not fall for his opponent's tactics. Meanwhile, the sword demon, his form wreathed in dark purple energy, declares, "Then, this time, I won't miss," as he unleashes a powerful halfway rock slash. His body glows with a fierce purple aura as he moves, determined to land the strike. The massive, arcing slash of dark energy tears through the air, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The purple energy blurs into an unstoppable force. But before it can connect, a small, glinting knife suddenly appears, striking the sword demon's arm with a sharp impact, making him cry out in surprise. Having successfully countered, Uil Sin moves with blinding speed, his body trailing a vibrant pink aura, leaving afterimages in his wake. The sword demon recoils, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, muttering in confusion. Before he can react, Uil Sin unleashes a rapid flurry of glowing, red-tinged blows, striking the sword demon repeatedly with devastating force. He lets out a surprised exclamation, the pink energy around him flaring as he braces himself. Meanwhile, the young woman watching the battle from a distance wonders aloud if the opponent is truly the legendary Thunder Empress. A small, dark object appears in the sword demon's hand, as a voice explains that the man he faces is an unofficial hunter, unknown to government or guild. If that is the case, the sword demon resolves, his grip tightening on his blade. The dark object in his hand begins to glow with a sinister aura. As he acknowledges the cost, this sacrifice will drain some of his life force. But with this power, he vows to finish his opponent in a single, decisive strike. A pained grunt escapes him, the sheer force of the sword demon's unleashed power causing him to struggle. Engulfed in a massive, violent purple and pink aura, the sword demon's eyes glow with malevolent energy, his sword now a conduit for his desperate, ultimate attack. With a thunderous roar, the sword demon unleashes his explosive, life-draining strike. The sword demon's devastating purple and pink energy attack erupts, engulfing Uil Sin in a blinding explosion. Watching the overwhelming display of power, Sung Miri gasps, her eyes wide with shock. But quickly, her expression hardens, a quiet determination settling over her features. Meanwhile, from within the dissipating explosion, Uil Sin emerges, dark energy swirling around him as he declares his arrival. His eyes glow with an intense, menacing light, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, he lunges forward with incredible speed. A guttural scream tears from his throat as he unleashes a furious, energy-infused attack. His face contorted in a mask of raw power and fury, his burning eyes fixated on his target. With a thunderous impact, Uil Sin lands a devastating blow, sending the sword demon reeling amidst a shower of purple energy and debris. The force of Uil Sin's strike still reverberates through the air, causing the sword demon's armored hand to recoil from the impact. Having delivered his blow, Uil Sin lands lightly, poised for his next move. He stands ready, a knife clutched in his hand, surveying the ruined landscape. But before he can act, dark, shadowy energy erupts from the ground. As the sword demon executes a blindingly fast shadow step, Uil Sin's eyes glow crimson as he registers the sudden movement, a surprised gasp escaping him. The shadowy attack connects with brutal force, sending debris scattering in its wake. The sword demon lands with a heavy impact, the ground cracking beneath his feet, only to find his blade shattered in his grasp. A look of utter disbelief crosses his face as he stares at the broken hilt, his weapon reduced to fragments. My sword, in pieces, he mutters, the realization sinking in. He then turns his attention to Uil Sin, who lies motionless on the desolate ground, a low, guttural laugh escaping him. But the laughter quickly turns to shock. No way. He's still breathing after that attack? He exclaims, his eyes beginning to glow with a furious red light. I'll cut everything, he vows, a dark symbol appearing on his cheek as his expression twists into a menacing grin. And with a sharp cry, he tears something from his own chest, a surge of raw power emanating from him. A sudden, overwhelming pressure makes him clench his fist, a bewildered gasp escaping his lips. Standing amidst the desolate ruins, he looks around, utterly lost. What could his opponent possibly be doing? He wonders, his confusion deepening. Meanwhile, the sword demon's transformation completes, his eyes now glowing a malevolent red, a dark symbol etched onto his cheek. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a devastating blue energy blade. The glowing weapon slices through the air with terrifying speed. Faced with the imminent attack, Uil Sin's eyes widen in sheer terror, a single thought echoing in his mind. I'll die. The sword demon's blue energy blade slams into its target with devastating force, sending a shockwave of raw power through the air. As the brilliant blue and pink energies begin to dissipate, a profound silence falls over the desolate landscape. But against all odds, he remains standing, his eyes wide with disbelief at his own survival. The sword demon, equally stunned, can only utter a choked whisper, wondering how his target could possibly be unharmed. Uil Sin, feeling the surge of power within him, flexes his muscles, a question forming on his lips about the impossible outcome. His bare feet planted firmly on the rocky ground, he grapples with the implications, realizing he should have been annihilated, yet he was spared. The sword demon's glowing red eyes remain wide with utter bewilderment, unable to process what just transpired. Turning fully towards his assailant, Uil Sin's voice rings out with newfound resolve, demanding to know the true identity of his mysterious attacker. The sword demon savors the moment, a dark delight in his voice, while Uil Sin lets out a low, guttural chuckle. Then, the muscular figure, now revealed to be shirtless and wielding a formidable blade, declares his identity. Uil Sin's eyes widen in disbelief, the name echoing in his mind. He repeats the title, a question mixed with shock. The sword demon stands bathed in a radiant blue aura, the words Sword God emblazoned above him, signifying his ultimate mastery. Uil Sin grapples with the implications, questioning if such a title truly belongs to those who reach the pinnacle of power. He flexes, a surge of energy coursing through him, as if preparing for a monumental challenge. The sword demon's expression shifts to one of furious recognition, realizing the identity of the man before him, while Uil Sin looks on, still processing. The sword demon lunges forward, his attack abruptly cut short as Uil Sin's own beloved sword, also named Sword God, instinctively counters the blade that cuts everything, powerfully preying on the sword demon's ghost path. He had lost, and the sword demon, now kneeling before him, humbly admitted defeat. A moment of stunned silence passed, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As if in response to the clash, a system message appeared, announcing that his beloved Sword God could now evolve, absorbing all battle data from the sword demon to become stronger, with a sincere wish of luck to the honorable blade. The sword demon, still prostrate, then offered his life, declaring his willingness to cut open his own stomach if only given the word. Confused by the extreme display of loyalty, he wondered if the sword demon was in his right mind, just as another system message revealed this sword demon had become the Earth Branch's second believer, a zealot. The sword demon, now desperate, pleaded for help, crying out that he had to save Miss Mirai. Just then, a powerful aura flared, and Sung Miri appeared, glowing with fierce energy, demanding to know what he was trying to give her. In her hand, a small, glowing vial shimmered, its contents radiating a soft light. A system notification identified it as a high potion. As the sword demon knelt before him, a system message detailed the high-grade potion he carried, a powerful elixir capable of healing all special injuries as long as life remained. Uil Sin considered this, while the sword demon let out a pained gasp. Meanwhile, another system message confirmed the absorption of the sword demon's faith, transforming the sword god into a zealot, and Sung Miri, holding the glowing potion, mused on the implications. A triumphant chime echoed as the Save the Next Believer quest completed, signifying a 100-point increase in Sung Miri's faith, bringing her total to 139. Uil Sin, now stripped down to just his shorts, looked at his own legs, pondering the sword demon's words, and the strange title of Honorable Sword God. The sword demon, still kneeling, looked up with fervent gratitude, declaring that Uil Sin had saved him. Sung Miri, still holding the potion, questioned the sword demon's intentions, asking if he was coming after her. She then reassured him that as long as she rested, she would become his honorable sword god, and that no one was hurt, so it wasn't anyone's fault. Ignoring her words, the sword demon bowed even deeper, his head hitting the ground with a resounding thud, pleading with his honorable sword god to cut open his stomach as atonement for his sins. Uil Sin could only stare, his expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation, muttering that the sword demon wasn't just a fanatic, but fanatically insane. Unperturbed, the sword demon continued his fervent declarations, promising to cut open his stomach as soon as he obtained a new body. He then paused, remembering that Sung Miri should also have obtained a new luminous body, wondering what that implied. Declaring himself the sword god's sword demon, he questions his own strength, prompting Uil Sin to ask how powerful he truly is. The sword demon's conviction solidifies, believing there are no limits to the power he can gain to kill, and he will gladly accept it. Uil Sin reacts with a stunned, disbelieving gasp. Sung Miri scoffs at the thought, wondering how someone could be so ignorant of the sword god, and if he truly can't perceive its presence. Meanwhile, a golden aura begins to emanate from Uil Sin's body, his muscles tensing with newfound resolve. The sword demon, unwavering, reaffirms his devotion, ready to obey any command from his honorable sword god. And he will gladly accept it, whatever it may be. His eyes burn with zealotry as he dismisses his own life, seeing himself as a mere assassin hired by them, his existence unimportant. Uil Sin's golden aura intensifies, his expression hardening as he declares it's his turn now, addressing his opponents as damn bastards. Uil Sin stands over the kneeling sword demon, who looks up at him. The sword demon's eyes glow with disbelief, questioning the demand. Uil Sin reminds him of his earlier promise, challenging his hesitation. The sword demon remains silent, deep in thought. Uil Sin simply flexes, a silent assertion of his power. The sword demon begins to speak, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. As he kneels before Uil Sin, completing his vow, a system message confirms his acceptance, granting him a new authority. A new system window appears, offering a choice. Activate the proliferating thumb of the god for 100 coins? Uil Sin's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing this skill promises to shower him with money and gold. Overwhelmed with joy, he gives two enthusiastic thumbs up, while Sung Miri watches from the background, utterly bewildered by his sudden outburst. Later, back in his room, Uil Sin paces, breathing heavily, a desperate search for funds clearly underway. He mutters to himself, wondering where his emergency stash could be. Frantically, he tears through drawers and cabinets, his search growing more desperate with each empty space. Finally, he finds his pink piggy bank, only to discover it completely empty, leaving him utterly deflated. Overwhelmed by the system's promise, he flexes, a surge of pure elation coursing through him as he shouts about the proliferating thumb of the god. But the excitement quickly fades as he realizes a crucial detail, looking around his messy room with a dawning sense of dread. A quiet huh escapes him. The system window confirms his fears, stating that the proliferating thumb of the god is a skill that doesn't work on objects, and more importantly, that he needs 100 coins to activate it. With his primary plan thwarted, he shifts his focus to other available skills, reviewing Silently Creeping Nightmare, which promises to uphold the majesty of a god, and the all-slashing Heavenly Blade, which he considers as a way to put an end to all impudent trash. He muses that he needs to make a move, as he can't keep getting stronger like this, believing the first one to strike wins. Holding his phone, he looks out, as if addressing an unseen audience, asking what they think, because he wants to be stronger. The system then provides more detailed descriptions of the skills, endlessly granting abundance, suggests building up good karma for long-term perspective, while Silently Creeping Nightmare will take ages, making bad karma a faster route. The all-slashing Heavenly Blade agrees with Nightmare, allowing for easy carnage with a celestial sword. Contemplating the stark choices before him, he ponders which method would be better. Flexing his muscles, he considers the possibilities, wondering why he couldn't simply have both options. The system interface materializes a monstrous, fanged maw with a single eye greeting him with the words, "Welcome T.O. Godmaker." It then clarifies the fundamental rule of this new reality. His path would be determined by his actions, allowing him to become either a benevolent or malevolent deity. Sitting on his bed, now dressed, he focuses on his phone, contemplating the proliferating thumb of the god skill, specifically how it could increase the number of ants at his command. He envisions 1,000,000 ants, a vast army capable of wiping out any enemy force. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he considers the skill's potential, particularly its effect on the Gami tribe and the Imperial Army. With a surge of blue energy, his hand glows as he activates the power, declaring his intent to eradicate all enemy armies. Yet, as he watches the ants on his screen, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. They seem to be doing something unexpected. The screen shifts to show a group of people, including a white-haired figure, leaving him utterly surprised and questioning if his skill was meant for them. As the vision of the proliferating thumb of the god's skill continued to unfold, a chorus of voices echoed, lamenting that their mother no longer hurt them, praising a saintess. More figures appeared, their pleas growing louder, begging for El Sin to be with them, promising that with his arrival, their new life would begin, and their karma would follow suit. Back in his room, he stared at his phone, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, the system explaining that as the number of believers in El Sin increased, his karma would also grow. He wondered if this strange, almost dangerous feeling was truly a good thing. The system continued, explaining that the accumulated good karma could be used to terminate his contract. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, an incoming call from Almighty Manager Bastard flashing across the screen, pulling him abruptly from his thoughts. He answered, his manager's voice immediately demanding, "Sir, why just isn't your manuscript coming in?" He stammered a response, explaining that he had asked someone to terminate his contract, but then quickly corrected himself, admitting he had to take a break for personal reasons. His manager's voice grew exasperated, asking what he meant by personal reasons and why he hadn't started his serialization yet, demanding to know what he was doing. He could only think that he had just used the proliferating thumb of the god skill on himself. He considers the implications, wondering if the skill could be used on himself, muttering, "Proliferating." With a determined expression, he activates the thumb of the god skill, a crimson aura erupting around him. The intense energy continues to surge. His eyes glow with an ominous red light as the power fully envelopes him. The overwhelming sensation washes over him. A look of profound shock and discomfort crosses his face. As the crimson glow subsides, a system message confirms the skill's activation, revealing a duration of 6,666 seconds. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he finds himself face-to-face with his manager, who appears to have been waiting. The manager's frustration boils over, demanding to know if the manuscript is ready, threatening to make him write it himself if not. As the manager's fury boiled over, the man stood poised, his expression a mask of stern disapproval. Without a word, a sharp blow connected squarely with Uil Sin's face, sending a spray of blood. Dazed and reeling, he was then seized by the collar, shaken violently as the manager demanded answers. Still on the ground, Uil Sin endured the manager's furious shouts, accusing him of being a dumb bastard and demanding one more from his manuscript. The manager's frustration boiled over into physical blows, delivering a relentless series of punches, each one punctuated by a sickening crunch and a frustrated cry of, "You frustrating bastard." Finally, the assault subsided, The manager slumping onto Uil Sin, exhaling a weary phew. That was refreshing, as his victim lay dazed beneath him. With a bruised face and aching body, Uil Sin's hand instinctively reached for his phone, lying abandoned on the floor. The manager, noticing the movement, scoffed at the device, questioning if Uil Sin thought he could fool me with that, before curtly dismissing him with a fuck off. Before Uil Sin could respond, the manager roughly pulled him up by his hair, silencing his protests with another sharp thud. His eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging across his face as a surge of raw power courses through him. A system message flashes, prompting him to equip the cruel slaughterer as his hand glows with the same ominous red energy. Meanwhile, in a different realm, the sword demon stands poised, a crimson aura swirling around him as he asks, "Cookuk, shall we go?" Back with Uil Sin, his phone screen glows with an ethereal purple light, displaying a small, monstrous figure. In the other world, a green-skinned monster lunges forward, its claws extended, wreathed in a furious red and yellow energy. But before it can connect, a powerful, white-blue strike slams into its arm, shattering bone. Another swift, red energy-infused attack follows, leaving a searing trail. A horde of similar green monsters stands ready, their heavy footsteps thudding on the ground. The sword demon faces them down, his stance unwavering as the ground creaks under the monster's weight. The sword demon, facing a horde of grotesque creatures, shouts in defiance, demanding to know why he is being abandoned. He warns them to remember his words, his voice echoing with the name of the Black Spear. Suddenly, a massive green monster lets out a guttural cry, its eyes flaring with an ominous red glow as it reacts to his challenge. Enveloped in a furious red aura, the creature charges forward with a deafening roar. Its explosive attack rips through the air, impacting with devastating force. The sword demon recoils, a gasp of surprise escaping him as he feels the full brunt of the monster's power. Meanwhile, in a different space, Uil Sin stands enveloped in crackling red lightning, his eyes glowing with an intense crimson light as immense power surges through him. Back in the battle, a truly massive and grotesque monster is revealed, its single red eye burning with malevolent intent. Before it can unleash another attack, a spear, glowing with a vibrant purple energy, pierces through the air with incredible force. He recoils from the explosive impact, a purple aura flaring around him as he curses the sheer power of the attack, wondering what kind of game this truly is. The sword demon, still reeling, can't comprehend how mere fodder could possess such destructive force, questioning the very nature of the beings he faces. His glowing blue eyes narrow as he considers the possibility that this might be the work of an evil god, a terrifying thought that sends a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a colossal, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes looms into view, its grotesque form filling the entire opening, confirming his worst fears. The sword demon shouts a warning, a desperate plea for his subordinates to wait, but it's already too late. Massive, shadowy tentacles lash out from the monster, tearing through the chamber with devastating force. One of his red-robed subordinates lies lifeless on the ground, a grim testament to the monster's speed and power, having died without even leaving a body behind. With grim determination, the sword demon turns to another subordinate, commanding them to immediately summon the general and the Imperial Guard, emphasizing the Emperor's current confinement. He reiterates the urgency, stressing that the situation is far too critical for any delay. The sword demon, still locked in a desperate struggle, addresses the towering, multi-armed figure before him, acknowledging her as Mistress Arachne. With a fierce determination, he vows to her that he will forget his manners just this once, implying a desperate measure or a break from protocol. The multi-armed woman, Mistress Arachne, responds with a chilling promise to offer the evil god's head with her own hands. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Uil Sin lets out a pained gasp, his face bruised and battered. He sits on the floor, his body aching, the injuries clearly visible across his face and arms. Confused and disoriented, he wonders aloud, what exactly has just transpired? He realizes his body has given him a warning, prompting him to decide that he needs to return to his previous state, unable to remain as he is. As a system message appears, indicating that endlessly granting abundance is asking for his help and an introduction, Uil Sin struggles to process the overwhelming information, questioning if what he's imagining could truly be real. Uil Sin stares at his phone, a message from Almighty Manager Bastard, informing him of a contract termination and demanding the return of a down payment. As he processes this, a soft chime sounds, and another system message appears, stating that Anti has successfully changed occupation. His eyes widen in disbelief as a flurry of notifications floods his vision, announcing successful kingdom captures, collected items, and even a level up, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden influx of game-related achievements. A frustrated roar escapes him, questioning the point of doing well in this fucking stupid game amidst the chaos of his real-world problems. Having decided to take a break from his current endeavors, Uil Sin finds his contract abruptly terminated, leaving him with a demand for payment. With the pressure mounting, he furiously types away at his laptop, determined to quickly write something to cover his debts. As a new idea sparks, his eyes glow with a vibrant blue light, considering how to leverage his web novel, Dragon's Grace, to save a fan and perhaps do some mining. A holographic system prompt materializes before him, asking if he wishes to save the fanatic, Sword Demon, promising that his abilities will bloom as a reward. He dismisses it with a frustrated sigh, focused on his writing. Ignoring the intrusive message, he continues to type, trying to concentrate. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched sound pierces the air, and blue particles begin to swirl around his head. Startled, he looks up from his laptop, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips. The blue energy intensifies, swirling violently around him, causing him to cry out in alarm. Despite his protests, another system message appears, informing him that he will now know the heart of a believer, and is activating the fanatic Sword Demon's point of view, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. The blue energy surges, overwhelming his senses. A final, echoing cry of distress fills the space. The forced perspective plunges him into a dark, desolate dungeon, where a powerful, muscular figure hangs bound by heavy chains. A voice echoes in his mind, questioning the bound Sword Demon's silence, wondering why he doesn't just speak. The Sword Demon remains unresponsive, as a system window appears, identifying one of the other prisoners as Iron Beauty, a warrior who has endured for 25 years. The taunting voice continues, promising an end to suffering if the Sword Demon would only speak, but the only reply is a dismissive TSK. The Sword Demon's silence persists, causing Uil Shin to flinch back, startled by the intensity of the vision. He tries to make sense of the fragmented information, recalling a previous mention of a luminous sword and another figure named Bilt. The perspective shifts, revealing the Sword Demon chained alongside two other prisoners, a red-haired woman and a bald, muscular man. A look of boredom crosses his face, finding the current state of the Sword Demon's perspective less than thrilling. Yet another system window pops up, identifying the bald prisoner as Breakage Guy, a 30-year veteran of the battlefield. The grim reality of the dungeon persists, with the Sword Demon still chained and surrounded by other formidable prisoners, their forms barely discernible in the oppressive gloom. A system message flashes, clarifying the nature of the experience. Uil Shin is using innate authority to access the target's inner mind. The message continues, punctuated by an exclamation, emphasizing the depth of the connection. Another system prompt appears, simply stating, "Built." A narration box then reveals the Sword Demon's past. When I was a child, I was sold to a gang and raised as an assassin. The Luminous Sword and Iron Head, who were also raised in the Luminous Guild like me. The vision shifts to the Sword Demon, now on the ground, with Iron Beauty nearby. As the narration continues, I have secretly carried out numerous experiments for awakening my martial abilities. Now standing, the Sword Demon is seen near Breakage Guy, the narration concluding. Naturally, the two of them viewed me as their competition. Back in his own reality, Uil Shin watches the unfolding vision, a confused expression on his face, muttering, "Teske, what the?" Within the vision, Breakage Guy addresses Iron Beauty, asking, "You got here first this time, Iron Beauty. Is the luminous sword up your left?" Iron Beauty responds with a sigh, telling him, "Try being more careful. I don't have time to be jealous." He had simply aimed towards strength, striving to become one with the sword, and in doing so, he saw what he had been seeking all this while. Until finally, when his swordsmanship had reached its peak, he questioned if this was truly the end. A deep bitterness settled within him, leaving him to ponder if this was all there was. In the grim dungeon, the Sword Demon stood before his chained rivals, taunting them, asking who claimed the luminous sword couldn't defeat him. He declared that only death awaited them, and vowed to rip out their eyes so they could never again see the light. But the bald warrior, Breakage Guy, his face contorted in fury, retorted that the Sword Demon would die alongside him in the way. Iron Beauty, her own resolve hardening, declared she wouldn't allow it, a silent prayer to the sword god for forgiveness escaping her lips as purple energy flared around her. As both prisoners surged with raw power, their auras intensifying, Uil Shin, observing the memory, realized the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Uil Shin surges forward, his resolve firm as he moves to protect the endangered believer. Activating his steel body skill, he channels raw power, declaring his self-sufficiency. With a sudden, brutal impact, he strikes the bald prisoner, who cries out in pain. A powerful kick follows, sending the muscular man reeling. The stunned prisoner, now on the ground, demands to know his identity and origin. He lies sprawled, defeated, as the red-haired woman and the armored figure watch from the background. Uil Shin dismisses his questions, his expression unwavering. He adds that he has little time to spare, his movements blurring with urgency. Then, activating his lightning grip, he causes the prisoner's body to grow heavy, trapping him. Uil Shin unleashes a torrent of electric blue energy from his hands, confident in his ability to incapacitate his target in a single strike, wondering if he isn't a genius for such a feat. The overwhelming force of his skill, a skill overload, proves too much for Breakage Guy, as no one, regardless of their strength, can withstand multiple skill damages simultaneously. His body begins to distort and crack under the immense pressure, Breakage Guy letting out a guttural scream of pure agony. His face contorts into a monstrous, red-eyed visage, a pained question escaping his lips as the skill continues its devastating work. Still screaming, he demands to know if he's being mocked, his mind unable to comprehend the torment. The purple energy intensifies, and Breakage Guy's arm begins to visibly disintegrate into glowing particles. A sharp gasp escapes Ui Shin, his confident expression replaced by one of shock and discomfort as he witnesses the unexpected severity of his own attack. Breakage Guy's entire form shatters into countless fragments, his body dissolving into a cloud of purple energy. With a final, resounding crackle, he is utterly annihilated, leaving only shimmering motes of light behind. Having endured the skill overload, Ui Shin stands over the defeated Kreewood creature, its form still crackling with residual blue energy. As the monster finally explodes in a violent burst, Iron Beauty cries out, believing her end is near. She quickly turns her attention to Sword Demon, desperately calling out to him, pleading for him to awaken. Meanwhile, Ui Shin, now on the ground, lets out a sigh of relief, content that he has dealt with one of the threats. But Iron Beauty's eyes glow with furious red energy as she glares at him, her rage ignited by Sword Demon's unconscious state. With a fierce cry, she lunges forward, her weapon blurring through the air. A fiery aura erupts around her as she unleashes her attack, a devastating blow aimed directly at Ui Shin. The impact sends him reeling, a pained cry escaping his lips. He is thrown backward by the force, shocked by the sudden, powerful counterattack. Despite the overwhelming heat, his body, honed to a steel body capable of withstanding flames, held firm. He could feel the intense heat, a searing pain, but a primal instinct to endure surged through him. While Iron Beauty, caught in the backwash of her own power, felt a strange, almost pleasurable agony. He stood his ground, breathing heavily amidst the inferno, leaving her utterly bewildered that he was still alive. Even Sword Demon, encased in ice, could only stare in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. A smug grin spread across Ui Shin's face, a silent declaration that his efforts to grow stronger had been well worth it. But Iron Beauty, her rage reignited, let out a furious hiss, vowing to burn him to a crisp this time. As her renewed fiery assault erupted in a blinding explosion of power. Still engulfed in the inferno, he lets out a defiant grunt. As Iron Beauty watches, her eyes wide with disbelief and rage. The intense flames finally dissipate, revealing him standing firm, his clothes slightly singed but his body unharmed. A system message flashes before his eyes, announcing that the steel body skill's duration has ended, prompting a surprised exclamation from him. Enraged by his survival, Iron Beauty unleashes another torrent of crimson fire. But he simply smiles, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. He knows his weakness is exactly what he needs to overcome, to grow stronger. His confident grin remains. While Sword Demon, observing from a distance, narrows his glowing blue eyes, questioning the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Ui Shin glances at another system window, pondering the cryptic meaning of blooming. He lets out a frustrated laugh, realizing his expectations have been completely subverted once again. From his bound position, the Sword Demon speaks calmly, confessing that he had anticipated Ui Shin's arrival, even preparing enemies for him to defeat. He then adds, with a hint of self-awareness, that he knows he's a bad person, but there's more to it. As Ui Shin surveys the strange, ornate chamber, wondering if it's truly a prison, the Sword Demon reveals his identity, declaring that he, the Honorable Sword Demon, has been waiting for him. A resonant sound echoes through the chamber as the Sword Demon continues to speak. With glowing eyes and a wide smile, he praises Ui Shin, calling him truly amazing. Extending a hand, he expresses his pleasure in their meeting. Then, with an earnest plea, he asks Ui Shin to become his sword god. Finally unbound, radiating a powerful purple aura, the Sword Demon stands revealed, the true mastermind behind all the chaos. As the ethereal purple aura of a new presence fills the chamber, a system notification identifies him as Johan, a 29-year-old human and disciple of the god of destruction. His eyes wide with a mix of shock and accusation, he exclaims, spotting the Sword Demon nearby, and then questions the very concept of a sword god. His face contorted in an expression of intense emotion, Johan bows deeply, declaring it an immense honor to finally meet Ui Shin. Still reeling from the revelation, he repeats the title, Sword God? Kneeling before a towering, muscular figure with long, dark hair and glowing blue eyes, Johan expresses his profound admiration, a low growl escaping him. The powerful man, known as the Sword God, offers a slight, knowing smile, acknowledging that it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet him. Overwhelmed, Johan bows his head even lower, pleading to become the Sword God's disciple. The Sword God, a human who has been active for 23 years, looks down at his new supplicant, remarking that they have indeed finally met, and hinting at a larger scheme behind it all. Johan, the disciple, is a human whose rank or level remains a mystery. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, known for his power over breakage, stands ready. Back with his new disciple, the Sword God warns Johan that his master will not allow him to leave, advising caution. Then, with a shift in his demeanor, the sword god muses about his brother, wondering if his wild puppet is crying. The sword demon holds Ul Sin tightly, his grip possessive as he murmurs about finally being able to touch him again. A heavy thud echoes as the demon's hands press against Ul Sin's chest, a strange intimacy in the gesture. He then turns to the observing Iron Beauty and Breakage Guy, taunting them with a question of jealousy. His glowing blue eyes narrow, a cold, calculating expression settling on his face. Suddenly, the sword demon's form blurs with purple energy, striking Ul Sin with immense force, dismissing him as nothing more than a worthless bug. The impact sends Ul Sin flying backward, his body a streak against the dark backdrop. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses the demon's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. A brilliant, searing wave of red and orange energy erupts, countering the demon's attack with unexpected power. As Iron Beauty questions which of them is the real one, the sword demon stares in utter shock, demanding to know who he truly faces. As the sword demon continues his relentless assault, questioning the very nature of his opponent's resilience, Ul Sin prepares to unleash a devastating counter. With a furious roar, he launches a lightning-fast punch, dismissing his attacker as nothing more than a fool. The blow connects with an explosive force, a surge of blue energy erupting on impact. As the skill activates, a torrent of thunderous power begins to manifest. A concentrated bolt of lightning strikes with blinding speed. The raw electrical energy crackles and surges, engulfing everything in its path. Ul Sin stands at the center of the maelstrom, his form wreathed in a towering aura of crackling blue lightning. The name, Mistress Arachne, echoes through the silence. A mysterious figure, wreathed in an ethereal glow, stands amidst ornate, dark architecture. As she departs, her voice is a soft lament. Forgive me for leaving without saying my goodbyes. Her gaze falls upon a distant, ancient temple, as she dismisses, I can't deal with the weaker believer. A chilling resolve hardens her features. Because the fewer believers I'll have, the weaker he will be. Far away, a vast, verdant forest stretches towards a looming, dark structure. At its edge, a burly man warns a group of small children, little ones, be careful not to go deep into the forest. They acknowledge his words, yes, but he then questions, his brow furrowed. Why aren't they here? A deep concern settles upon his face as he scans the empty woods. A monstrous, plant-like entity with glowing red eyes manifests, its presence heralded by swirling green energy. Its gaze intensifies as it prepares to unleash a potent skill, the word poison echoing with its intent. The entity performs a strange, ritualistic dance, green energy coiling around it as the black tribe's poison takes form. With a guttural cry, the poison manifests as a massive, ethereal butterfly-like construct, shimmering with malevolent green light. As the construct expands, Breakage Guy and another prisoner watch in horror, realizing this power is meant to weaken an evil god. But before the poison can fully take hold, a sudden, powerful surge of blue lightning erupts, accompanied by a fierce cry. Iron Beauty, wreathed in crackling blue energy, launches herself forward, striking the monstrous entity with a devastating blow. The monster recoils with a pained shriek, blue energy coursing through its form as it takes the full impact of her assault. Having expended her strength, Iron Beauty collapses, hunched over and gasping for breath. Breakage Guy, enveloped in crackling purple lightning, lunges forward, convinced that the first strike will secure victory. His feet slam into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But before his attack can connect, an unseen force violently strikes him, contorting his body with a pained cry. The assault continues, leaving him screaming as purple energy discharges around him. Seeing his comrade fall, Iron Beauty unleashes a powerful blue lightning strike, her eyes glowing with fierce determination as she targets the monstrous entity. But the effort proves too much, and she collapses to one knee, coughing, her strength seemingly spent. Breakage Guy lies defeated amidst the rubble, the plant monster standing triumphantly over him. He struggles to comprehend the monster's resilience, wondering if this creature is not merely a monster, but an immortal being. The plant monster's glowing eyes fix on him, its voice echoing with chilling finality, declaring that all their attacks are utterly useless. As the plant monster stands victorious, Iron Beauty reflects on her failed attempt, the duration of her copy skill now over, leaving her without the thunderbolt skill she needed. Meanwhile, the plant monster looms over its defeated foes, its glowing eyes fixed on them as it declares that no one will ever be able to lay a hand on it. Watching the scene unfold, Ul Sin questions if he should risk his own life to save them, wondering if the defeated warrior is truly all the help he has. The plant monster, reveling in its power, demands more entertainment from its struggling opponents. Ul Sin's mind races, knowing he must quickly devise a new strategy. A look of intense determination crosses his face. As he resolves to find another way, a golden glow emanating from his head as he considers rejuvenating the core of the boss. In his mind's eye, a powerful red-haired warrior, wreathed in a vibrant crimson aura, appears to strike with overwhelming force. A red-haired man looks on with concern, wondering if they are truly doomed without assistance. He stands beside Ul Sin, who observes the situation with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, the sword demon appears before them, his skin now a deep purple, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, and he demands to know the identity of this manager they speak of. The red-haired man recoils slightly, while Uil Shin remains composed, assessing the new threat. Uil Shin glances at the red-haired man, who seems to be struggling with the reality of their situation. The red-haired man then exclaims, seemingly delighted by the idea of being duplicated, even as he admits he doesn't understand the danger. The sword demon, his glowing eyes fixed on them, questions their current state, his voice laced with menace. With a sudden surge of dark energy, the sword demon begins to charge an attack, a swirling purple aura manifesting around him as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a concentrated blast of dark power, striking the red-haired man with immense force. A frustrated grunt escapes the sword demon as he recoils, purple energy swirling around his form, clearly affected by a skill he recognizes all too well. Meanwhile, in a desolate prison cell, a chained man struggles, his mind reeling with questions about the mysterious figure who managed to defeat both the sword demon and the sword god. Back in the present, a woman with long, dark hair addresses Uil Shin, her voice cutting through the tense silence. He stares at her, then glances at the man seated nearby, realizing with a jolt that this is the legendary sword god, a revelation that leaves him utterly bewildered. With a sudden burst of speed, the sword god rises, a vibrant red aura flaring around him, launching a swift attack as he questions his opponent's tactics. Uil Shin's eyes widen in disbelief, stunned by the sheer speed and apparent teleportation of his adversary. Far away, the sword demon senses the shift in power, his glowing blue eyes fixed on an unseen point, a single word escaping his lips, "Brother?" Back in the confrontation, Uil Shin's expression hardens, a fierce blue aura igniting around him, his resolve burning as he prepares to unleash his own devastating power. With a roar, he unleashes a torrent of blue energy, a powerful blast aimed to incinerate his foes. As purple energy crackles around his shadowy opponent, Uil Shin extends a single, defiant middle finger. A sudden thought strikes him, and a knowing grin spreads across his face. He declares, with newfound confidence, that he possesses the same skill.